Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second last day of BGIS The Grind. I'm going to be your host and caster, Necro John. Alongside with me on the panel is going to be Arca this time. And Arca, so far, the storyline inside the round 3 of The Grind have been building up pretty nicely.
Yep, the fan favorite teams are still not able to perform, not live up to the expectations, not only of their fans, but also they're not able to live up to the expectations of the gameplay which they used to carry all these days.
Exactly, but you know what? All of this hard work is only there for this prize pool that is going to be in front of you guys soon enough. So much big stake on the line over here, ladies and gentlemen. 2 crore rupees on the line, from which the first place getting 75 lakhs all to themselves. The second place getting 37 lakhs 50,000, and the third place getting 25 lakhs. Now, as you guys see, so much of the money is on the line. So, of course, this is also going to add an extra bit of pressure on all these players and the teams.
It's more important for teams to concentrate on being in the top 16 right now or playing the grand finals, because at least then they won't be going empty-handed. But one thing is for sure, all these teams performing over here will gain a lot of experience as to how to tackle things in a tier 1 lobby, and eventually after this they'll be able to grow better as a professional player.
Exactly, but you know what? All of the things that you guys saw, there also needs to be a perfect format to back it up. So let's go ahead and take a look at the format as well. To all our new viewers that are joining in from Geo Cinema, this is for you guys. Now we're currently inside the grind round 3, where 64 teams are duking it out. Soon enough, we're also going to be taking a look at the overall standings, just to know which are those 2 teams which will be moving in forward to the round 3 of the main tournament, which is the BGIS, and round 2 of the main tournament, which is the BGIS once again.
Yeah, and this is the most important part of it all. If you're getting that direct entry into round 3 and being in the top 32, you'll have to do a little bit of a lesser hard work to fight out the less number of teams. But in case you come in the bottom 32, then you'll have to fight more number of teams to prove your worth.
Exactly. I mean, it makes a lot of sense too, right? The early hard work you're going to do, it's going to benefit later on. And as if you're going to be managing to keep yourself inside the round 3 of the BGIs, it's like an icing on top of the cake. But the teams that are not going to be able to perform, or the teams that are still on the latter half of the board, soon enough we're going to be able to take a look at the point structure as well, just to let you guys know how things are going to be looking like and what you need to do to get all these points in your hands. The point distribution goes as follows. First place getting 15 points, second place getting 12 points inside the game, third place getting 10, and of course it's going to keep on descending downwards until you take a look at that bottom side of this graphic and you see each finish equals 1 point.
Now that's the most important thing for any of these teams playing out there, because in case you're not able to place yourself perfectly inside the circle, just aim to get those frontal battles perfectly so that you'll have enough points and finishes to find an average in every of these games which is going to be played. But looking at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be playing all these 7 matches, starting off in the map of Erangel, then we have Miramar, then we have Sanhok, then Vikendi, and it's like replicating but in a mirror image. Then again we're going to have Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel as well.
Exactly. So it's going to be just like the life cycle, but in between that, Vikendi mix being added in. That twist of Vikendi is definitely going to catch all these players off guard. And as I mentioned, in Vikendi, the initial buildup is quite slow. It's going to be like the podcast average at the start, but then later on, it's going to be all guns blazing, teams trying to get a better spot inside the circle, pretty much trying to be in the smack center in the late game stages. But speak of that, as we did see the entire schedule as well, now we know which teams are going to be duking it out. Speaking about the entire point standings as well, to be honest, we know how things have been looking like for a lot of these teams that are going to be playing in the upcoming game. For example, Godlike, who are all the way on the bottom of the table so far.
I mean, they've played just 2 games, right? I still don't want to put too much pressure on them. Probably if they can get those other 2 games to be played today, probably they'll be coming back to at least the middle of the table, and then on try to continue their climb and go to the top of the table itself. But look at what's happening here. We have 2 different groups playing out. It's going to be Group 7 and Group 8. All these well-known teams are going to be playing, but most importantly, the team we just spoke about, Godlike, is also going to be playing in this. But one team which kind of grabs my attention for their poor performance so far has to be the side of GE Phoenix, because in the previous rounds I've seen them play much better, place themselves much better inside the circle, and whenever they were challenged they were able to retaliate to perfection. But now it seems like they're losing their momentum in those fights, and due to which they're not able to not only place themselves perfectly but also not get those finish points as well.
I mean, one more thing you must have noticed about G Phoenix is that initially they're not really able to strike that strong inside the lobby. They take
Yeah.
their time to settle inside the lobbies, and it's the late stages where they really start striking down the enemies and start claiming their throne once again. So I feel like today definitely it has to be a wake-up call for G Phoenix as well. And you mentioned, yeah, Godlike, they've only played 2 games so far, but what concerns me is that they only managed to get one single point in those 2 games, and that is a big concerning point for me because this is not what you expect from a team like Godlike. I at least
Yeah.
expected some solid amount of points from those 2 games, right?
Yeah, it's a truth which is known to the universe right now that godlike assaulters are not able to live up to the expectation, not able to assault properly. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the first map of the day. It's going to be the map of Erangel as the big bird hits the sky. The flight path looks like this, starting all the way from Quarry, heading towards the northern side, eastern side of the map, where it's going to be ending at Yasnaya Polyana. So it seems like the flight path is dividing the map into 2 equal halves, at least the northern side of the northern island itself. But those teams traveling all the way to the military base might have a little bit of a journey to cover.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a tough extent for them, but considering the plain flat path is actually pretty good when it comes to the main island, no issues for a lot of the teams inside the lobby. Yeah, maybe even Georgia Pool can be a little bit of extent, but still you can actually make it without any problems. Team Mayavi as well is going to be playing inside the entire competition, and we finally see Blacks in the fray once again, and now I feel like Team Mayavi might just be in their fullest potential. I want to see how aggressive this team's going to be inside the lobby. At the same time, I want to see how Godlike are going to be countering the likes of Mayavi, because somewhere down the line, these 2 teams will probably drop right next to each other.
According to the mindset I have been reading about the team Mayavi, is that they were wanting to get that ease. They wanted to give Blacks that one day off so that he can go enjoy, relax himself, make sure that he's composed, more composed when it comes to the assault of today. But they're also challenging the big dogs, right? And they made a statement over here telling that they can take down any team which is in front of them. And it seems like INT is going to be the first team who's going to be challenging them to get those finish points. But eventually we have to understand this, that no team has successfully come out finishing the side of Team Mayavi in this tournament so far. And hopefully we'll be able to see Team INT do that, as they've already done the damage against the side of Team Mayavi. 1% down and also cleared off. Oh, this seems to be a very bad start for the side of Team Mayavi.
Without a doubt, INT, not a start they wanted to have. I mean, for Team Mayavi, Cypher being taken out of the game, definitely for INT, this is a great start. But let's see how Team Mayavi is actually going to try to retaliate, because still, a 3-man squad is dangerous enough to take down an entire squad in the front lines. And Team Mayavi especially, it's not a team that you would want to underestimate like that. Pro in the clotheslines too. He knows he's surrounded by the foes, and that's why he's not even moving a muscle right now. Needs to keep his position anonymous, and that's what Team Mayavi are trying to do.
I really like how INT Interpret have taken this fight. There's one player far away from another building. He always knew that Team Mayavi have a tendency of changing the position, trying to come out in the open and then try to take those fights. So they read it properly. They put that first man down, building the pressure against the side of Team Mayavi. Whereas in case Team Mayavi had all 4 men standing, the rush which should have come against the side of Team INT, I don't think so they could have bared that much of heat.
Speak about bearing that much of heat. I mean, look at the Circle 2 Arca. Sort of shifted down south. And once again, a massive anonymous aura going on inside the circle. We don't exactly know if the next shift's going to be down south towards the military base, or is it going to shift up once again on the main island? So many questions at the same time inside the early phase of the game. And only time can answer all of those. And even somewhere else on the map on the right side towards Lipovka, one of the teams have lost out on their individual player as well. It's actually the lads of Spider who've managed to get the early advantage in that fight.
But Spy Esports seems to have come out on the top successfully and now falling back. Sicko Gamer seems to be the person who's got eliminated from the get-go itself. But another fight which is taking place over here is going to be from the side of Kemin versus RGE, if I'm not wrong. And seems like RG is well prepared for this fight, right? And this is not a big area where you can actually rotate around and try to take those fights, because eventually a third party scenario will be coming up in front of you anytime, because this is one of those parts of the island where rotations can be easily caught off guard. So Kemin Esports, they'll be looking forward to push, but Fox has already fallen back. A really good backup comes in to pick him up, and that's Ace Black, the IGL, always being there for his team.
Reckoning Esports, it's one of those names, as we all know. I mean, they've got some individuals with a lot of brilliance and firepower, but it just feels like so far inside the lobby, they really haven't got the chance to prove that. Maybe a couple of more times, maybe a couple of more games, and Reckoning Esports, once again, they will be back in their prime. But in general, they're doing quite decent in the overall standings, too. They're sort of in the mid-pack. But to be honest, trust me when I say this, being in the mid-pack is one of the most anxious things to deal with. Intrepid Esports, still this kerfuffle that just happened inside the hospital area. Both of these teams actually wasting each other's times. Now, why did I say wasting each other's time? It's because it's sort of came down to a stalemate situation where these teams could have actually utilized all the time to try and position themselves inside the circle in a better spot and then also loot up even better. And right now, Team Miyavi, at least this team, they don't even have a lot of loot to back themselves up, probably do not even have any utilities and meds. And that's why, because of the stalemate, the entire process has been put on a halt.
But Interpret on the other side, I really like the way they're playing games with the team of Mayavi's mindset, because they understand that it's important for them to finish this team off from the get-go so that it becomes much more easier for them once they rotate inside the circle, and nobody's going to be challenging them as strongly as Team Mayavi is going to do. But ultimately, I'm also able to see that they have a very bad split going on. There's one person way outside the building trying to find a very different off angle, but least does he realize that the solo man Zeus could be easily taken down by the two players of Team Mayavi in case they rush against him.
And Zeus is just trying to pre-fire some angles. Just going for some pre-fires, hoping that maybe someone from Team Mayavi will actually peek out as well. But maybe he's trying to cause a little bit of distraction against Team Mayavi. And I think so that's what the main game plan is for them too. Intrepid, now they finally spot out one of the players in the front, but Blacks is a little bit far away from that fray. Team Mayavi, they need a rescue squad inside this hospital area, but no one's around them to rescue, to get them out of this situation, and right now they're in one of the most tricky spots possible inside the entire game. Intrepid Esports, they've got him in a massive deadlock, and Mayavi to get out of this, but it seems like next to impossible. Utilities are going to be tossed in as well soon enough, and yeah, Hemathy's ready with a frag grenade in his hands. As soon as he's going to toss it inside that hall, it's going to be maybe the first knockout from the side of Team Mayavi, but no, they're playing it pretty safe and sound.
They've gone to the lower floor right now, and they're playing it very, very safe as well. They're putting some grenades, some smokes as well, just to restrict the opponents. There it is. The first shot comes through by Team Mayavi. The shotgun is doing all the work required with one man down. The pressure is slowly going to build up against the side of Team Interpret. I hope that they're ready for the next kind of assault. And even the split coming in from the side of Team Mayavi. One person upstairs and two of the players at the bottom floors, and slowly rushing in to create that deadlock so that, you know, the opponents will not only have to run back, but also think about re-strategizing, and which will give them a lot of breathing space to continue their loot or probably start their rotation as well.
Oh, Pro is going to be deadly, man, in these spray because he's got the shotgun to back himself up with. Blacks, now he's getting bounced on by the entirety of Godlike, but Shadow, he gets knocked out as usual. This man is known to overextend inside the fights, and that's what exactly happens. Once again, Blacks is not a man you would want to challenge just like that, but eventually, Godlike, they will conquer him, they will tame him.
Now, this is where I'm still concerned for the side of Team Godlike, because I was expecting Shadow to do something different, and as you correctly pointed out, every single time he's the first man to get taken down with the IGL down, that there is a kind of pressure which builds up against the teammates itself. Now, Team Mayavi, as of now, Legit is trying to do the best possible over here to finish them off.
Oh my God!
Like the daringness of his is actually paid off as he gets another finish for himself, leaving the side of Interpret in a very, very peculiar situation. He's going to be reviving his teammate, but Team Godlike, who was watching all this in close vicinity, will now come forward to finish things off against the side of Team Mayavi.
Godlike once again looking to third party this entire fray, and I just love this new face of Godlike. Aggressive, back to the roots and back to the basics. This is the Godlike that we've seen from the past, and now finally it seems like they're able to reset themselves and get inside that aggressive aura. Once again, Intrepid, there's one last glimmer of hope that's surviving. He's also getting pounced on by the players of Godlike as Power is in the clotheslines. Going for a couple of meds. He knows that he needs to topple himself with those boosts to get inside the fight in a better position, in a better stance. And finally, S-Power's going to find that glimmer, and he seals the deal. Nitro taken out of the game, and the entire team of Intermid Esports, they're back to the lobby.
S-Power, I really like it when this man is going to start the assault, when this man is a person who's going to be leading the fight as well. Because the rest of the teammates, even though they're capable of doing it, it becomes a little hard for the rest of the teams to actually do what he can do in the front line. But Team Mayavi, legit the last man surviving in a full-fledged way, I would believe, because he's got very good loot. Right now, he might have been restricted with just 20 bullets with that AKM, but he's done a very, very good job, saving his teammates in that fight. But as the circle is going to be shifting a little more down south, now it's important for other teams to think about those rotations, right? BLT again going in for the rate rotation scenario, but guess what? Another fight is going to be brewing up, and Reckoning Esports seems to be the people who are going to be punishing the opponents, and that's going to be the side of PSY.
Exactly. Sai, they're in a big world of trouble, at least for now. And PSY, considering they've lost out on one player a while ago, it's going to be tough to get that player back upon his feet. But Reckoning Esports, they're just trying to keep that constant pressure alive on the players of PSY. And speak about South, he's on the opposite side as well, Reckoning Esports. Ooh. I love this pressure. It really do not want to let go of this assault. And UOP, as soon as he makes that push, he actually finds the knockout as well. Now Reckoning Esports, they've got the main building cover, or the control of the main building inside this entire compound. Team Psych being forced in a massive, uncomfortable stage.
Now, Saad is one of those person who's holding a very, very good position for the side of PSY Sai, as he can actually do an assault and take at least one man before he gets taken down. And since that's a blind spot where RG won't be able to detect him, and only if they know this terrain really well, probably one good grenade or a Molotov will be luring him out of this hiding spot. But his teammate seems to be nowhere close to him. That's going to be Servi, who's... I think he's already left the vicinity. He was like, you know what, I'll play for position points. You try to get as many finishes as possible.
Oh, no.
As soon as they come down, he tries to get one for himself. But a very good backup coming in from Beard Baba and Ace Black will be putting an end for it.
Reckoning Esports, as usual, just conquering their fears and once again stepping on top of the opposition. Nicely done, Team Mayhem. They're going to try to pull back from this entire side because they know now to breach inside the southern side of the map, it's going to be a little tough. Maybe the bridge lines can be camped out as well. Look at Mavericks too. Ankush making a push against the opposition, spots him out, but he knows he's accidentally stepped inside the enemy territory. Not the way you would want to get taken down from the gate.
I mean, he was the scout for the team, I believe, because he was one of those players who came out in the open to check if somebody's bridge camping so that he can tell his other teammates who are in the back lines that, you know what, try to come in from a different place altogether. But since he's already gone into the island area, now he has a great opportunity to backstab the side of Spider, but Spiders are clever enough to fall back into the white zone itself. The blue zone is going to do a little bit of a damage, but it doesn't matter for them, as Kemeni Esports versus Sirvi, the last man surviving for the side of Spy, is going to be taking place any time now.
Team side, last glimmer of hope once again, and it seems like that glimmer of hope's about to be extinguished, and that's what happens. Kemeni Esports, easily they're able to smurf on that player and get him out of the game. Once again, Kemeni Esports off to a great start with 2 finishes. This is definitely how they wanted to kick things off, and now take a look at the map as well. We did see Godlike drop all the way towards the Georgia pool for them. This rotation was definitely quite challenging, but now to rotate all the way down south in the military island, it's going to be even more tougher.
There's one team which has kind of impressed me with their rotation so far. That has to be GE Phoenix. They're already come to the corner of the circle and holding the right corner, and with that they can start their assault, probably gatekeeping scenario through the shorelines as well. But Godlike is one of those teams now who needs to cross these bridges, and also their late rotation scenario has not helped them out in the previous situations. So let me see whether this time they'll be able to cross over without any kind of an issue. But Z-God was clever enough just to check whether somebody is holding those tower or the lighthouse above next to the bridges, and he did find somebody over there as GE Phoenix. I think I spoke too soon, as one of the players is now knocked out. TWOB doesn't fear to push against them anymore.
The world of battle, I mean, as usual, this team, they've actually won one of the game yesterday as well, if I'm not wrong. So in general, they're looking pretty good in the overall standings too. But let's see how they're going to capitalize on that fact even better today, because you need to keep that consistency moving forward. They at least need a decent amount of more points to keep the ball rolling in their court. And right now, just laying down smokes in the front, trying to create a little bit of smoke pathway to close onto that compound in the front lines, because GE Phoenix is right there. Tucker Ryan White D was knocked out a while ago, and even one of the players from the side of GE Phoenix wants to go for the resurrection onto that man.
RGE, when they're looking very, very strong, it seems like they've lost a player, and that is going to hinder their performance from here on. I just hope Ace Black has still not lost his momentum with this team. He still wants to keep them aggressive. Speaking of aggressive, we have the side of Godlike pushing in against the side of VLT. That one man, Immortal, was hiding behind the towers, has already done the damage. And with the blink of an eye, we are able to see that VLT was successfully able to put down the complete squad. And Punk was the only man who got so much of damage, whereas far, far away, TWOB does the same with the side of Team GE Phoenix. And with that, Godlike as well as GE Phoenix, both of them say goodbye to the lobby.
Yeah, Godlike, they really try to be aggressive. They thought that they could actually press upon the charges as well and try and take advantage of that fact. But now, the entire team of Velocity once again getting pushed up. And now the knocks are starting to happen back and forth. 7 Hells, they're trying their best to conquer this entire high ground, but it's getting tougher and tougher as they're keeping on pressing the charges once again. The last man Immortal in the front, and VLT, they will come out on top and victorious inside this entire battle.
I just love the way they positioned themselves. They made sure that, you know, they have one man who's going to be that joker, one man who's going to have that off angle. That was Immortal, who struck against the side of Godlike to perfection. If S-Power was alive for a brief period of time, the story could have been otherwise for the side of Godlike. But eventually, Velocity Gaming does know how to defend, and you can see that he's got 5 finishes for himself in those 8 finishes which his team has received. He's the one who's done most of the assault. Now the biggest concern is this: will they be able to cross over to the other side of the bridge with Big Brothers holding that bridge's circumference? And also, I want to see Uzumaki, who's traveling to the other side of the bridge. It's going to be a little hard for them to overcome this, I believe.
Speak about overcoming things, and inside the military base right now, it's just a complete land of soldiers, or maybe you can say the land of foes for every other team. But Velocity Gaming, once again, making that quick rotation from the bridge lines, but they're actually getting capped out as well. Aimbot is way too low. One single bullet is actually going to seal the deal, and that's what exactly happens. Big Brother Esports, they're here to claim all the elimination points, and they're not going to let anyone cross on over on the opposite side.
Big Brother Esports on the other side. CS Shadow is going to be a little bit of a blessing in disguise for the side of VLT. Just in case they could understand that Big Brothers are now being shot, they would have continued their journey to cross over to the other side of the bridge. But guess what? They're going to be using those, probably the footpath on the sides to make sure that they travel around rather than coming in those vehicles and getting shot as Kemin Esports continue their assault. Now, Kemin Esports do not realize that there is Godlight coming in from the other side, right? So they'll be looking forward to going for another rotation altogether. And the good side for the side of Kemin Esports has to be Shadow is still alive, and he's got 3 finishes in his name.
Godlike got wiped out a while ago. VLT is actually trying to make it in. So Velocity from the bridge lines moving in towards the military island. And yeah, well, this might be a bit of a tougher rotation, but Kemin Esports, they're completely distracted on the enemies in the front lines. And even Team Miyavi actually managing to find out one of the knockouts on the players of Kemin Esports. So even things are getting a little too difficult on that side of the map as well. Team Miyavi, they're doing a fantastic job in getting the confirmations claimed up too. And Velocity Gaming, just like that, they find themselves in a comfortable spot inside the circle. Team Mayhem too, just chiming inside a fight against the players of Spider, and knocks did happen back and forth.
Now this is where Team Mayhem have to be very, very careful, because Warrior right now, his position has been completely compromised, and they're at the epicenter of the circle, and they can expect shots to be coming in from every nook and corner. But let's not forget that holding the corners of the circle in an island like this can be a little problematic, because you'll have to run out in the open to come to the epicenter. But this is how the cookie crumbled as Z-God got taken out. S-Power was a bit confused as to where Immortal was, but Immortal, with that pre-fire, was able to knock out without any damage. He was able to finish off the side of Godlike as it was nothing for him.
I mean, look at this replay with how just things escalated. Big Brother Esports too, They were just holding or guarding the bridge lines. They also wiped out the entirety of Reckoning Esports. But while doing so, even they lost out on one of their own. But at least they were able to make it out alive from that spot. Later on, they tried their best to tame the players of VLT, but unsuccessful in that fact too. Team Miami with this two-man squad, they're still able to make it out alive, but now this is where the real challenge begins. Team Miami need a breach inside the upcoming safe zone as well, unless if they're just going to straight up try to ram their vehicles against Kemen Esports, then that can be an interesting fight.
I believe that Kemen Esports are actually prepared for it, and that's why they're hiding at the perfect spots. They know that, you know, Team Mayavi doesn't have a clue that somebody could be hiding in a small places like this. I know it's a very good hard cover to take a fight from, but eventually one good grenade can do otherwise. Mayhem is going to be trying to third party the situation as Legit gets taken down. Kemen Spy OP has got that deadly Groza in his hand. Will be looking forward to go forward and put him down with two other teams coming in and the divided attention. Probably Kemen Esports, I don't think so they'll be able to survive this assault.
Yeah, even VLT is taking shots against them. So Kemen Esports right now, they're in a world of trouble. Legit too. Blacks actually got completely eliminated from the game a while ago. Legit as well getting eliminated. So Team Miami now just down to that one last glimmer of hope. Pro. And he's got a decent loadout to back himself up with. M416 S12K to back him up in the clotheslines. Let's see how he's going to try to fight it out against the players of Kemen Esports. A man is quite close. Bro, he whiffs a couple of shots, but it's okay. At least he's softened up the soul.
Now this is where Pro's location has been compromised, right? I really want to see how Kemen Esports from here on will be able to put that final nail in the coffin against the side of Team Mayavi. As of now, it looks like he's the last man standing, but at least as he realized that, you know, he can be shot by VLT. Before even I could speak that, VLT strike to put him down, and that's the end of the story for the side of Team Mayavi. I was expecting them to at least take one person down from the side of Kemen Esports before going down, but being in the open did punish them ruthlessly.
Indeed it did. And Velocity Gaming, Immortal, in an interesting spot. Just looking out the windows, trying to fight some players in the front. For Velocity Gaming, still, they're barely making it inside the safe zone, so that's good news. As I mentioned, without any troubles, this team was able to find themselves a really good spot in the safe zone, and now Kemen Esports too, somewhere around the enemies. And not in a comfortable spot, that's for sure. Having only this one single rock to stay alive. It's by OP. And now he's just starting to lay down a couple of smokes to provide him that cover, that visual blockade from the enemies.
Now I think they're digging their own grave over here. If this grenade connects, then that could be a little bit problematic. Even though both of the players have come to a split, I believe that, you know, Sahil as versus Sahib, both of them know that Kemen Esports have already pushed in closer. Look at that, the grenade is going to be connecting, doing a lot of damage. Running out in the open like that is the last thing you would want to do against a team who has a very good hard cover for themselves. Kemen Esports, Spy OP, the last man, will now be restricted. They're not going to keep their eyes off this man until he's finished off. And Team Mayhem, they wouldn't mind going into the circle with that finish, but rather they would not want to take any other fight because there's a lot of teams inside the circle gatekeeping.
Kemen Esports going for the patch-ups once again, and Team Mayhem having that solid cover to play with. That's why Kemen Esports is getting a little too tough to reach inside the circle now. Even Velocity wanting to chime inside the action. Ooh. And they're here to claim that elimination point. But no, Spy OP still manages to keep himself alive because of that DBS in the close. And also a little bit of third-party action from Mayhem.
Now this is where Kemen Esports are going to thank their stars because VLT was looking very, very strong. Least did they expect a team from inside the circle to actually attack at them. But you just can't think that there's no teams inside the circle aiming at you, right? This is a circle, as I said, which has to be in the open, but Spy OP, his prediction game, he was able to see that player even before the smokes could be deployed, but eventually he was able to do the damage. This is the moment where Spy OP shows that he's very, very good at close range. The flick comes in at the right moment, puts two players down with just two pop shots.
Oh, that snap from the crosser straight up to the enemy's domes. Nicely done. This man just ate him alive, devoured them inside the lobby, and now Spy OP is trying to make a desperate rotation, a desperate run in search for a good compound, and actually straight up going to find themselves against the players of the world of battles, and eventually he gets wiped out as well by Metal Esports.
Metal Esports, the only team who has got nobody in their backlines, will now try to concentrate their assault to the team in front of them or to the right of them as TWOB is trying to finish off the side of BB. Big brothers, we have to give credit to this team for surviving for so long and try to, you know, make it inside the circle. They have just two men standing right now. Uzumaki is one of those players who was picked up by his teammate at the bridge line, and bringing the team into the top 5 with just two men needs a lot of credit in a lobby like this. But ultimately, it gets finished off even before I could complete the sentence. Kyoya is going to be the person putting up that grenade. I mean, by the time I start to commend the team, it seems like they're just getting finished off.
I mean, top 4 teams alive, only Arca. And from which one of those is Spider Esports too. And Goku, oh, he's being a sneaky assassin. He does not want to let his position get taken away just like that. Having that anonymous aura in his position can give him so much of an advantage in the future. I mean, he already has a big striking point, and if he wants to, he can definitely go ahead and strike down the player of Mavericks Esports in the front in the name of Biscuit. He can dip him in the water if he wants to, but still, Biscuit taking a couple of pop shots against the enemy lines. He did manage to find a knockout, but then he gets shot at from the back, but it's the players of Metal Esports who save his back.
Now, did Metal Esports do the biggest mistake of their life by taking out an enemy who could have been their friends? As I said, in a battle royale game, my enemy's enemy could be my friend. And with the push coming in, and two teams will be trying to gatekeep them from making it inside the circle, if TWOB will be able to put a proper grenade towards the side of Top Dog, then the story can be way too different for the side of Metal Esports as the push has started to come in. Top Dog taking cover behind those rocks and through those trees as Paradox has got into a vehicle to come in a bit more closer. MAV Team 11 on the eastern side of the map or on the right side on our screens will slowly come through those smokes and try to see whether they can strike down. It seems like Biscuit has already got a knock against the side of Kyoya, and Paradox will have to go in for the revival. If they continue shooting, they might find another person. TWOB, hell is getting taken down over here. Things are not looking great for either of these teams.
Indeed it is not. And Metal Esports is the only team with the man advantage too in these final moments. So, just bombarding down that visitor tower, making sure that anyone, if they're camping in there, they will be wiped out from the existence. Metal Esports, they know there's a chance they can get third party, and that's what sort of happened as well. Mavericks, they're wanting to take advantage of this entire fight. That's proven up in the front, and they're also claiming all the elimination points that are just walking around in the lobby. The knockout confirmed. Biscuit is going to try to move up close and personal against the players, but still, Top Dog's position's anonymous. He's inside the smoke, trying to keep himself shrouded and unknown.
3v2v1 situation. Striker will be the person who will be trying to hold on to his breath, to hold on to his position. A Molotov is going to be tossed in, making sure he pushes into the small room outside. But I don't think so Metal have an angle to put that room also on fire. They're just going to wait it out. They're just going to try to put that grenade into that small house so that he gets burned down. And it seems like they've successfully put it into that house, but he was able to somehow, you know, escape from that ground filled with fire.
Oh my god. Nice. Spots out the snake and instantly confirms it as well. Unkush out of the game. Still top 3 teams alive, but now Striker is going to be strike down with so many utilities onto his face. It's going to get tough to avoid all of those. Another nade tossed in from Kyoya, but considering it's not exactly in that closet room, he's going to be safe for now. Striker is still inside that upper floor, but Kyoya actually misplaces that nade. But in the end, it's the players of Metal Esports who do come out on top, and nicely done. Metal Esports able to kick things off in a fantastic note inside the first game of the day.
Very, very impressive round from the side of Metal Esports. I did see them, you know, when the time was right, they deployed all those smokes. Until then, they had not used any of those smokes, and that's the most important thing for them, which helped them out. But ultimately, even in the final moments of the game, they had stacked up so much throwables that they could finish the job with just throwables coming their way. But you know what? One other team which I was impressed with has to be the side of VLT, because the way they were able to restrict 2 players pushing towards them in the lighthouse area and also coming into the circle, I mean, and also putting up almost 11 to 12 finishes in a lobby like this, they need to be credited.
Exactly. Well, in general, that previous game was just so fantastic. Circle as well, playing so many mind games. Teams like Godlike getting wiped off the pad. Yeah, before they were able to secure a decent amount of elimination points, but still in the end, when they try to make that push happen against VLT, they got wiped out. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to push to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team? Hey, गाइस रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी स्मोक कर
साइड साइड मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
थैंक यू। नाइस वन, परफेक्ट।
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है। ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई
प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
ऑन गाइस, कंपाउंड होल्ड। कोई नहीं है सामने। सेंटर स्लैम। स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कनें और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो।
खत्म कर दो।
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to BGIS The Grind. Of course, we are back after a very short break with a little change in panel. I have joined the desk with Arka, and Necro is on a break. But for you guys, I have some exciting news, of course, because Road to Valor is actually bringing in a new edition, and that is the addition of the Indian faction to the game itself. And for you guys, there's an exciting event. Go to their social media pages, and in the event, guess the Guardian. Comment section is for you guys to guess the name of the Indian faction that is coming. And if you are amongst the 5 lucky winners, you might get some crazy rewards. Me and Johnny, we have already applied for it, but as you both know, I mean, our luck isn't really as good. Arka, what do you think? Are you going to win something?
I mean, I've just spammed the name out there, and I'm also sure how much I love the game already. Eventually, as I'm learning how to use these new warriors which has come out, I think that, slowly I might get addicted to this game as well.
Of course. But speaking about the day itself, right? An amazing game right to start off things, to kick things off right off the bat itself. We'll witness the action once again in the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. Metal Esports, the kind of a performance that we got to see from them in this game is something which we always associate, right? We always associate these good performances. Of course, Team Maya, we also had a good start with them taking this initial fight. Godlike also took this amazing fight, but then I think they got wiped out. Arka, give me your views about this whole game. What do you think? You were the one who were casting this game. So how was the flow of the game? How did things look like?
It looked like everything was under control for the side of Team Godlike for an extent, but the fight which they took against the side of BLT, and so goes for the side of RGE as well. Both of these teams got taken out near the bridge area itself, and very less did we witness any of those vehicles getting those finishes. But I have to say this, there were several teams in the final circle who were worthy of the rotation which they were taken. But XNOR Esports on the other side were also one of those teams who got finished off in the midway. RGE, this is where the final nail in the coffin went. BLT, the way they took down the side of Godlike was so impressive. I mean, I have to point out Immortal, who was doing the damage. He took down Z-God as well as S-Power from one corner, and Octavius was able to put down the other two as well. But that did not end for the side of BLT. There was another team which was rushing in towards them, and they were very well prepared for it. GE on the other side did try to give a very good fight, but TWOB was way strong and way ahead of them, and they were able to execute a perfect the execution against the side of GE Phoenix.
Honestly, what I think, TWOB, they came in as a dark horse in this particular round of BGIS. Their grind and their performance definitely has surprised us all. Because yes, you do agree, we all agree that this organization is pretty big, but the lineup was fairly new and fairly inexperienced. And the fact that they're coming into this round performing so brilliantly is something which we did not really expect. Even XNOR Esports, as a matter of fact, right, they are at the tip top of the group, competing with Blind Esports for that #1 spot. This was one of the occasions where they got slightly picked off by Blind Esports, and this moment by Spy OP, it was pure magic. I mean, when you've got the DBS and you utilize it to perfection, it's so beautiful to watch. It's almost ASMR to a point.
Yeah, and also after that, I was hoping that he's going to stay alive because he had the best loadout in the lobby with the Groza as well as a DBS. But ultimately, the final moments of the day came down to Metal Esports were able to execute something so phenomenal because they took one fight at a time, and they knew that even though they were getting caught off guard by the side of Mavericks, they did not extend themselves too much, to come and fight them out. Striker helped out the side of TWOB by putting down one of the players. Then it became much more easier for them as Kyoya was able to put up a very good grenade. And let's not forget Paradox's contribution in the final moments as well. He was able to trace that footprints which was happening in the watchtower, and every single time he heard the footprints move right, he used to be on the right to put the throwables. When it was left, he used to be on the left.
Absolutely. I mean, getting those sound cues and reacting to them is something which we call the fundamentals of the game, of course. And these are extremely important when you are playing at the competitive stage because, of course, there is so many things happening. There is so many immense strategies which teams apply. But at the end of the day, you've got to stick to your fundamentals. You've got to stick to the basics. And that is what the secret sauce of success is, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, a lot of number crunching is also going to come across. You will have to have a look at how many points did these teams acquire, because we know, as a matter of fact, Metal Esports were somewhere in the mid pack, right? They were the ones who were trying to climb up, and with this victory, I think, right, they did make a decent jump. I believe that they are somewhere in the top 32 right now. All that they've got to do today is to try and solidify that position inside the top 32, ladies and gentlemen, because once again, I'm going to take a moment and explain to you how big the stakes are right now. If you qualify, or if you are inside the top 32 from BGIS The Grind, you get a direct entry to round 3 of the BGIS, which is the round of 256 teams. If you fail to do that, if you fail to be inside the top 32, then of course you get an entry to round 2 of the BGIS, where 512 teams are going to be competing. So of course you want to increase your chance, you want to go further into the competition, and that's why this last week of the grind is so important for us, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, speaking about importance, one thing which I learned from the previous game was the use of utilities, especially smoke grenades. No, I don't know how come the teams were able to carry so many smoke grenades with those bullets in their backpack, but ultimately in the final circles, let me tell you, TWOB were able to execute really well against the side of GE thanks to the smokes grenades they were carrying. Metal Esports as well, they were able to push towards that watchtower using those smoke grenades. And there were so many smoke grenades. Around 10 smoke grenades, if I'm not wrong, was used by Metal Esports at the final moments of the game, just to come across from one building to another, which is not even 30 to 40 meters, because they wanted to make sure the enemies were completely confused as to from where the enemies are pushing in from. But ultimately, even before that, we saw the DBS and the Groza action which took place, where XNOR Esports pulled off something phenomenal. Over there as well, I saw around 5-6 smoke grenades to be used as well. So I believe the MVP of this game, according to me, have to be the smoke grenades which were deployed. if does that make sense in any way?
All right. For sure, it actually does. I mean, smoke grenades are so underappreciated at this point. I mean, we always talk about the big guns, the DBS or probably the M416s, but at the end of the day, I always feel like smoke grenades play such a crucial role in every particular team's success. But of course, there is one more thing that actually plays a very crucial role in team success, and that is the MVP, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Immortal from the side of Velocity Gaming, who is the MVP of the map of Erangel with 5 finishes, Arca. This man single-handedly led VLT to 5 finish points to their name. Of course, it's completely varied this time round. The top 5 players come in from different teams. Team Mayavi They have sent in Pro in the second spot of the top 5 players with 4 finishes. Spy OP, of course, had to be there, especially after that monumental clutch with 4 finishes. Sarvit as well as Kyoya with 4 finishes respectively. It's absolutely crazy to think that these players have been so consistent, Arka, throughout the game.
What I love the most is how these, all these different teams have come to play over here, and every single team will have so many finishes in their point standings that this time the overall standings won't be dominated by a single team. I understand that 15 points being rewarded for the winner chicken dinner. Apart from that team, look at that, they've got 22, but the rest of them, the way they've shared it is 12, 18, 11, 11, 11 and 10. So until the 7th position, and this is the first time I'm able to see something like this when it comes to the grand finals of the grind itself, that several teams have a double digit when it comes to the point standings, total points.
Exactly, but one surprising thing about this whole points table situation is Velocity Gaming at the 6th spot. I mean, 1 placement point and 10 finishes. They've got the highest number of finishes in the entire lobby. It's just that they could not survive till the late game. Otherwise, I believe that this game could have possibly been theirs, especially when you've got 10 finishes to your name. It seems like you are in top form. The same sort of goes for both Reckoning as well as Mayavi with 5 finishes and 4 finishes respectively. It's just a matter of time when these teams actually come out of their slumber in the placement points department and actually get a lot of points on board for themselves. Because, Arka, what I feel is personally, placement points always form a massive chunk of a massive proportion of your overall point standings. You might get those bonus finish points here and there, but placement points have to be almost 60 or 70% of your total tally. Also, speaking of another team who has not sort of performed today so far, has to be Team Godlike, and it seems like this team is definitely lacking in some confidence, Arka.
I wouldn't say it was the confidence when it comes to this game. The circle shifted far away from them to the southern island. They did not prioritize the circle first and, immediately started to traverse. They were waiting for few teams to come across the bridges, and then they came in a little late to see if there was any kind of a bridge camp. And once they understood there was only one team holding, I believe it was Z-God who told his teammates that there is somebody at the lighthouse. Probably we can put them down. They did not expect the retaliation of VLT to be so strong. And I have to say this, S-Power did lead the fight previously before they went into that light tower, and they were expecting S-Power to do something phenomenal as well. But it was Immortal who became that key card for the side of VLT, was able to move around, was able to keep his enemies predicting, and the pre-fire scenario which he was able to create did help the side of VLT to put an end for them.
Well. I mean, we can only theorycraft at this point for what went wrong and what went right in the match that has been done and dusted. But ladies and gentlemen, what is done in the past is done in the past. Next up, we are going to have a look at the map of Miramar, of course. These are going to be the teams who will be playing in this game, of course. Starting off with Gladiator Esports, Hindustan Gaming, and Growing Strong, of course. Growing Strong is pretty high up in terms of the overall standings. They had a fantastic first day, almost acquiring 50 points off just 2 games that they've played so far. And of course, Group 8, they are going to repeat once again. So Team Godlike and Velocity Gaming, Medal Esports, as a matter of fact, all of them will get a second opportunity. Medal Esports, I think for them, the agenda would be to solidify that position inside the top 32. Of course, for Team Godlike, who is reeling at the extreme bottom, ladies and gentlemen, for them, they really need to start their ascent, because I'm pretty sure this team is capable of a lot more, isn't it, Arka?
I would say that Miramar is one of their strongest forte, because they always go to the center of the map. Hacienda del Patron, the House of the Mafia, is where they usually drop off, and from there they have ample amount of loot to start their assault. Hopefully, keeping our fingers crossed that the circle might be happening to the center of the map itself, so that it becomes a little bit of an added advantage. The reason why I have a soft corner for this team right now is because they need to put those points on the table. One small boost, and I feel that Godlike will be not only just climbing the ladder, they'll be running up the ladder to reach on the top of the table itself. But ultimately, we also have teams like OR Esports, who are also kind of suffering in this situation, especially in this phase of the tournament. And let's not forget that there are some really good tigers or really good demons in this lobby in the name of Hindustan Gaming as well, who have a very, very strong hold when it comes to the map of Miramar. Their maximum number of wins, or when it comes to Miramar, that is their strongest forte as well.
Definitely, and I just had a look at the stats, which is open on my second screen right now, and it seems like Team Godlike, right? They don't really have a lot of points right now. They're still reeling at the bottom with single digit. But just like
Yeah.
you mentioned, they need just one good game to actually start contending for that top 32, because the mark which has been drawn, or the line which has been drawn for the top 32, is not that high so far. It's somewhere in the mid 20s, and you can
Yeah.
get 20 points from just one good game itself, right? One big chicken
Exactly.
dinner with probably 10 finishes is something which is enough to put you in contention for the top 32. And once again, a second
Yeah.
good game would probably take you much higher in the overall standings as well. So for Godlike, it's still not the end of the world for them, and all that they've got to do
Exactly.
is figure out that one good game, figure out that team synergy once again. But ladies and gentlemen, we will witness if Miramar, which is supposedly their home ground, turns out to be the map where they can change their fate, of course. But the flight has taken off, and I'm going to be your captain for the day. Joining alongside with me is going to be co-captain Arka, and he's going to give you the flight path and the destination of this particular flight.
Starting all the way from Impala, ending towards Chumasera area. I really want to see how teams will be able to tackle out, because I've seen several teams have their drop location towards the side of Torre Hamuda or Campo Militar, and Crater Fields and El Pozo has also been home for several other teams as well. So for them to traverse all the way, or to glide all the way towards their drop location, is going to be a little hard. And just in case any other team hits the ground first, we'll be able to get the right kind of guns and come out and, you know, shoot the air, those birds in the air. Probably they'll be getting those early knocks and finishes for themselves. But let's not forget that there's one other team which is looking the strongest so far. At least yesterday, they had a very, very good run, and they would want to maintain that momentum, has to be growing strong. I mean, yesterday they pretty much impressed me in every department. Let it be assault, let it be the rotation, let it be the IGLing, which has come from the IGL. Every single box has a tick mark in it.
Definitely, as a underdog team, I feel like growing strong, they have impressed us all, right? And there are a couple of underdog teams who are in that top 10 who we will be looking out for very specifically. Of course, one of them you've mentioned, growing strong, and then there's Arsla Esports as well, who has been pretty consistent with both their finish and the placement departments. But look at this though, an early skirmish sort of building up in this region. LOC Esports versus Blood Rose. Now, these two teams quite close to each other, but still no initial contact has been established, which means that no shots being fired as of yet. But as soon as that first contact is established, as soon as that first man goes
Oh
down,
no.
I feel that is going to be the start of something. It seems like here something else is building up. Z-God, oh my god, for Godlike. I don't know what's happening. Z-God was caught off guard. Big Brother Esports, all of them just climbed on top of this man, and he had nothing to do. He had no help, no support from his teammates whatsoever. And Team Godlike, they suffer early.
I would say that, you know, Godlike, every single map they start, they come up with a different strategy. They're not sticking to one strategy. Even now, as we can see, that Shadow, he knows that he has not got a vehicle and is pretty much in the open with just level 1 helmet and level 1 vest. Still wants to take those fights, and eventually when the retaliation comes in from the other side, especially if it's a headshot, this is what's going to happen. Neo from far away, who wants to come and save his teammate, might also get into trouble just in case he gets caught off guard, and that could be the beginning of the end for the side of Team Godlike.
Yeah.
As I said, every single map they play, they come up with a new strategy. In the map of Erangel, instead of keeping a little distant from one another, they were sticking together as they rushed in towards the team. But in the map of Miramar, where it's a very, very big map, here they're trying to play that split position, and due to which they have been punished ruthlessly by the hands of Big Brother Esports, who in fact are going to be very, very happy to get those early 2 finishes, and from here on we can expect them to perform much, much better.
You know, Arka, I feel like it's the right time for me to give a sort of a picture to all the new viewers who are joining in through Geo Cinema, who haven't really been following the BGMI circuit so far and are fairly new to this community. probably this is not the true face of Godlike, all right? To every one of y'all who is wondering that Godlike, we've been saying that this is one of the best teams in the country, but then watching them suffer at the bottom of the overall standings, you might
Yep.
feel like this is not the team that we were talking about. But to be honest, there's always one of those down phases. There's always those phases where none of your shots hit. There is no confidence in the team. There is no communication in the team, and it just falls apart. The team just falls apart, and there's that phase when they can't do anything right. And in every sport, be it in traditional sports or be in esports as well, form plays a very important factor. Form and mentality should be at its peak if a team wants to compete at the highest level. And it seems like for Godlike, it is not that case. The case is not that fairly simple. At the end of it all, I feel like Godlike Esports, a team who has dominated in the past several tournaments, winning several tournaments after several tournaments, I feel like for them to make a comeback, just like we were discussing, they need that one good game. They need that one good fight. And they need to reinstill the confidence in them that we too can make a comeback from at this point. Because otherwise, this team falling apart, it definitely hurts me a little, Arka.
Agreed on several points you put out there regarding the side of Godlike. But now looking at the side of Growing Strong, I feel few teams need to learn from these teams. Because Growing Strong is one of those teams who do not want to take a fight until they're completely loaded. As of now, you can see how Godbot has got level 2 helmet, level 2 vest. He's got some grenades, he's got some smokes, he's got a first aid for himself. He's well equipped for close range, he's got the S12K, and for mid range, he's got that M14. And when you have such kind of a farming done, it does help you out to then go in for a fight and gives you a fair chance in that for 4v4 frontal battles. And let's see whether they'll be able to continue their assault, as VLT on the other side is one of those teams who have impressed me a lot lately, especially Punk, who has always been an assaulter for other teams. After he's come over here and been an IGL, he's leading the fight from the front. And not only that, he's one of those leaders who makes me say that you have to lead by example and not by force. And he's been successful in living up to that lines so far.
100%. I feel like Punk was such a superstar when he was just assaulting. But then, this is when the true nature of a superstar comes by, right? When he knows how to take added responsibilities. And the fact that now he is IGLing and doing so brilliantly, it's just exceptionally good to watch. And I just hope that this team goes further and beyond with his leadership, of course. But at this point, in this game so far, I feel like there is a chance that OR might as well also make a comeback, because for OR Esports, Miramar has always been their forte. They always excel, and with Jelly's IGL, I think they will find themselves inside that good spot, inside that final circle. The circle also, Arka, is extremely tricky in this one, completely hugging the eastern shoreline. And if I'm right, I feel like it is going to end up somewhere near the right side of Minas Generalis. But as we have a look at the screen, which is on the right-hand side of our whole screen itself, a lot of shots being fired from the side of Jelly. Not a lot of them would connect, Arka. Majority of them will miss.
When it comes to Team OR, I've seen that this is one of those teams who tend to rotate perfectly inside the circle. They'll somehow find themselves in the final moments of the game, and not once, but I've seen them do that several times in the map of Miramar. It's just that once the circle becomes a bit congested, they do not understand which side to take the fight from, and eventually from then on, they start to get extinguished from the lobby itself. But I hope this time that they're well prepared, they're well planned, because once you start to rectify those mistakes and you start to work on your weakest link, the strongest one will follow up.
Team Psych. Now, of course, they have some extremely experienced players in their lineup. Of course, CV, one of the most experienced players that we have seen in this lobby so far. Team Psych definitely have been performing, but I am concerned with the number of points that they have acquired. Like, they were somewhere in the 40 to 50 marker in terms of the overall standings. It seems like all the experience is there, but performance has not been coming, Arka. And I would want to know from you, like, why is there a situation like this when you have all the experience of playing in several big tournaments, but then when you face the underdog teams, you just can't seem to score those high numbers?
the answer is very, very simple. Before I could speak further, it's going to be Mackie who gets taken down from the side of Spider, who know very well how to recoil, maintain the recoil of that 4x spray. I mean, Max is going to eventually come and get his revival successful, but Ashur wants to make sure that he instills fear in the opponent's heart. Just, these are the shots which make sure that the opponents do not rush in towards you. With the circle forming up, with Lab and Data being the center, now it's going to be very, very interesting, because most of the teams in the blue will now have to make it inside the circle. And with a lot of space and a lot of teams outside, it's going to be the rotation clashes which is going to be taking place, and only those teams who's going to avoid all of that and make it to the center of the circle will be rewarded with a very, very good placement points. Now, coming back to the question you had asked me, right? How come when you have so much experience, yet you're not able to perform against the side of the undergods? There are two points for this answer. First one being, they know your gameplay. They've seen you play. When you're an experienced player, they would have read each and every moment of yours. They would have read and made sure they counter strategize
100%.
against you. The second one is they have nothing to lose. What they're going to do is they're just going to come ram into you, make sure they finish you off. Even if they're getting finished off, they do not care, because they know that this is the only opportunity they've got. It's either do or die, and that is how they tend to take those fights as well.
Yeah. A man who has nothing to lose definitely is one of the most dangerous species, of course, and it seems like the underdogs, or the undergods rather, are one of the most dangerous species in the lobby right now. Of course, as we do tend to have a look at the circle, it takes a hardship towards the mainland, completely cutting off the shoreline as of now. But just like you mentioned, Arka, there is so many teams who are inside the blue zone right now, the zone where you get damage, of course, chip damage little by little, and it sort of increases as we progress further into the game. The teams will have to rotate early so that they enter the safe zone and not take those chip damages. But also, one point which you correctly mentioned is the fact that there will be a lot of rotation clashes, especially when we get to see a circle so far towards the eastern side. All the teams who are rotating from the west will converge on one particular point of the map, and that is where a lot of these fights will brew up. So it'll be interesting to watch out how that western shoreline of the circle towards Picado, Graveyard, and San Martin light up with so many teams being housed in those compounds that are there. It is going to be an urban warfare, but I am so excited, Arka, to find out. It's just the calm before the storm, but as soon as fight breaks out, I'm pretty sure that Miramar, it won't exist the way we know it does.
Stage 3 is one of the most crucial stages when it comes to the map of Miramar, right? The hardship would have been completed, and from here on, if you're holding the center of that circle, you'll have a better chance to rotate into the next upcoming circles. But one thing which I have to remind each and every viewer, in the map of Miramar, no matter how close you are, you're still far away. So you need to strategize accordingly. And ultimately, we're able to see that all 16 teams, let me remind you again, all 16 teams are still alive and doing good in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, only godlike are the ones who have just lost a couple of players in the process, and that too was because of a miscommunication in their landing. Their drop location was certainly not in the ideal spot, and they were being picked off. I think it was Bloodrose Esports who actually picked them off. I'm not exactly sure, correct me if I'm wrong, but godlike certainly are the only ones who have lost a little bit of their potential chances of getting that big chicken that we were talking about. Right up front, they had Team GE Phoenix. Shot being fired, and Neo is going to find it off. Beautiful stuff. Right onto the head. The skull has been broken off, and Ravina, she won't get revived anytime soon because she's going to succumb to her injuries. One finish point for Team Godlike. And it's Team GE Phoenix who are now supposed to react.
Now, Godlike on the other side, still proving that they're worthy of fighting in this lobby. They have two men standing who wants to rake up as many finishes as possible, because they know in case even they do enter the final circles, and if there is more than 5 teams, they won't be able to fight against those men who have all 4 men standing, right? The man disadvantage is eventually gonna finish them off. So they want to put as many fights as possible, probably pick up as many finishes as possible before making it into those circles. But GE Phoenix on the other side, who did not even dare to go back and save their teammates, might have some troubles further in this game because of a mindset like that. But look at what's happening on our screens right now. Metal Esports is going to be cooking up that grenade. It's going to be BB Saif, who doesn't have an idea that a grenade is going to be cooking towards him.
Oh, it's
But at the
nice.
final moment, he
Nice!
was. Oh, it seems like when I thought that he, somehow dodged it, two of the players were cooking up a grenade at the same time, and all he had to do was fall prey for both of it.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful stuff from them, of course. Big Brother Esports, they were the ones who suffer casualty in this particular fight. Saf was the only one who was left back in that particular region, and he had no business being there. Of course, paying the price. Even GE Phoenix paid the price in that situation. Now, one thing which I'm a little upset about is the fact that Ravina was the one who actually got caught off guard. Now, Ravina for GE Phoenix has been the flag bearer for the team. I'm not saying that she has individually carried the team to success, but there's been situations when the team was down. She was the one who stood up and gave us performances which we never thought. She got us chicken dinners for Team GE Phoenix all by herself. So it's kind of a little disheartening that she was the one who got picked off. And now look at this. Even Sriju and Thakur and YT are in a sandwich situation. Both of them have been knocked out mid-rotation. And there is nothing that their final teammate could actually do apart from trying to just run away from this situation, because this is an absolute deadlock setup by LOC Esports with players being split up. And as soon as anybody passes through the region, all of them would get shot down. And now it's turn for Neo to actually bear the brunt of it. Clown is constantly spamming those mini 14 bullets, a lot of which will connect, and has power from the distance. It's VLT who has knocked him down. LOC also respond. So many things are happening, Arca. It's going down. Miramar, it's Mayday on Miramar right now.
These were the teams who chose for the late rotations and now having a very, very tough time. Neo will have to do a 1v2 against the side of VLT to try and survive and get those position points. But Octavius, the person who got a knock, will be getting that successful finish as well. It seems like Aimbot was the person who was able to put him down. But Neo is getting ready for that close range battles with that S12K. He did put some shots, but not much damage has been done. The blue is also doing a lot of chip damage for both these players, and that's why Neo wants to right now fall back inside behind that vehicle, get himself healed, and then come back over here. As Octavius and Immortal, the more they delay this, the more troubles they'll be in. They understand that it's important for them to make it inside the circle, and that is why immediately they're going to pick up that vehicle and go and try to come in from a different angle altogether. Neo is still left guessing as to where the side of VLT are, as Octavius and his teammate are holding this beautiful ridge, and now they could be in deep trouble as the shots can be taken over here. Neo won't miss much. He already done a lot of damage and probably will successfully be able to get a knock, just in case the blue doesn't affect him. But he was so committed to that fight that he had to say goodbye from the lobby.
He did not have any first aid kits whatsoever, and that is one of the reasons why he did not even want to enter the circle. He just tried to get a couple of finish points for his team, but he was unsuccessful, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, Team Godlike is the first team to bid goodbye from this lobby itself. It certainly is evident that something is going wrong inside the team, and I just hope that they can come back, fix things up, and come back as strong as they always do. But look at this situation right now. You've got 4 teams in front of our screens right now. You've got Mavericks, you've got Warmania, if I'm not mistaken, you've got Growing Strong, and Team Psych. It's going to be interesting to find out which team actually reigns supreme, because this is such a nice urban warfare. I love watching these fights, Arca. There are teams everywhere. You take shots everywhere. Third-party potential is certainly there. Faith will be looking to capture another finish point for himself onto SG7OP, and no reaction from the rest of the Warmania crew so far. So it's pretty interesting to see how they react, because when you are in a deadlock like this, you can't afford to escape from the compound you're in. As soon as you come out in the open, there are going to be shots from multiple directions, which you can't really evade.
Psych is one of those teams who are getting shot right now from the hands of BR, and guess what? Metal Esports are going to say goodbye from the lobby after getting a winner chicken dinner in the first game. They couldn't do much in this kind of a lobby. Probably it's because they were caught off guard trying to take those late rotations. As you can see, most of those bodies are there near the lab and data area and way inside the blue zone as well. VLT will be losing their star player of the previous game. Immortal has already been wiped out, so they have 2 men standing. A lot of other teams inside the circle will have to go get those high grounds, because in an urban warfare, if you're holding the highest or the tallest building, for yourself, then you'll
Yeah.
have a bird's eye view of all the other teams, and that can give a great advantage in gaining the knowledge against them. But let's not forget
Exactly.
that knowledge is power.
Knowledge certainly is power, right? Gaining that topographical advantage is always helpful in your regard, and this is how Saf was knocked out. We were talking about this, Big Brother Esports. They left Saf out in that situation where two players were just waiting to throw in that nade. Certainly not the ideal situation where you would want to be in, but once again, shifting focus toward the circle and the conversation we were having. I love these Los Lunas circles because it can house so many different teams in so many compounds. It is one of the biggest cities in the game that we have, and every single building has its individual attributes. Some of them are extremely tall, some of them are spread out wide, some of them have extremely high rooms and stuff. So those ridges and nooks and crannies, if you know well, if you know them perfectly, I think in an urban warfare, it is going to be of utmost importance. Look at this throw. I think there is a little bit of a skirmish happening already. Big Brother Esports, they've been taking down. Rishi is bleeding out, certainly. Only one player alive for Big Brother Esports, and that's going to be Uzumaki. A lot of responsibility on the shoulder of this lad. Of course, from the back lines, it's been Team Mavericks who is putting up so much pressure that it's hard to handle, and even going strong. They've got the topographical advantage, but what can they make use of it is going to be the question.
For Esports on the other side, as I said, they somehow make themselves
Oh.
in certain parts of the circle that they can survive for a brief period of time. But it seems like they're also getting finished off. They just have 2 to 3 players left out who are now traveling to make it inside the circle. But a very, very good push, or a very, very good retreat coming in from the side of... I think it was the side of Growing Strong who got knocked out, but eventually he's going to be coming back on his knees. But what they need to prioritize right now is how they're going to be making it inside the circle. As we can see, the lone survivor of No Rules Extreme is now trying to traverse his way into the lobby, which is not going to be easy. But the only team which I'm impressed with the position they're holding and will have a greater chance of getting that winner chicken dinner has to be the side of Gladiator Esports. They were holding the shoreline, not being a part of any of those fights, and now they'll be reaping benefits as OR Esports. As I said, they don't know to take the fights when it comes to the map of Miramar in the final moments of the game, and that is why they get wiped out with no finishes as well as no placement points.
Well, we'll have to find out if they actually get wiped out or not, because Gladiator Esports, even they are inside the lobby and they are striking fear in the blood of the opposition right now. Speaking of Blood Rose Esports, they have all of their 4 players alive, and from the distance, it's Haluza who actually knocks down Shogun and has finished him off as well. It was Harsh who actually finished him off, so 1 finish point for Team Blood Rose Esports. And this team, just like I said, they're looking strong. They've got the back center of the circle with a hard cover to work with. They are completely open from all different directions. Those massive windows are going to give them so much information. They can use the TPP advantage, ladies and gentlemen. TPP, of course, is a perspective where you can see beyond the player's eye view, of course. From the backlines, Hindustan Gaming coming in, encroaching towards Gladiator Esports. It's not good news for them as Justin also bites the dust. Beautiful lead coming in, and that is it. LOC Red Ox is going to be the one who is going to find that finish for himself. Hindustan Gaming will try and look to capture another finish point from Gladiator Esports. Get themselves that little edge of the circle, possibly that complete ridge under their control, and Destro knows that. He knows he's being challenged, and that's why he wants to push up to a shack so that he can hold on just a tad bit longer, Arka.
Now this is what I told, right? HG, Hindustan Gaming, is one of those teams who know Miramar in and out. This is their favorite map as well, and that is why their rotation till now has been perfect to have all 4 men standing. There are hardly 5 teams who have all 4 men standing, and Hindustan Gaming is one of those. And they're going to be making their way inside the circle. Though other teams who were going for a late rotation will now have to face fights, and eventually it's going to be Eclipse getting 1 finish for himself. A total of 4 finishes in the name of Growing Strong right now, but look at how many teams they'll have to fight to make it inside the circle. If they get the right kind of medkit, they can go in for a heal strat and slowly make it inside the circle, as the others might get extinguished. But eventually all of that can only take place if he's got the right kind of medics for himself.
Right kind of medics, and Saad does have the M249, launches it on one of the players of Glowing Strong, and he takes in so much damage, barely surviving by a sliver of HP. It's an absolute bloodbath in the city of Los Lunas, ladies and gentlemen. And have a look at this. Team Psych just holding their ground, cooking up the nade, throws it in the direction of Team Psych. Is it gonna get a knock for himself? We'll find out. So far, the finish feed is going into an absolute frenzy. Everyone wants to use their artilleries, try and get themselves that added advantage. On the other side, it's Gladiator Esports, Destro, the last remaining survivor. Their stalwart, of course, will try and hold back the entirety of Hindustan Gaming, who want to not give away any casualties in this fight. And look at the respect they are giving. They know it's just one man who is surviving, but they also know that it might be Destro. And they know that he has the capability of taking down an entire army by himself. Does have the M416 to work with, a lot of ammunition as well. Uses a smoke to build off that soft cover for himself, and they know that. They know they can't approach him directly, so a flank would actually work. And Leader, I love this, what he's doing, trying to go in for a flank, trying to distract him with a lot of utility, flood him with as much utility as they possibly can before engaging upon him. This is fear, Arka. This is the fear of top competition. This is the fear which a tier 1 team has always inside the lobby. But of course, the undergods, they will be looking to break down that fear and make it theirs. They will be looking to get themselves the tag of the Grim Reaper, and so far it seems like a lot of teams have done that already.
I really wanted to see why Hindustan Gaming is holding back so much. It's the last man standing out there, and he did the biggest mistake of his life by putting up a smoke and try to hide inside it. Not only tunnel visioning himself, but also allowing the opponents to just put a nade inside those smokes so that he gets cleared off. But still, there has to be a reason why they're holding back so much, as BLT gets finished off because of the zone. They got 4 finishes for themselves on the 9th position. Now, how many more teams are alive in this very small circle? 6th stage of the game, we still have 18 men standing, and let me tell you, only 2-3 teams have got all 4 men standing. That means that man advantage could come into play at the final moments of the game, which could be very crucial in the map of Miramar.
Extremely crucial on the map of Miramar, especially when there are such open sight lines. And look at this, right? This is an urban warfare. Every place is smoked off. Every little pocket of space is being given out. Look at this. Another fight which actually brewed up. Saad was taking down Spider Esports. Beautiful stuff coming in from them. The DBS singing the songs of death once again. Another finish point secured, but as soon as we talk about it, a nade pops in from Team LOC and cleans him up. That is the end of Team Spider Esports, and CV is still standing tall as this bird eye view gives us an appropriate picture of what's happening. We have 7 teams and 15 players remaining in the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, and growing strong is certainly going strong in it. They have a good pocket of space where they can guard themselves from incoming bullets. But they need to enter the circle, and they are 40 meters away from it. CV is also close by. They need to clean it off as soon as they possibly can, and has the S12K to actually work with it. What is going to happen? Shot being taken. CV taking a little bit of damage, but no knock so far, and there it is. That is the silencing blow coming in from Growing Strong, and they certainly have protected themselves. But no, as soon as I say that, Godbot goes down.
Now Eclipse is going to be one of those person who will be going in for the heel strat. Hedgie is going to be pushed in, but eventually they're going to be coming out on top. MJ and Leader are the only 2 men standing. The blast radius of the vehicle will be putting down Leader as well. The last man, can he hold back the side of Team BR, who's pushing in against them? A good shot coming in from their side, or a good grenade coming in from their side can put an end for the side of Hedgie. And guess what? That's what Blood Rose will be trying to do right now. After losing Harsh, from here on, they'll have to take the violence. They have to pick up those guns and make sure that they get that assault as quickly as possible. But Hindustan Gaming, they have a vehicle to work things around with, and I know that Gladiator Esports on the other side was eliminated with 5 finishes for themselves. The last man was finally put down. LOC versus BR versus the side of Hedgie. Leader again gets taken down. A good grenade coming in from the side of BR will be putting an end for them. Growing Strong also gets eliminated because of the zone. The heat strat has come to an end now. LOC versus BR is the final 2 teams fighting, and let's see who will be coming on top to get this winner chicken dinner.
A 2v3, ladies and gentlemen, and LOC, they are trying to go in for a split. Omega trying to stop them dead on their tracks. Meanwhile, Red Ox from the backlines trying to take shots against them, trying to damage them as much as they possibly can. And Rixin has been taken down. Beautiful nade coming in. Halusa will be cast to even down the numbers. It's a 2v2 right now, and Blood Rose Esports, they will be looking to get an advantage, but no! Omega gets another knock for himself as he gets burned down. It seems like it's a 1v1 right now, and Pasha, OP, and Red Ox, this is coming down to a Mexican standoff. Only 2 players standing tall, but only one at the end of it is going to be called the winner of this particular game as they reign As they breathe, and there's a stalemate down there. Pasha, OP, and Redox just sniffing around the opposition, just trying to understand where they exactly lie as the nades are being cooked in. They still want to understand whether is it the time to launch that particular nade. I love the fact that they respect the opposition. I love the fact that they have healed themselves up to complete perfection. The smoke, of course, is going to deny the lines of sight. Nades being deployed, smokes being deployed. Both the players trying to blind fire against the opposition. And it seems like Redox and Pasha, they're still not coming into contact. 1v1, ladies and gentlemen. The one who actually wins this particular duel is going to get themselves the winner chicken dinner. Shots being connected. Redox trying to go in for that big swing. And here it comes. Pasha OP taking some jump shots, but none of them actually connect. None of them are still facing each other. There's a lot of space that they can utilize, but so far, nobody is coming out in the open. It's a matter of time. Pasha OP takes a little bit of a damage. He wants to change his direction. He wants to change his positioning as well. What is happening? This fight is drawing out way too long. And finally, Redox decides to close in the distance. Does have the M416 to work with. It is an M4 versus UMP. But still, it's a dance that is happening inside the final circle. And finally, Bloodrose Esports, they are gonna nail the final nail in the coffin. It was such a drawn-out 1v1, Arca. I never expected. I sort of thought that this was gonna end early.
Well, Bloodrose Esports at the final moments of the game, they knew they had the right kind of gun for the close range battle. An M4 versus UMP, and if you're good enough, you can pull that fight out very, very easily. But Bloodrose Esports, that one rotation which they took, even though they got the damage to come to the center of the circle and they then take the fight from there, that was a very, very clever move, and it gave him a little bit of a space to heal himself as well. So once he understood that he can heal completely and then take the fight, that is when, you know, everything stacked up towards the side of Bloodrose to get that winner chicken dinner. But you know what's more concerning for me right now is how the points table gonna look, because not many teams had more than 5 to 6 finishes for themselves. So hopefully the rest of the teams will be getting those position points as well. But disappointment again for the side of Godlike for just getting 2 finishes and getting finished off at the 13th to 14th position.
Definitely. I mean, problems do tend to continue for Team Godlike, but of course, they will need to come back strong. And we are hoping, and I'm pretty sure all the fans are also hoping that they would come back strong. But all of us, it's time for us to push to a short break. We'll be come back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार, अभी हम स्मोक करेंगे। साइड।
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई, प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार, नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब, क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने। Center slam. स्मोक कर, कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों, आगे बढ़ो। चकने।
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching BGIS The Grind, and of course, an amazing game of Miramar has just been completed. But of course, there was a small change on the panel. Arca has been taking a little break, and now Johnny is back on the screen. Of course, I mean, I always love casting with you, man. It's been great so far, and I'm gonna enjoy the next couple of games. I'm going to enjoy the next couple of games for sure. But for you guys who are watching right now, there is something which is very exciting. I mean, I've spoken it. I sound like a broken record, but it's my job to remind you guys that there is an exciting event happening on Road to Valor. An Indian faction is getting added to this particular game. So you guys go to their social media handles and in the event guess the Guardian, mention the name of the Indian faction which is happening. And if you are amongst the 5 lucky winners, you get to see some massive rewards. You can get some mythic items as well. Also, do not forget to mention your ID in the comment section. That is where all the rewards you will be receiving. But Johnny, coming back to the game itself, did you enjoy the game of Miramar? It was a Mexican standoff at the end with an urban warfare. All the check boxes of our wish list has been ticked off in this game itself, if I feel.
Yeah, all in one game. What more could you ask for as spectators? But I think that is the reason that we had to give Arca a little bit of break, because the ending to this Miramar was like a little too intense for our fragile hearts. But I think it was off to a great start. That early engagement that we just witnessed, even in the highlights, Godlike versus Big Brothers, was quite interesting.
It definitely was interesting, right? And the fact that Godlike is definitely struggling in every single scenario, right? Be it in their drop clashes, be it in their rotation, just speaks volumes that these teams certainly is not feeling themselves. They are not having the greatest of confidence, and I've also had the opportunity of speak to the players, and they definitely are struggling themselves, right, internally as well. So I just hope that they come back strong. But another team that has been definitely going strong is Team Growing Strong. I mean, just the name suggests how strong they've been at the top of the table, of course, inside the top 5, constantly performing consistently. And from an underdog team, it's just so good to watch they are being so consistent.
Yeah, even yesterday at the end of the day when we had the overall rankings in front of us, I believe Growing Strong was in quite a decent position in the top 8. So this team has been absolutely extremely consistent and absolutely phenomenal with how they like to play. But this one team, Hindustan Gaming, that is there on our screens right now, my expectations were massive from them, and it feels like even today I'm going to be let down.
Possibly. I mean, I'm no one to make predictions, especially with so much curse laid upon me, but this was the fight which happened in the end, Johnny. I mean, LOC versus Blood Rose. Omega being in the front lines got 2 knocks for himself, but instantly gets picked off. And then Pasha and Redox, they were engaged in this Mexican standoff, and it drew out for quite a long time. I mean, this 1v1, we were waiting to see its conclusion, and eventually it was the UMP which actually reigned supreme over the M4. Sort of expected, but it also sort of have to give credits to Pasha's movement in that situation, to have the guts to actually leave his cover and go towards a different cover out there, go towards the fences and try and play with the opposition's mindset. Brilliant stuff done in the fag end of the game.
It was a risky move, but hey, if you are going to be the ones taking the risk, then you might as well reap the rewards in the end as well. It could have backfired. You are extremely correct about that, but lucky for him, it did not. Although, I mean, it was an intense game, and I'm happy about the fact that in the top 3, we had all new teams, all new faces. None of the veterans were there, nowhere to be seen. It was just LOC, Blood Rose, and Hindustan Gaming who got eliminated on the 3rd position. So extremely happy that the undergods have actually, in fact, started to play like gods themselves, and that only means one thing, that if not today, if not by today, tomorrow, we might actually see a game where even the top 5 is just going to completely be comprised of these undergods.
Definitely. I'm pretty sure that the way these teams have been performing, there will be a day pretty soon where the top tier teams would be struggling to play against them, in fact. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to crunch down some numbers and have a look at what is happening on the point standings. First of all, starting with the MVP of the game, it's going to be Omega from Team LOC Esports. I mean, no surprises out there. This man was red hot in form, and his guns, they definitely were singing the songs of death.
Yeah, LOC, they have been incredible. They were also holding a pretty good spot in the overall ranking, and I think in round 3, the amount of consistency that they have displayed within the first 2 days and in the first few matches of today has been quite incredible. But look at this, it wasn't just Omega who was standing tall above everyone else in terms of firepower. His teammate Redox is right there next to him with 4 eliminations. Then we have Pasha OP with 4 eliminations representing Blood Rose Esports. Justin from the side of Gladiator. Justin has been in an incredible form recently. I mean, not just this tournament, everywhere he has been, he's just been putting the numbers up consistently. And then Faith from Growing Strong.
Growing Strong, of course. I mean, they've been looking to kind of balance out their placement points as well as finishes, and consistently in every single game, one or the other player consistently finds a place inside the top 5 players, ladies and gentlemen. But we'll have a look at the point standings from last game, and Blood Rose Esports with the chicken dinner and 11 finishes, they're going to find themselves with 26 points, closely followed by LOC Esports with 25 points, and even Hindustan Gaming 14 points to their name. I mean, Johnny, not that much of a disappointment, certainly scope of improvement as well, isn't it?
I mean, this game did result in quite a close finish between the top 5 if you think about it, because there are only a few matches where we have the top 5 in the double digits. Right now, Blood Rose, LOC, there's just a single point separating them. Then we have 14, 13 and 11 on the next 3 teams. And even on the second page, as we move forward, I mean, we have No Rules Extreme, 3 points, Spider, 3 points, Team Psych 2. So the differences that the teams were hoping to build aren't really there. And I think that can create a lot of interesting scenarios in the overall leaderboard for a lot of these teams. But I'm a little bit concerned about these big names, and I want to know your thoughts on this Salty team. Like yesterday also, it wasn't that great for them. We were talking about them a few moments ago, that there's stuff happening behind the scenes that we're not really aware about, but there are things going on. But in a situation like this, I mean, they weren't really doing that well in the overall ranking, and even in this game, it was not really a successful match.
It certainly was not a successful match now, right? There's a lot of things happening beyond the game as well. For example, health issues on the side of Jonathan. For all those who are very active in the community, for all the viewers, new viewers on Geo Cinema, you probably are not aware that Jonathan has been suffering from fever and he's been sent home. So all of these things happening beyond the scenes, health issues, team synergy issues, they do tend to happen, just like in traditional sports, in esports as well. And I feel like it's a crucial part for the team to just stick together in their down so that they can also come back strong when it actually matters. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, I think we are going to move on to the next game, the map of Sanhok. In some ways, Johnny, this map is one of my favorite maps. It actually is turning out to be one of my favorite maps because it's just so topsy-turvy.
Yeah, I mean, you expect the game to start off with like a banger of fights, and it does. It always does, especially in lobbies like these. But in this particular Sanhok, I mean, we do have this Group 2 in front of us, and in this particular group, Team Soul, they have been doing really well. But for the side of teams that I do hope do well in this particular game, the same name is going to pop up, XNOR. I want to see XNOR pop off. Group 3, I want to know from you. I mean, because as far as I can see, I think only Hyderabad Hydras and Signify are kind of having a tough time from this group. Everyone else is doing kind of fine. Skulltz as well is having a little bit of a tough time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, they are sort of a big name and people do expect them to perform. And I feel like it's just a matter of time. They're not suffering from as big of a dip like Godlike, for sure. They are somewhere in the mid pack, and me and Arka, we were talking about the points difference. It's not actually much, right? One good game and Hyderabad Hydras will be able to kind of pick themselves up. But it's just about finding that break even point, right? When a team goes into a slumber or a plateau in terms of form, I think finding that one big break is always important. And every single time you have to break down the game into multiple phases. Just get yourself one good fight, get yourself that one good rotation, and try and focus on smaller goals instead of focusing on the larger goal. Hopefully you will tick off every single check mark off your list and get yourself that goal itself, which is going to set you off. So just hoping for the best for Hyderabad Hydras so far. And Sanhok, we always know it's a table turner, Johnny. So I mean, no surprises out there.
I mean, Sanhok, we are going to be looking to few key locations. In particular, Painan, Bootcamp, Paradise Resort are going to be in our crosshairs in the early stages of the match, because those are the locations where you usually expect those early drop clashes. But coming back to the conversation we were having about Hyderabad Hydras, I think again, same thing for Hyderabad Hydras, same thing for Team Soul, Godlike, Godsreign, Gladiators, all of these well-known names. People's expectations are usually set that in situations like these where they are facing off against undergods and some of the lesser known teams, people believe that it should be very easy for teams and names like this to break into the top 8 and stay there in a comfortable manner. A few of these teams, as you said, I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, yeah, they're in a decent spot, middle pack, but middle pack for them is pretty bad. They need to step into the top 16, move into BGIS, proving that yes, they are they have what it takes to fight at the top tier, because we all know they do. And at this point, I think one thing that I think is happening right now is a lot of these big names are also experimenting with strategies with different rotation timings. Teams that have the luxury of having a substitute on the bench can even experiment with bringing in a different playing four in a particular game. So all of those experiments, all of those new calculations that are being made will definitely not work out every single time, but if something new occurs, that is what we are here to watch.
Definitely. I mean, I'm here to watch out for something new. Maybe a chicken dinner for Hyderabad Hydras. They've been just lacking on
Yes.
that one front. I mean, I've got the whole strat book open in front of me. So, I mean, in terms of position points, they've been decent. It's just the finish points where they sort of lack. And we always know the Hyderabad Hydras, in their true form, they are extremely aggressive and they're not scared to taking
Yeah.
any sort of fights against any opposition. Hopefully, in the map of Sanhok, they will be the reptile hunters. On the field. So let's just find out what happens on this map itself. Definitely the hopes are high as the map, ladies and gentlemen, is getting dolled up before the flight takes off. I'm going to be your captain for the day, and with me the co-pilot is going to be I Super Johnny. We start off from Bantai and move towards Hatin, ladies and gentlemen. The flight path, of course, is going to be in front of your screens pretty soon. And now, of course, Sanhok, since it's an extremely small map, should not be a really big problem for the players, isn't it?
Yeah, no flight path on Sanhok is a bad flight path unless it's like extremely east, extremely west, or one of the northern or the southern edges of the map. Unless the flight path is just fixed on one of those edges, you are fine. This is a small map. You can glide to wherever you please. And that also becomes a challenge because that means the other teams can easily drop clash you on your position. And you might not really be prepared to take that fight on that early in the game. But talking about
Yeah.
early fight, it feels like Skulltz. Look at them. They have gone for a 4-man wide split drop, wherein all 4 players are dropping in completely different locations. You have Zayden dropping on Docks, Phoenix landing towards the western edge of Docks. Beast is already on the way to Kampong, and Arsto has dropped between Kampong and Query. So that is quite an
Yeah.
interesting start for the side of Skulltz. And Skulltz, again, as you mentioned, is a team that did make a name for themselves during the round 2 of BGIS The Grind, but in
Mhm.
round 3, the performance has not been justifying the same.
Definitely. And I think that this drop is extremely exciting because Team Skulls, you get to see these spread out drop locations in mostly 2 regions around this map of Sanhok. In the southern parts, of course, where they try and loot those isolated compounds, they are rich, extremely loot dense. There is another region where a split drop like this is also occurs. It's nearby Camp Alpha on the right hand side, beside the hills. Of course, there are a lot of scattered compounds where teams do like to take their drops completely split up, and they know, as a matter of fact, that a lot of teams actually fancy their chances of dropping there and trying and contesting against them. It definitely is a high risk, high reward strategy because you definitely come out with better loot and a lot of first aid kits, to be very honest, if you want to go in for that heal battle. But of course, going out in the open all by yourself without any backup, you never really know where there are reptiles lurking around and where you might get shot from.
Yeah, Sanhok is a map of snakes lurking in the grasses throughout the entirety of the terrain of the map. And as Salty, you so correctly mentioned, you never want to be caught off guard by one of these snakes because they are extremely deadly. But we do see Soul Goblin out in the open, out and about, is looking to head for that truck, and those shacks are going to be cleared before he actually gets the vehicle for his team. But this is quite interesting. I mean, we hardly ever get to see this. Everyone drop comfortably on the map of Sanhok and no early drop clash. Even the prime spots like
Yeah.
Painan, Bootcamp, and Paradise Resort have been controlled by just a single team for now.
Exactly, and the BGMI gods have also blessed us with a rather basic circle, mostly favoring the mainland. There isn't really anything special about it. Does not have a lot of waterways, including as well. So I think as soon as it cuts off in the second or the third iteration, we mostly will be abandoning the western islands, the western and the southern islands, and it will shift towards the mainland. But for teams who are somewhere near Paradise Resort or Boot Camp, I think they're going to hold that region down for quite a while at least, and that might also attract a lot of attention considering the fact that there will be other teams who might try and contest for those pieces of real estate. So we'll have to watch out and find how these teams actually proceed and what sort of an approach they have once their loot is done. But look at AUTOBOTZ, how spread out they are in the northern fringes of that map itself.
It's going to be quite interesting to see how they, in fact, manage to regroup and bring themselves back together. But switching focus over to the side of Godsreign. I mean, a lot of expectations from this team. Again, one of the biggest names in the BGMI scene in India. But these days, there has been a little bit of struggle from their end as well.
Yeah.
Though we do expect
For
a
sure.
recovery soon. Now, though, XNOR. I've been talking about XNOR again and again, Salty, but I've never asked you your expectations or your thoughts about this team.
Interesting. I mean, of course, I will give you my thoughts about it, but it seems like up front we have something interesting brewing up. I mean, Prime is up in front of our screen right now, and Hyderabad Hydras in a situation where if they get caught off guard, I think the fears that we were talking about pre-game might just come true.
Oh, let's see. Team Tribal Esports, they're taking their positions. Angles being marked and checked. Joker on the other side. This is detrimental for Team Tribal Esports. Joker, he would extend it before they had any information. And look at this, 2 players instantly knocked out. Oh, Hyderabad Hydras, they see the threat headed towards them and they react instantly without any delay. And they find themselves a very, very good advantage in this fight.
Definitely right. 2 players taking down Team Tribal Esports. Certainly did not expect that. They thought that they were the ones who were playing a 4D chess in this situation. But of course, they have been struck back. And Hyderabad Hydras look to finish things off in style. Neutrino and his positioning can be the only piece of thorn in their success, but they have wonderfully isolated Richie Whitey and knocked him down. No way this man is getting eliminated, or rather revived. Neutrino, all that he can potentially do is just fall back, disengage from this particular fight, try and play for placement points, Johnny.
Well, let's see. That should be the call being given out to them, and it is. Neutrino is falling back. But the problem is they are quite out in the open, quite overexposed, Team Tribal Esports. And at this point, Neutrino, he can just pray that the players of Hyderabad Hydras do not start hunting him down. But Skulltz on a different position of the map, Kampong. It's a southeastern city, a city located in the southeastern part of this map. Signify, in fact, have gone on to lose one of their players, and it's Tansy who has gone down. Friction, he is prepared with the DBS to take on the players of Skulltz. The first shot is going to connect finally, but wasn't able to take down the second. And Zaid, and he reacts quite quick on the trade.
Yeah, he certainly was quite quick on the trade, and I love the fact that he chased him with the S12K. I mean, in close range, if your opposition is wielding a shotgun, even you have to wield something of equal sorts, and the S12K was just more than enough. Skulltz Esports definitely have secured some good points early on, and from here on they might just go from strength to strength. Signify, having lost Friction and Tansy, might have to resort to a rather passive route, and it seems like Skulltz, they are out in the open trying to hunt down the rest of the pack of Signify.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if they actually complete their hunt successfully, but this was... Well, it was off to a great start from the side of Team Tribal Esports. I believe they did realize that there were a few individuals of Hyderabad Hydras in those compounds, but Joker just pushing solo on that slope. None of his teammates had any way to protect him or provide any sort of suppressing fire, make sure the lads from Hyderabad Hydras were going to pin down. Allowed Hyderabad Hydras the opportunity to secure that free knock. And from there on out, even Prime was overexposed. He was taken down next. And after that, there wasn't a lot left to be done. Hyderabad Hydras just securing the 3 eliminations, allowing Neutrino to fall back because they did not want to overcommit. But Team Soul, look at where they are. They're surrounded from every single direction, and they don't have any cover to work with.
I think this is a very, very high-risk position for Team Soul, but they are playing for information at this point. They're trying to understand where the opposition is stationed. Even they want to contest for that mid-center of that circle itself, right? We got to see the circle. It's still stage 1, and not a lot of time has passed, but we have bid goodbye to so many players inside the lobby. And it just feels like majority of the teams, they are focusing towards that boot camp region of the circle because they know, as a matter of fact, there might not be any crazy hard shifts happening. There will be one hard shift in the 3rd iteration of the circle, or probably the 4th, but it should end up near boot camp or the surrounding regions, and that's why you will get to see majority of the teams on the move. Even Marcus Gaming, as a matter of fact, they are moving towards Camp Charlie, need to get themselves stationed in one of the good places inside the safe zone, of course. But so far, Marcus Gaming, they've looked extremely lethal, Johnny. I mean, in terms of 4v4 fights, it's extremely rare that they have lost any. Vexy with his shotgun has been absolutely precise. I mean, I don't think there is a player who is better than Vexy, especially when it comes to close quarter shotgun usage.
Yeah, I mean, the man has been in his best form for years now. One of the most consistent players in the entire community, and you can't deny him the status of a GOAT. But Marcos Gaming, as you were talking about, I think that is that one team, Marcos Gaming, that and in fact, I don't think even their fans are going to be worried about them because they are putting up incredible numbers again and again. And even if they miss out on one game, they make sure they have a pretty big, massive number on the leaderboard, on the scoreboard at the end of the next match that they're playing. So that team has figured out a way to be consistent one way or the other. But this time around, I think playing for safety from Camp Charlie and Bantai, they're going to be a little bit late to the zone. So finishing the game with the chicken dinner might be a challenge. But as I said, it is Marcos Gaming. They can do anything.
They certainly can do anything. And also, Johnny, keep a keen eye on the first hit numbers on these players, because these players who are taking in blue zone damage, I think that they have some ulterior motivation. And I am just willing to find out how many does a certain player have. I mean, those crazy numbers like 25 first hit kits or 30 first hit kits even. I think that is what they are looking forward to. 7 Habit, as a matter of fact, they have been pretty aggressive, but also extremely balanced in the final round of the tournament so far. And that is one of the reasons why they've suffered a little. They are not as consistent as they used to be. I mean, they only have 26 points from the 3 games that they've played so far. They are inside the top 32, but 7 Habits, the team that we knew from round 2, you and me, we were discussing that this team certainly is capable of being at the very top.
And I mean, we do see those same moments of brilliance from them every now and again, but I think the consistency that we were hoping for isn't really there. And look at this. This is why Sanhok, another reason why a lot of these players do get annoyed with this map. Even the houses have gaps in them, and sometimes you're going to get shot through the entire building, especially those shacks that are a little bit elevated on top of those logs. But Team Soul, it looked like they had a little bit of the competition spotted out, but how are they planning to take the fight? That is something that I'm looking forward to, because for Angry Men, they're going to be quite busy with the players of AUTOBOTZ once AUTOBOTZ actually looks forward to crossing that hill. And as you guys can see on the radar, Team Soul is in blue, and there was another team towards the southwestern side relative to Team Soul's position in red. So there's another team that's waiting and has an opportunity to third party this entire fight.
Team Soul always loves this particular region on the southern side of Paradise Resort. They always encroach upon this particular hill, trying to gain information as well as a little bit of that verticality. And they have this special little trick of climbing these unorthodox hills with the buggy, which I absolutely love. And Goblin is up there. He will be the one who will give the team a bird's eye view. But elsewhere, look at this. AUTOBOTZ are the ones who are trying to invade upon 4 aggressive men. I'm just waiting to see how can this team retaliate, Johnny. And so far, there's been no movements. In fact, a lot of damage being dealt through a nade itself. Orlo is closing in, trying to find the first knock, but so far there's been nothing. And as soon as I say that, the first knock comes in, shotgun could not really do anything. Another finish also coming their way. Autobots, they certainly are dismantling the other team up front.
Yeah, Orlo starting things off, securing the first finish of this fight. And as you were mentioning, with the way Autobots reacted, 4 aggressive men, it feels like they were so slow that they couldn't even react to it. But the Molotovs from Jadoo should be able to keep the players from sort of Autobots at bay and in fact pin down in that shack for at least the next few seconds. But after that, how will Jadoo protect him and his only remaining teammate? Just 2 lads remaining against the 4 that are charging towards them. And Mr. Spray managed to take a position indoors, lines up a nade. Does he have information as to where the last player is? I don't think so. I think this nade is definitely not connecting on Spider. It's just there, and it does not. He does not have an angle to toss it. Yeah.
I mean, the closet room inside this particular room, from this angle, of course, it's extremely difficult to actually reach. You might have to use complicated physics, quantum physics, to try and land that nade to perfection. But so far, Mr. Spray, they certainly have the advantage, not just in terms of numbers, but also in terms of mentality. Soon as Orlo stepped up, you know as a matter of fact that their movement had that much confidence that they are going to completely wipe down the entirety of 4 aggressive men. And this team, they have nothing to respond. Even Jadoo, as a matter of fact, there is no retaliation whatsoever to try and even stick with Spider-Jawed and probably try and resist. Just look at them. Like, they could not even fight back against Autobots in this whole encounter, and they were just mere witnesses to their own demise.
Yeah. It's like a sale going on, a flash sale for points over there, and Autobots were the first ones to reach the checkout. But over here, Hyderabad Hydras Joker, he's not gonna go anywhere as Skulltz do have this 1-man pinned down, and they do manage to secure the finish, reducing the numbers of Hyderabad Hydras down to 3. But instantly the trade has been brought on the board by Ultron as Phoenix is the man knocked out. Skulltz back to 4 players, a 4v3 situation in their favor, but will they pick this fight?
Yeah, it seems like they will have to pick this fight, or rather go in for a longer rotation, which is going to be a little difficult, but for sure the northeastern part of the circle on towards Paradise Resort is completely open. On the center, of course, towards Boot Camp, you have that extreme cluster of teams right there. Even Team XNOR, Soul, Autobots, Team Silent Killers, all of these big names coming close together. It seems like there is going to be an absolute bloodbath towards that region, and only few teams will come out on top. The next circle is sort of going to determine how these fights will flow across. Team XNOR under fire. And of course, I still remember your question, Johnny. You were asking me about opinions about Team XNOR. I kind of feel like the performance has been a massive letdown with just 9 points from 3 games. The kind of brilliance and the consistency that we got to see from them in round 2, it definitely isn't there so far. But what is there is the aggression from Team Skull. They're trying to climb onto the players from Signify, but beautiful retaliation. 2 players have been taken down, and now it's just Phoenix in a 1v2 situation. Alpha has been completely finished off, and now it's a 1v1 from the backlines. It's Storm and Signify. They survive. What a clutch.
I mean, it was a 2v3 situation where they started off with such a brilliant move. 1 man went from the one side of the rock first, Storm peaked next, and they managed to catch Skulltz completely off guard. But after that brilliant move, there was absolutely no need for push for Phoenix like that. Alpha could have been alive in this matchup for now, but hey, I think still kudos to these 2 individuals. Communication in that situation was on point, and lucky for them that Storm was able to clutch out that 1v1.
I think he was merely going there to just, try and get the last nail in the coffin, get himself that showboating moment. Probably is going to put out an Instagram reel as well. But, well, you try and be greedy, you pay the price for it, and it seems like they paid the price for it as well. Signify, they survive with just 1 player and Godsreign. This is going to be one of the teams who a lot of fans, a lot of players, and a lot of the members of the audience is going to watch out for. Especially their performance has been quite scintillating in the other tournaments that are going around. So in this tournament as well, they haven't really shown up, but I think it's time for them to do so, because not a lot of days remain, just 1 more, or rather 2 more days.
I mean, a few matches today and the 7 tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's all that's left between these teams and their rankings. in the overall leaderboard. A reminder, as we mentioned and we keep on mentioning, the top 32 will be moving forward to round 3 of BGIS. The bottom 32 will be moving forward to round 2 of the BGIS. So an added advantage for playing better than the competition right now, right here. Team Seoul, though, they have been surviving all this time without cover. I have to say that is impressive.
Interesting rotation, honestly, Johnny, because it was a risky move. They knew, as a matter of fact, that there are so many teams in this vicinity, but they're not scared of their vehicular rotation. We don't get to see such open moves with the vehicles on the map of Sanhok, but just like you mentioned, they're not playing for cover. They're not playing for the solid compounds. They're playing for information at this point. They're capturing information, capturing real estate of where a particular team is stationed. And look at this, Akshat. As soon as he spots down Godsreign, he's going to destroy their exit strategy, take off the tires of the vehicle, try and give them as much chip damage as they possibly can. Akshat is gonna be surprised as to who was the one who actually knocked down a player whom I was taking pot shots at. But Team Seoul, they know, as a matter of fact, that they are surrounded, and it's gonna be interesting to find out how do they react to this particular situation. It's Team TR who's coming in from the back lines.
Team Rebel, we know they do not really like to fight this early in the game. They're going to be playing for placements, but there are situations where you can't really ignore the aggression that's being brought upon you. And Team Seoul can definitely be the driving force in the collision if that fight actually occurs. But what am I seeing from the side of 7 Habits? We did see them in the distance just run down that hill. And it was a little bit of a risky situation when you look at that on the field. We see first lap from the side of 7 knocked out, and Marcos Gaming are just annihilating the team in a matter of seconds. I called it, man. That quick movement this late in the game, it's not going to work out for you. It's Sanhok, not Vikendi.
It's definitely Sanhok, not Vikendi, of course. 7 Habit, they pay the price. And, well, one of the bad habits just came out to the fore, of course. Team Seoul, they've lost Goblin in the process. And I think he was the one who was overextending. There has been major complaints from Sid, from SHUL, that this player always overextends in situations where he does not want him to be in. Well, he paid the price in Team Seoul. They are a 3-man team right now, definitely capable of doing wonders with 3 men. Hyderabad Hydras also crawling inside the play zone, not just trying to give away any information what they possibly can. But one good thing, the circle shifting hard towards them. So not a lot of distance which they need to cover, and also a soft ridge where they can use to hide their presence and be ambiguous inside this whole lobby itself.
Let's see. Transitioning to the late game situation right now, the late game stage. And a few of these teams, I believe, a call has already been made to just completely abandon team fights and play for safety. But Team Seoul, nowhere on this map is going to be safe for them. As we talked about them a few moments ago, they've been playing this entire time without any safety, without any cover. And now that plan has finally begun to backfire as 2 more individuals get picked off, and Omega, the IGL, is the last man left standing between Team Seoul and the early demise of this game. But he's not going to be standing for long. The silent killers are silent yet deadly.
They are silent assassinators in that situation. I mean, that was brilliant to watch, of course, but now look at this. Team Rebel going in on the offense. Rebel was the one who was trying to get a first knock for himself, and from the back line, she has been successful. Nikki, Alpha, and Clutchy from the other side. This is so beautiful to watch. One finish being captured. Narcotic would not be able to react, but another player gets knocked out. Team Rebel certainly not in an ideal situation, but Team Silent Killers, they have 2 players standing. They can get another squad wipe to their name. I feel it's Rebel and Clutchy are the only ones who are still standing, but they have to respect the blue zone. Explosions happening left, right, and center. And all that they're trying to do is gatekeep Team Rebel, and they were successful.
And as I said, silent killers do live up to their name. They're not going to even feel their presence up until the mid-game point, and late game is where they start showing their true colors. But Anand, oh my goodness, the delay that was there on Team Rebel was also transitioned into the silent killers, as they were also just waiting on the edge of the safe zone. And look at this, Autobots taking advantage of the situation, just with utility, are able to wipe off the opposition yet again. Let's not forget, it was the same thing they did against 4 Angry Men. Direct
Yep.
fights were taken, but the last two individuals would just drop from the nades.
I think this team will continue to doing that. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of snakes. As soon as you stand up, you are going to get punished. And Team AUTOBOTZ, they certainly are getting punished at this point. Orlo will get completely confirmed. Godsreign, for them, these are free finishes, just courtesy to their good positioning. Even one of the players from Lucknow Giants is knocked out right in front of us. But Robin, from the backlines, is going to get taken down. And that is the demise of Godsreign right here, right now. AUTOBOTZ still surviving with 2 players standing. This can be good news for them. Hyderabad Hydras also trying to go in, get inside the circle. Of course, they're going to find themselves in front of 2 teams, Signify as well as Marcus Gaming. Aladdin trying to capture from the back lines, but is going to bear the brunt of the blue zone. He gets taken down, and now it's all down to Vexy and Spraygod, Johnny.
Well, Vexy and Spraygod, one of the most experienced players against one of the most aggressive players in this lobby right now. And Hyderabad Hydras, humanoid in the blue with Ultron, but the Molotov is perfect. And well, did anyone order extra crispy crates? Hello? Well, all right, Marcus Gaming, it's their order.
Yeah, it is certainly their order, and I think they are picking it up perfectly fine. But Signify as well, just trying to be a little sneaky bugger inside the zone itself. Storm, the only one who is trying to patch himself up. No first aid kits to work with. Not ideal situation for this lad, of course. Will try and survive for as long as possible, but right up front is going to be the low ground for him. And as soon as he peeks out, or as soon as he tries and enter the circle, he will get spotted. And I think Hub Esports Harry has already spotted him.
I think this game is Hub Esports. They have all 4 players remaining.
Oh my god, yeah.
And look at the amount of control that they have of the zone. There's no one that can contest them. There's one lad remaining from the side of Signify, and there goes Storm. He's going to be, well, quite withered after the shots taken upon him. In fact, he gets finished off. Marcus Gaming is there with just 3 players, and their game plan can be ruined by this man, Orzi. Orzi, alright, he can't really do much. I thought he had those nades on him, but he will meet his demise all thanks to the blue zone. And now it's a 4v3 situation with Hub Esports sitting there in this match with a man advantage. But they are against Marcos Gaming.
Yeah, it's an unstoppable force and an immovable rock facing against each other. Hub Esports, the 2-2 split certainly is going to benefit them. Of course, 2 players trying to converge upon Spraygod from the right-hand side. This is a beautiful bird's eye view. I think Spraygod is going to be crucial for Marcus Gaming and their success. And he has spotted one of the players. Beautiful spray down, and the first person gets knocked out. He does have healing utilities to patch himself up. Wants to go in for more damage. Barely surviving by a sliver of HP, but Aladdin is going to find the second knock. I think it's a 2v2 right now, and Hub Esports, they're looking certainly strong. Avatar and Roki are still up and alive. They want to get the knock onto Vexy, and Avatar is trying to close in the distance. Do they go in for the revives is the question, Johnny.
Vexy just has to buy time for his team, but he'll be unable to do that. No, in fact, he bought enough time for Aladdin to bring Spraygod back into this game. And now if Aladdin does secure this stock for his team, this is going to be game changer. But now he's going to be stuck in the blue. And I think that is it from the side of Marcos Gaming. They, eventually will fall down. I was wondering how long Aladdin was going to stand there and take the fight, but the damage from the blue was a little too much to deal with. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have the winner chicken dinner of this game being taken by Hub Esports. An impressive win from their side.
Definitely impressive. I mean, when you have those 4 players inside of that final circle, it's crazy. But of course, I did not understand what Marcus Gaming and their approach was, especially Spraygod. He was fantastic. I mean, knocking out 2 players all by himself, especially with a sliver of HP at the edge of the circle. This man has nerves of steel. But I have a little bit of complaints against Aladdin. I mean, his approach to try and go outside the circle and strike Hub Esports from behind, probably not the ideal situation because he only had 1 player to just back him up.
Yeah. But see, here's the thing. Marcos Gaming, they were pushed in so much of a corner that they couldn't really do much. They were out of options. And I think Spraygod did find an incredible opening for his team. But then again, they were down players. If it went for even trades, Hub Esports was coming out in top in the end, like they did at the end of this match. But we still have more to discuss. And all of those discussions will happen after this short break.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
गाइस रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं साइड।
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है। ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई
प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने। Center slam. Smoke कर कवर
अरे
ले।
एक HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने। खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS, the grind round 3. This is Super Johnny joined by Arka. And before we begin our discussions of the previous match that we just witnessed, we would like to bring your attention to the fact that Road to Valor, there are new Indian Guardians being introduced in this game, ladies and gentlemen. And there's also a contest running on the official social media. So do go ahead and check it out. It's a simple contest. You guys have to guess which Guardian is being introduced. And if your guess is correct and you are one of the lucky winners, you're going to get a few interesting things, including chests worth up to 2,500 gems. And in those chests, you can find a lot of mythic items as well. So who knows, maybe after becoming lucky, you're going to get more lucky. Unlike the lads of Marcus Gaming in the end of the previous match, Hyderabad Esports, I mean, incredible win from their side, Arka, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I would say that, Hub did perform and made sure that their name is known now, at least for a brief period of time. But I'm a bit concerned for the side of Team Soul, who had a very ugly and a very early exit as well.
Yeah, I mean, we expected them to pop off in this matchup, but unfortunately for them, throughout the entire game, they were just trying to find cover, find a safe haven for themselves, and they weren't really successful in doing so, because of which they were eliminated super early in this matchup. But along with them, I think one of the first teams to get taken out was Team Tribal Esports, and it was quite unfortunate. They tried to pick a fight against the players of Hyderabad Hydras, but did not work out the way they thought it would.
Yeah, and I really like the way Hyderabad Hydras and AUTOBOTZ were able to hold angles, It's very, very important for you to understand how you can play around with the terrain and with the different kind of buildings which is in front of you, which I've seen very less people do that. Let it be from under the building, let it be from through the windows to a specific angle. All of it was very well played by the side of Hyderabad Hydras as well as AUTOBOTZ.
And moving forward, I think that is why the next match is going to be important for a lot of these teams. The teams especially that are going to be continuing their momentum. But let's see what the day is going to look like in the end. And the overall rankings, in fact, is what I'm talking about right now. Because today, I believe there will be a lot of changes in the overall rankings. A lot of these teams, especially the first half, the top 32, even though they are safe, even though they are already in a position that from where they will move forward to the third round of BGIS, they still want to go there with a strong momentum in their hands. This was one of the most interesting fights of the of the game, TSK basically won the entire kerfuffle between them and Team Rebel by not doing anything. They just it was passive pressure. They just made them feel like, all right, we might take you down if you step out, and Team Rebel just held back too long.
Yeah, and also this final moments where Robin was able to do so much damage, and it was LG who came in as a blessing in disguise for the side of AUTOBOTZ. But I do believe that a single man had already done the maximum of job what he can do, but the use of utilities in this tournament has started to become much more precise. I'm able to see that the grenades and the molotovs are not missing much anymore. Even the usage of smokes was really high in the previous game, whereas in this game it was a little less comparatively. But I still believe that things can be much better in the upcoming maps as well.
Yeah, I mean, things will definitely get better with every single game that these teams play. But, I mean, only a few matches remain before we move towards the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. So it is going to be extremely interesting to see how, in fact, these teams adapt after sort of a bad performance that the few of these teams have had in the previous match. How did they change things around? And of course, the top performers, they will be feeling confident, so they're going to be going all guns blazing from the start. But on the next map, that might not actually be an option, because after Sanhok, we move on to Vikendi.
Yeah, and things are going to turn cold, and all those cold-blooded warriors who really want to get those finishes as quickly as possible might be rewarded a little bit. But as I said, the map of Vikendi is more like, the first half is like Miramar, and the second half turns out to be the map of Sanhok. That is why I love the combination which take place in the map of Vikendi. But it's time for us to look at the MVP of the previous game. There were a lot of contenders for it, but we all know that only one man can take himself, and that has to be Sprayguard from the side of Marcus Gaming. Speak about Marcus Gaming in the recent days. I've always seen that this is the person who has always got the maximum amount of finishes for his team.
Yeah, I mean, he has been the key player, the main man for the side of Marcus Gaming for the last few weeks. In fact, he has been the most consistent player in the playing four. But moving on to the top 5 players of the previous match, Sprayguard is going to be followed by Orlo and Orze. And I have to say, these two men were brilliant with their utility usage in the previous game. Absolutely lethal and phenomenal at the same time. 4 eliminations for both of them. We have Anand from the side of the Silent Killers. Silent Killers also having a pretty nice game on Sanhok. And then we have Robin from the side of Godsreign. As you mentioned, tried his level best, but did not really work out.
He did a decent job. For a single man in a map of Sanhok holding the center of the circle, he did a phenomenal job actually. But coming back to see what has happened in the point standings, HUB will be on the top obviously because of the kind of finishes and the kind of placement they had in the final moments. But Marcus Gaming was not far away, and those 10 ruthless finishes is going to keep them at position 2.
And even though it's going to be the second position, I think in terms of the overall ranking, they're going to be quite grateful for the 22 points they have secured from this match. But Godsreign, we do see them on the 6th, Hyderabad Hydras on the 5th. Silent Killers were 8th in the top 8, so they did have quite a decent performance from themselves, the Silent Killers. But as we move to the bottom 8 of the rankings, we do have Skulltz, who finished off with 4 eliminations to their name, and that is it. No placement point. XNOR, should I say it again? I mean, I don't think we're going to see the round 2 XNOR ever back again.
I think something has been a big issue for them. Either it's the synergy which they're not able to cope up with one another, or probably it's just that they're taking way too lightly. They know they've already made it through to BGIS round 3, so they're like, what, it's fine if we don't have to fight with the rest of the teams. Let's fight our way. Let's just relax for now. And that's what they might be trying to do. But again, when we saw Team Rebel and Team Soul at the bottom of the table, it starts to concern me because most of the game has already been played by both these teams, right? So they'll hardly have another 3 games to prove themselves. And since the format is in such a way that if you get 20 points in one game, you can eventually climb. I hope it's not too late for these teams, because Team Soul's style is coming back at the last moment and making themselves known. But I hope that this time it's not too late for them.
I mean, exactly. I mean, this time, hopefully it's not too late and they can make a comeback. But before we move to the next match, we have to have a look at the teams that are going to be playing in the next game, ladies and gentlemen. And starting things off, we have Group 1, Blind Esports, GUJARAT Tigers, Spy Esports, Revenge, Redemption Crew, Galactic Gamers, Dragon Esports, and ruling since 80s is going to be the first group, the first set of 8 teams that will be participating. Moving on to the next set, Midwave Esports, CS, Orangutan, Acid Esports, RVNC, Genesis, FS, and X7 Official. Arka, my question to you is, out of these 16 teams, which team have you been looking forward to the most?
I have to say it's FS Esports because they're very strong team. They have a very good mid-range fight, and every single time they have a person knocked out, they'll find one way or the other to give him a cover fire. And one other team which has impressed me equally has to be Midway. Aru being the IGL, he was a person who used to be under Jelly, and these two people have the same kind of a gameplay. If you see, both of them tend to prioritize the circle first. We always find them at the final circles. Probably it's the assaulter who needs to step up a little bit in both these teams, and if they're able to do so, I believe that a lot of winner chicken dinner have to follow up behind the name.
I mean, definitely do agree with everything that you said. I mean, Midwave, there are a lot of expectations from them because Aru is there, and we know he brings in quite a lot into this team. But one team that I'm looking forward to, and I always look forward to whenever they are playing, is CS Esports, because they make you think which other team is getting targeted right now. Which team is CS Esports going to drop upon and ruin their game completely? Because CS Esports, they have this unique way of winning those drop clash fights, and they have been extremely consistent in doing so. Again, and it's not just newer teams that they're beating. They're beating some of the most experienced teams in the lobbies.
Yeah, and they've learned that way. They've cracked the code as to how to take a fight against the most experienced teams, because I believe they've done their homework. Because when it comes to experienced teams, it's not easy for you to take a frontal battle and then finish them off. Probably they know exactly that, this is where they divide, this is where they're having the weakest link, and that is where we have to break. But I would say the counter strategies will already be prepared by the experienced teams. If further in the tournament, we'll be able to see a very good clash coming in from their side as well. And that is when things are going to turn much more better.
Yeah, things are going to get better. Although I think one piece of advice would be just like, if CS is playing on Erangel, do not go to Milta. So far, no one has been able to beat them. They have quite a good record in that city. But this is Vikendi. This is not Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. It's a different map, and maybe we're going to see a lot of this different things happen to and with CS Esports. Who knows? Although the flight path is in front of our eyes, it is starting from the western edge all the way from Vihar, goes through Moatra, and, well, ends towards the northwestern side. It is quite a small flight path.
Yeah, it's a pretty small flight path, and for those teams who have to go all the way to Hot Springs will have an issue. But for those who want to go to winery or cement factory, might be able to make it through. And it's better they have a spawn for themselves. It's better they have a vehicle for themselves, so that they do not have to clash out with other teams as they make it through. And I want to see if there is anybody who's going to be reaching the ground first and getting ready for a drop clash, because I can see, oh my goodness, this circle as well. It's going to force few teams outside the circle to take those early fights so that they can walk in easily. Blind Esports very close to RVNC in that split gameplay, I believe could be the beginning of the end for either of these teams.
It's going to be the end for Blind Esports, because Blind Esports have ended in a 4-man split drop. They've landed in a 4-man split drop, and it's just Manya close to RVNC. Nakul, Joker, and Ronnie are in completely different locations entirely, and I have no idea if RVNC are going to try and pick the fight against that one individual who is not a part of their squad. Manya is here on the southern edge of the city, just a few compounds to work with, and yeah, I want to see if he has weapons. He has a DBS. Okay, he can work with it.
Yeah, DBS and also an MG5, both of the close range guns, which he can use to perfection. Now he shifts it to a mid-range one. And I do believe from here on, he can find that escape route. Falling back from these buildings, there's going to be spawn right around this very area. So it's better he regroups with his team, but far away. It's going to be GE versus SRC. Oh my god, this fight, I never expected it to take place. It's going to be Redemption Crew trying to do their best. GG already lost a player now, but it's not going to help them in any way possible. And I would want to see whether they'll be able to survive this assault. It seems like two of the players couldn't do it, and the path of redemption will be there for the rest of the two players.
Yeah, ruling since 80 is not able to rule in this game, even for 80 seconds. That was just a wordplay. They were there for more than 80 seconds for sure. But anyways, I mean, losing two players like this early in the game, I don't think it is going to be an easy survival game even on Vikendi. But on the other side, Spy Esports, they're not having a good week, not even a good game. They're not having a good week, ladies and gentlemen. Spy Esports, again, 2 losses from their side as well. Just last 2 players left in this matchup.
Now, you shouldn't be going and fighting against a team like Midway, right? When you have, and when you do understand it's going to be Admino in front of you, things are going to be much more harder for you when it comes to that frontal battle. Brian Ronnie on the other side, very, very close to the side of Genesis Esports, will now have to think of whether he wants to take this fight or fall back, as Manya will be the first person to be knocked out and finished off by the side of RVNC, which we had already predicted. And I do believe that if Ronnie is going to be visible, even a pixel of Ronnie is visible, then GNC would love to come and pounce on him and eat him up alive as well.
Yeah, Genesis is not going to let this one go. And Ronnie, I mean, yeah, he's also armed with the DBS on the back, has the Scorpion equipped. Genesis, they're moving in the opposite direction. Maybe Ronnie gets lucky and Genesis just completely ignores him. But let's not forget, Blind Esports had a 4-man split. Manya is gone. Ronnie, he's trying to avoid the players of Genesis. Joker is in the same attempt, and maybe Ronnie and Joker in tandem can actually pin down the players of Genesis over there. But Nakul quite close to the players of Ruling since 80s, and he's not aware of True False's position. This is going to be absolutely brutal. And Blind Esports, oh, he ducks behind cover right in the nick of time. Although nade is coming towards him.
It's going to be very hard for the side of Blind right now, because Nakul is one of those players who is, trying to avoid this fight, I believe. And that's why using those grenades as a defensive maneuver.
Well, one angle blocked, the other one was exposed, and Hyper well goes ahead and secures that knock. Not really a lot for Knuckle to do over there, but what just happened here? Gujarat Tigers against Galactic Gamers. Gujarat Tigers, they were down 1 player. AJ was knocked out, but they still have the opening. And Galactic Gamers, I do not see an escape for this team over here.
And it's going to be Gujarat Tigers who will be trying to do their best to claw through the opponents. And we have seen that Gujarat Tigers, once they set their eye on any of these teams, they usually make sure that they make them burn, as Egi will be the first one to do so. As the knock is coming through, will be boosting the confidence of GGs. But Galactic Gamers also realize that it's going to be a trifecta of death if they're walking in between these teams. As Fragger and his teammate will now be looking forward to survive for the longest time possible. But GT, they're going to be trying to sniff him. And in case they have a clue that this is where he is, they're going to eventually put him down.
Oh, for sure. Gujarat Tigers is not an easy team to escape from. I mean, their name says Tigers, and Tigers are some of the best hunters in the jungle, just like these players. Dollar and Fragger. We did see Fragger make some impressive moves yesterday, but today is not really going their way. Dollar and Fragger, they've managed to stay together in that building, but Gujarat Tigers will breach eventually, and once they do, there is nowhere left to go. Look at this, pushing forward with the DBS. They still haven't found those 2 lads.
Yep. And let's see how things will turn out for the side of GG. No matter how silent they are, Gujarat Tigers have a vague idea that he could be somewhere close by. And Tsunami is going to be one of those person who will be trying to lead everything out. Or probably they're being as silent as possible so that once the enemy walks out, it's going to be much more easier for them. But I really like the gameplay coming in from the side of Vexy. The person with a mid-range gun was the person to first peek out and try to damage the opponents on a distance. And then, his teammate is going to be coming, that Vexy is going to be coming in closer to get that finish off as well. So you need to have such kind of strategies. You need to make sure that you have well-packed crew who is going to be supporting you whenever you need in a game like this. And in the map of Vikendi, to see so many fights take place from the get-go itself shows that this time the story can be way too different in the final circles itself.
Yeah, I mean, we've already lost 8 players in this matchup.
Yeah.
And it's still the first stage of the game, although no squad has been completely wiped out. At max, teams have lost 2 individuals. And that is actually quite impressive, because with how Blind started this game, I was expecting the entire team to be wiped out. But fortunately for them, they have managed to figure out a way to stay alive. Although Gujarat Tigers, the aggressors, are taking a hit. And Galactic Gamers was the team who found the knock over there. Although I have no idea if they can keep this going, because we do see Dollar over here. And he is pinned down right now by the lads of Midwave Esports. So he has nowhere left to go. His teammate Frago on the other side is pinned down. I think this has to be the game for Galactic Gamers as well in a few moments.
Now Fragger on the other side has put down another player with this DBS, right? So he's trying to fight back as much as possible, but eventually he's going to be finished off by the side of the Tigers. It's going to be hard for you to, you know, secure a knock and a finish against this team as they all stick together. And I've seen that, you know, all 4 players will carry a DBS with them. We can see AJ as well as all his teammates all carry a DBS because they love to take that close range frontal battle. So they know that in case they're well equipped like this, if one person misses, the other 3 can't, right? So it's going to be much more better for them to take those fights that way. As Midwave Esports did detect Dollar is in a close range, and they're going to be pouncing on him as well. 3 finishes. They're going to be very, very happy with this performance.
Yeah, they will be quite happy with this performance, but look at this. They don't really have time to celebrate as Blind Esports are about to catch them completely off guard. Blinded by the aggression, Gujarat Tigers. They do manage to pick off a few individuals from the side of Blind, and in a fight where we thought Blind was going to have the upper hand, the edge, Gujarat Tigers, they found the opening. Blind Esports down to their last player. Knuckle is trying to deny Gujarat Tigers the angles they need to approach. Molotovs lob perfectly. He will have the HP advantage against 2 individuals. The last man, Prince, he's trying to take the fight, but with the DBS, Knuckle doing a phenomenal job of taking on the Gujarat Tigers, but he won't be able to survive as the jump shots from Aggie just burn him down. And Gujarat Tigers, look at this, they came for 2 points. They walk away with 6.
They did an amazing job out here. As I would say that Gujarat Tigers, as I said, right, you need to break them apart to put them down. AJ, that's the biggest mistake he did. Even though he had a DBS, he had to wait for his teammates to come in closer, as it was the last man standing from the side of Blind. But still, Blind was able to execute something very, very good. And guess what? Somebody heard the commotion far, far away, and they were like, we might have a great chance over here. And that's going to be Aru coming in. He's very, very clever in taking those fights, right? Until and unless he knows that he has a hard cover to run away, or probably he has a very good angle where he won't be shot back, that is when he's going to press that trigger. And right now he found that hard cover for himself, waiting for the blue to do a little more damage, or probably wait for the opponents to somehow make it inside the circle and backstab them when necessary. He's only having one of his other friends close by. He's waiting for the rest of his team to come in so that they all can go in together. As Gujarat Tigers have no clue that they're coming behind them. They have to be, you know, one of the most, I would say, cautious team from here on.
Well, that actually might be true, because I don't think they anticipated this fight headed in their direction as well. Fortunately, it all worked out for them. But Gujarat Tigers, they're looking actually very impressive with how they took that situation first against the players of Galactic Gamers and then against the lads from Blind Esports. I wanted to see how they would react if Midwave also chimed in, but Aru, different thoughts running through his head, decides to play this game for points rather than just blind aggression towards the opposition, and has in fact gotten quite a decent spot for his team. Look at that, just a little bit north of center. Midwave Esports, they have a pretty decent position to work with. Gujarat Tigers on the other side, playing from the northern edge. Redemption Crew, though, they are in an awkward spot. They're going to have to cross Castle, and it's not an easy position to cross. Both the bridges are going to be marked for sure.
I think the circle, once it shifts away from Castle, that is when the story can change. Somewhere I feel it's going to go towards Villa, where Midwave is holding, and every single time Midwave holds a compound, they would have taken that calculated risk. But just in case it goes down south, that is when it's going to be a bit of a concern for them to fight through 3 different or 4 different teams. And by the looks of it, GNE versus RS8. It's going to be ruling since 80s. Both of these teams are starting to collide, as the push might be coming through from the side of Genesis. They need to be stopped before they reach this building, or else that 3-man squad, they're going to stack up on these 2 men standing. And if one person gets taken down, ruling since 80s is going to go back to their 80s itself.
I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. I mean, might have been ruling in the 80s, but the 21st century is not really working out too well for them, at least for now. Acid Shantanu picked off True Falls and Hyperwell, all left standing between them and Perdition. But how long are these two individuals going to be in this game? And as Genesis Esports, now they have their number, they have their address, and they actually take control of the compounds right across from ruling since the 80s. So want to keep that vision, want to keep that check. RVNC over here. So these are the mid-game stages of Vikendi, and this is exactly what's going to happen. Teams are going to look for these compounds. If they find them, they're going to play from there for the next 10 minutes at least, up until zone, I would say zone 5, zone 6, once they're going to be forced to move out. If they do not find cover, they're going to play from the edge. Because on Vikendi, it is all about protecting your position, protecting yourself. You really can't engage in slam fight in compounds.
Yeah, and also it's all about getting that proper kind of loot as well. You need to have a lot of smokes in this map of Vikendi if you have to come into the final circles. I've seen that many teams, when they burn out their resources, they'll have a very, very tough time, and probably they won't be even able to make it inside the circle, and that's why they rely on the med strats as well. Speaking about med strats, I would really ask you, which team do you think will have the best chance if they go for a med strat from this moment on?
I think I'm going to have to look at the map once more for that. For now, though, I think I saw last when we saw the map, I think RVNC was quite close to the center. Acid Esports might be a little bit closer to the center as well. But let's see. A team that's like just smack in the middle, I think if they have a lot of first aids on them, they might be able to create an advantage. But talk about advantages. And nades are being used by the players of RVNC to gain an edge against the players of Genesis. Genesis holding on to this spot to try and bait out the players from a different team. They were trying to hit on the players of ruling since the 80s, but did not anticipate RVNC heading towards them. Now, Explicit was knocked down a few moments ago, and in fact, the revive has not yet happened, and Anuj too, OP. Well, no matter how overpowered he is, he can still burn from the Molotov, and he's going to be knocked out. Genesis, they're down to their last player, and it's Hitman who's left.
Now Hitman has got a hit on his head, and let's see whether he'll be able to execute something better before going down. Can he take a player or two, as Daddy on the other side is cooking up a very good grenade. If this connects, that level 1 helmet is going to explode, and few shots to his head is also more than enough. He has to be very careful of how he's going to be executing this fight against the 4 players in front of him.
Ooh, lot of damage from that nade. Oh, the next one is on the other side of the walls. Lucky for him, but yeah, sir, your time is up. You're gonna have to go back to your home and think about your actions in this match, as RVNC just wiped the floor with Genesis Esports, secure the points, and are looking to hold on to this advantageous position that they have just snatched from the opposition.
Through all those commotions, I'm sure that some team would have looked out in that direction, or probably would have thought that, a third-party situation could be occurring for us. But in case they're chosen to do so, they would have had a very, very bad ending. But Explicit exploding on his own grenade is what I thought happened to him. But ultimately, that gave a very clear picture. And that's why these replays are very, very important. And the final push with that DBS, Bablu, all he had to do was just connect one bullet from the complete shell which was coming out of his shotgun, and when he successfully did that, that was goodbye.
Yeah, final nail in the coffin. Alright, so we do have the map in front of us, and Arka, a few moments ago you asked me like which team I believe has the best possible chances to work with the heal battle situation. So I think one of the obvious answers has to be CS, but CS Esports, that's not their style. They're going to look for fights in the late game stages. Another team that I think can and in fact should go for that heal battle strat so that they get that consistent placement points, and the players have enough firepower to secure the fights if they start heading their way, has to be the side of FS, because there is a massive cluster of teams right up ahead, and FS, they are a little bit too late moving towards the center. They will face a massive roadblock if the zone is not upon them. And with the blue zone about to collapse, I think we might have an answer of how difficult this game can be for FS in a few short moments.
Dino Park is where I feel above Dino Park, a little bit below Villa is where I'm expecting the circle to be. If dust does come through, and FS Esports will slowly be able to rotate around. Oh, guess what? It's going to be
it's theirs.
Where FS Esports is. I mean, Dino Park is where it has come down to. I love the fights in Dino Park, all thanks to the small mazes which are over there. And in case that does happen, then FS Esports in the prime location needs to regroup. They have a tendency to be having always a split when they play in map of Vikendi and Miramar, which has always backfired for them. But hopefully this time we can expect them to regroup and hold a hard compound so that it becomes much more easier. All these things said and done, Dragon Esports as well are still alive.
Well, they are alive for now. As you were talking about FS, I do completely agree with you. I mean, they have a tendency of just overdoing certain things with regards to aggression and their pushes towards teams. But talk about overdoing and getting overconfident mid-wave. They get a little too complacent, running out in the open without checking their surroundings. And X7 officials secure the knock against mid-wave. But all the commotion, all the chaos means that the other teams will have an opportunity to get a trade. Exactly what went down, as one of the lads from the side of X7 was knocked out by Redemption Crew. And this is going to make for an interesting three-team clash if it happens. But I think mid-wave, they're going to get that revive and just walk away completely. Oh no, CS is here. Oh, Atanki. It's not in good spot. He has to walk away from this. He's trying to regroup with his teammates, but
yeah,
it's going to be a troublesome position to be in.
When we thought that Midway was having a very, very good spot inside the circle, or probably the circle will be forming in towards them, the story has turned out to be so bad for this team that now they'll have to wait for all the teams to make it inside the circle, take a little bit of a damage of the blue as they make it to a long rotation. And I believe that is the best way for them to move around. If I know Aru very well, he will rather not choose his teammates to go and fight against the team, but rather he would say that, you know, it's okay if we take the damage of the blue. After all, we can heal against it. So take a longer rotation around the blue and try to come in towards the west of Dino Park, and that's going to be much more better for them. Let's see whether they'll be able to do such kind of a rotation, or also they can take a rotation on the right side, southern towards the side of Abbey, and then make it inside the circle. So the chances are very, very high. Speaking about FS Esports, yet again, going in for a split at a circle like this, I don't know what they're thinking right now.
Yeah, I have a question. Like, Shrios, why was he there in the center of the zone without his teammates nowhere near him?
Probably he was trying to be the scout for the team, thinking that, you know what, let me go scout around and see where things are, and he got caught off guard. And RVNC, you know what, there's a free person lying around, let's eat him up. As RVNC are on the receiving end, now we'll have to be very, very careful. That one grenade almost put him down, but he has to watch out for the DBS in close range. And it seems like they know exactly how to retaliate against the only player out there. They find him at the final moment and will be able to suffice his moments and eventually send him out of the lobby. I think that was ruling since 80s, who tried to do the best.
Yeah.
Moving around so much inside a compound, I don't think so will be a wise decision, but rather if you're able to station yourself and welcome the opponents into your crosshairs when you have a shotgun like DBS would be much, much better. But I don't know how this didn't stick to the basics of it.
Well, doesn't matter now, does it? Since 80 is sent back to the 80s, and Redemption Crew, a chance for redemption, and they stand up tall. Baymax is the one initiating the fight with the DBS, has been able to secure the knock, and the finish points are going to be theirs as well. They do go ahead and eliminate the players of Spy Esports, but Baymax got picked off in retaliation by Dragon Esports. And Redemption Crew, they are down to their 2 players. Still have no idea what's going through the heads of Redemption Crew. I mean, first of all, Srio's all the way in the center of the map. It looked like he was just standing on that rock as a platform. That was his stage, and he was just sacrificing himself to everyone else. And then this fight, alright, this one, I understand. This was like an unfortunate moment. Dragon Esports, they did not expect them to be there, and they were just completely focused on Spy Esports and the 2 points in front. But on the other direction, one of the biggest names in this lobby, Arka Orangutan, it seems like are finally starting to smell the competition around them.
I hope orangutans will be able to, bang their chest as they move forward into this fight, because they need to strike fear in the opponents by getting at least one knock. But the throwables exchange from both these teams have been phenomenal. I know that one person is already knocked out. Trigger is going to be doing that first strike, and now the push is going to be inevitable. They know where to put another grenade, a follow-up grenade, and get those finishes for themselves, as Trigger is going to be joined with Ash for the push against the side of Bablu. Bablu also gets taken down. Daddy, the last man standing, will now probably have to deal with all these orangutans pushing in towards him. Can he save his family? It seems like he won't be, as the last man standing, his location is going to be compromised, as Visgard doesn't miss much, but this time when he does, he's got taken down. But his teammates are right there to help him out, and guess what? It's not going to be easy, as Daddy teaches him a lesson. That was one spank he was not expecting.
It was pretty bad for him as well over there, but Orangutan eventually do end up securing all of those points from that fight at the cost of Trigger. But CS Esports now at the edge of the wall of death. Two teams to pick off. In fact, just a few individuals from two different teams, as Vixie is the last man remaining from the side of Midwave, and then there are two players from the side of Redemption Crew that are just there in the building behind him, and CS Esports might be looking to wrap up all 3 points.
I don't think so. It's going to be that easy, right? Because
it's not.
Looking at the circle, within another 4 seconds, the circle is going to start eating them up. And all of these teams need to prioritize the circle. And by the looks of it, even FS Esports, who were looking so strong, are on the edges as well. And they're having an eye on the side of Gujarat Tigers over here. I hope the Tigers are aware of the hunters who are right around them. FS Esports Lord, he knows that this is one of the best angles for them to hold against the team which is in front of them, but ultimately, in case he gets knocked out, then the push from the side of Gujarat Tigers is going to be so strong that it's going to be very, very hard for FS to hold them back.
Well, it is going to be quite tough for them to hold the opposition back, but hopefully all that map control that they have upon them right now will work out. Dragon Esports pinned underneath this cliff, and even the smoke is going to be the indicator for the opposition as to exactly where they need to spray and empty their cliffs. But CS Esports looking to climb up this hill and also clearing the backlines at the same time. A split decision between two positions, and they have RVNC pinned out in the open, but I think converting finishes from this distance, it is going to be a challenge for them.
Yep, as I said, the utility of smoke grenade in the circle is going to be very, very essential, right? And that is what RCs are doing with so much of attention away from the other players of RVNC. It's going to be the side of RC who are coming a bit more closer. CS could be in deep, deep trouble just in case this grenade connects, as Leo White is very close to that radius. And guess what happens? It's going to be a grenade which is going to be bombarding one of the teammates of RC, as Toothless now realizes there's someone else in this fight, and that's going to be the side of Team DE. Are you serious? Dragon Esports slowly spreading around the wings, trying to fly in the air and put the players down. As they put down RVNC, now they're pretty much in the open. They need to watch out for their backs in case they get taken down from here on. Things are not going to be great for them.
Things are not going to look good for them. They're outside the zone. 2-2 split. Dragon Esports, 2 players outside, 2 players inside. But the problem is all of these individuals are surrounded from all the sides. And Revenge Final Boss actually has an opportunity to secure at least one pick from the lads of Dragon Esports, but the blue zone is going to pick him off. How many first aids does he have? He's the last man standing from his team. We're down to the top 7 of this game.
Top 7 with CS holding the best spot in the house. Will now have to take advantage of the high ground they have. FS Esports with the man advantage somewhere far away. They have known the circle for a really long time. It seems like the hunters have found the first tiger down. They put the first tiger down. This is where you need to be careful. The war is still not over until the final boss is finished off, as he's going to be rushing in to get that finish. It's going to be caught off guard by the side of Dragon Esports. What a good backup coming in from their players. But least do they realize that CS on the other side is going to be, chiming in with the side of final boss to get that advantage, as Rocky almost got a knock against the side of Leo Whitey.
Well, almost is not going to win you the game. You have to make sure that the confirmed knock is there. Reaper on the other side can win the game completely for the lads of CS. And look at this. He does find the pick. Leo is going to be knocked out. And now CS Esports are down to their last player as well. Redemption crew, I mean, the story of Redemption is it's playing out quite nicely from their side. But Reaper, can he get a few more points? 5 already secured by the entire team together.
Nope.
And they are in the top 6 as well. Even if they make it to the top 4, I think this is going to be quite a decent game from the side of Redemption. But Rocky Slade just annihilates the last player from the Redemption crew squad. And, well, they're not going to be in this game anymore.
As I said, you know, when you were explaining that can he survive, I said no, because I knew that his location was already compromised. No matter how much he can hide behind those trees, he's eventually going to get caught off guard. X7 on the other side. Clown gets taken down. Eggy trying to take 2 different fights at the same time is going to be punished, and it seems like the Hunters have put the final Tiger down, sending Gujarat Tigers back into the lobby. FS Esports, yet again, have got a very, very good man advantage as they've started their assault thanks to one of the grenades coming in from their teammates that they've got a knock for themselves. But how will they rotate around this rock to take the fight? I really want to see that, as X7 has already done a little bit of a damage against them. Cho'God thinking out of the box, wants to put up a grenade from over the rock, but in case it had got connected, that would have been like 100 high Q grenade from coming in from their side.
Well, it still can go any other way. FS, they might have the numbers, but the positional play is not really theirs. Nirvana is trying to find the flank for his team, and if he actually manages to catch the players of X7 off guard and secure the picks, he can turn things around for his teammates, but that's going to happen. Flick on the other side does come down from the top of the hill, and death from above is handed down to the players of X7. 4th individuals destroyed by the DBS, and now only the top 3 teams remain. Dragon Esports with 2 players, CS with 2, FS, they are there with 3.
But they don't have the circle for themselves. They have no clue where the opponents are. But I really like the way they were able to bait out the opponents over there. One person started to climb the cliff, you know, and the other person was randomly spraying towards them, try to grab all the attention. And eventually with the DBS, when they were able to put out the other players, they would have regretted the decision of not going for the sound cues and try to put down the player who was more closer to them rather than concentrating on the player who was far away from them. As FS Esports will now go blank. They'll be like, you know what, let's try to put up some grenades around the rock and see whether players are there. But as they eliminate those doubts, it's better that they push in more and more closer, because they have the man advantage, which is much more important in the final circles like these.
The final few fights remaining, final few individuals remaining. And I think the fight between CS and Dragon Esports might just decide which team will face FS in the end, because FS, they don't really have an incentive to run towards the other side of this boulder, but Dragon Esports, they go for the push, and Rocky's going to be the first man taken down. Sarthak, he's looking to move ahead all alone while the players of FS are moving towards Cho'God. And Cho'God, he's trying his level best to delay the inevitable. Takes down one, but is unable to secure the finish. Look at how the situation, the tables have turned. CS Esports, they have a massive advantage. This Flick does not really have an AP to work with. And even he is going to be knocked out. A brilliant nade from Para, and out of nowhere, CS Esports, they find themselves in a winning position. Chaser, the last man remaining, trying to spray down the opposition on the edge of the rock, switches over to the DBS. It is going to be a very important fight for him. And CS Esports, they are in the blue. In fact, all the players are in the blue. Chase a sliver of HP. And Farah just heals himself to the chicken. An incredible finish of this match.
I wasn't expecting that, you know, he's going to be so close to his enemies. He had 27 medkits, and there was no necessary for the side of FS Esports to be coming so close towards the side of CS Esports. But I really love the way CS Esports was able to play mind games with the opponents. Like, literally, they knew that the single man is falling back, probably might have medkits with him. Guess what? You go for the heal strat. I'll try to deviate him because he's the last man. The blue is going to do the job. And eventually when he rushes in, FS didn't have much to do. Even though he got a knock, he wanted to push in, but so much of damage was already being dealt by that fight. All he had to do was, you know, get packed and go back into the lobby.
not a lot of options remaining. Just that ticket back home. But
Yeah.
I mean, they still have more matches left. I think that is the only thing that's going to keep the hope alive to the team. And maybe in the next few games, either today or tomorrow, in fact, they can bring themselves into the top 32 one way or the other. But what will happen, I guess only time will tell.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is for us. As soon as the game is done, we need a breather, and hopefully you'll also be able to get one. See you guys on the other side.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक करेंगे साइड।
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है। ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई
प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने। Center slam. Smoke कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
There you go!
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने! खत्म कर दो!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind once again. And yeah, I'm back on the panel. John alongside with me is going to be Arca once again. And Arca, you saw that beautiful video of RTV. And you guys all know that Indian faction is also getting added in there. And not just that, something for you guys, an opportunity to grab something for free. All you guys need to do to enter inside the giveaway is go on the social media and comment on the post. And all that's you need to do. But with that being said, now let's get back inside the conversation of that previous game, the map of Vikendi. I was here to witness some of the final few moments of the game. CS Esports being able to come out on top, take down the likes of FS Esports in the end. I just love that moment where that last man from CS Esports, he realized that was quite a brilliant move and also a wise decision not to take that fight. Instead, just try and make a run for your life. You'll pretty much just win the game whatsoever.
I think that FS Esports IGL is going to be so angry on that final player because when he was told to go in for a heal strat, it's important for him to fall back and don't come and make sure that he's there in the fight, right? But still, he somehow dared to come out. Probably he thought that, you know what, already one person is down. It becomes much more easier for me since the damage has already happened. But it was way too late. He did not have a DBS in his hand for the close range. M4, even though he went to take those shots, it didn't work out for him. But as you said, CS Esports thought out of the box or probably thought ahead of FS Esports and was finally able to pull that winner chicken dinner.
And not just that, even Dragon Esports actually being able to perform pretty good. And to be honest, I have so many expectations from Erangel Esports too, because I've seen this team duke it out in round 1 and round 2, and they were an unstoppable and immovable force of nature. But now inside the round 3, things are sort of slipping away for them. But you never know. Maybe in the upcoming games, they will have a fair share chance to try and capitalize on the things. But let's move on forward and take a look at the highlights of that previous game, where things will be relived once again.
Oh yes, things started off on a very, very good note for the side of GG's as they were able to assault two of the players of, you know, ATs. And I do believe Midwave Esports also started off on a very good note. And for the first time, I was shocked to see that Midwave Esports did not prioritize the circle, but rather chose to go in for those fights. And eventually they got taken off in the mid-game itself.
Yeah, I mean, Midwave Esports, it's one of those known teams inside the game, right? Gujarat Tigers actually going up against the players of Blind Esports. Another interesting fight that brew up. And once again, we know Blind is sort of like that destructive force inside the lobby. And if you're able to destroy Blind itself, well, you will be prioritized inside the lobby. You will be given a lot of advantage in the upcoming moments. And that's why we saw Eggy actually from Gujarat Tigers, who was actually able to make it out alive for such a long time inside the lobby.
Yeah, and also if you put down the side of Blind, it's not only that you're going to be known, but also the confidence boost which is going to be coming into your veins is so strong that the next time you see them, you know that you don't need to fear them because you already put them down once and you can do that again to them if you're able to re-strategize the same thing which you did in the previous game. But the final moments of the game started off at this very time where we saw Dragon Esports were able to pull off some really, really good moves. As it was just, Max was the first one to get taken down, but it didn't matter much for them as from there on, the throwables which they were using, the crosshair placement which they had, everything was perfect.
I mean, Final Boss 2 in the end tried to make a couple of moves against Dragon Esports. Yeah, he was able to sort of grief that game too, but in the end, two of the players from the side of Dragon Esports were already in the front lines, while Superboy and Max were capitalized in the back by Final Boss from the side of Revenge Esports. But still, as I mentioned, Dragon Esports, they've performed exceptionally well. Being able to position yourself inside the top 5, I would say you definitely deserve a lot of credit for that. And FS Esports too, to be honest, you got to say one thing about this team is that inside the round 2, this team sort of was fumbling down a little bit. If you take a look at the performance graph from this team, it was really uphill and downhill. But now inside the round 3, things are looking a bit consistent.
Yeah, FS Chaser at the final moments of the game where he wanted to find out the final parasite, couldn't do it. And you know what? All of that is already done, right? Vikendi is already over. Now it's time for us to see what the stage is going to look like when it comes to the overall standings as well, because I want to understand that Team Soul and Godlike have still not able to perform, and they'll be left out with hardly another 3 to 4 matches, or probably 3 matches for themselves, right? So for all these teams who are performing, who had to perform, are somehow able to step up, so they'll be climbing the ladder slowly. But will it be way too late for the teams like Team Soul and Godlike?
For Godlike, I think so it's already too late, because I was taking a look at their performance on today's day, and to be honest, I think so tomorrow they're going to have 3 more games to try and perform. So in general, if Godlike is not going to be able to perform in those 3 games as well, they will be in the bottom 32. And as we know, the bottom 32 will be qualifying in for the round 2 of the BGIS. That is the main tournament. But then the teams that are going to manage to keep themselves in the top 32, they'll move on forward inside the round 3. So in general, it's just all about the advantage and also the seeding. At the end of the day, Godlike will still qualify, but just in a little bit of lower echelon. So that means they will not be having a lot of advantages as compared to the teams that managed to keep themselves in the top 32 inside the grind. So in general, as a team, you would want to have all the advantages inside a competition, because at the end of the day, advantages maybe can also stack up for a couple of more victories in the front, because you never know. Now you're going to be down in the other grounds, and you never know who you're going to be facing against inside these underground territories.
Yeah, but again, as I said, if you do a little bit of a hard work now, you'll have a great advantage. And that one great advantage is this. You will be watching the other teams who will be fighting out right below you in round 2. And that will eventually give you a lot of time to strategize against the team which are performing well, so that when you meet them in round 3, you'll have an upper hand and you'll have a greater chance as well. But, all of this said and done, I don't think so it's going to be that easy for the teams from round 2 itself, because the new underdogs which are forming up are so strong that they're going to be challenging them and making sure that they subdue with the kind of energy they are bringing inside a tournament like this.
To be honest, for Godlike, It's a really interesting conversation because in general,
Yep.
it just feels like that team is lost inside the games. Let's be honest. They do not exactly know what sort of path they want to follow in the games. They do not have anything pre-planned properly, especially that Erangel game that I was casting at the start of the day. They looked so
Yeah.
unorthodox inside the game. They did not have a proper approach inside the circle. They were fighting
Yeah.
the third parties. They were going for the third parties. They did manage to come out on top in those fights as well. But what did they accumulate? Only 2 points in total because they got 2 finishes. And then later on, because they wasted so much time towards the Georgia Bulls side and the Hospital side, they actually got capitalized in the later stage of the game too. They were not even able to make it inside the military island. So I feel like at that point in time, if Godlike would have focused on making that rotation in the safer side, then maybe things could have been a little
Exactly.
different. But I don't know what's going on with that team, man.
I just hope that the management as well as all the coaches, all those back end teams will be able to put some sense into the players as quickly as possible, because just in case they perform like how they're performing over here in round 2, then the hopes of God like making a comeback in the whole of community is going to be a little hard. I just don't want to be harsh over here, but I would say that it's a very very high time that Godlike gets a wake up call and wakes up from their slumber, which is much more important. But coming to the previous game, I really like the rotation of several teams, especially for that of FS Esports. From the get-go, they prioritized the southern side of the circle. The IGL chose the right route, even for the likes of Gujarat Tigers as well. But now we'll be looking at the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Dragon Esports Superboy with 4 finishes.
Exactly. 4 finishes wrapped up from Dragon Esports Superboy, and then we're going to have RVNC Daddy 2 with 4 finishes. FS Esports, they're going to have 2 of their players inside the top 5 players, and Eggy is going to be the last man in the top 5 players list with 3 finishes from GT. Now, as I mentioned, even GT having a pretty solid game for themselves, but DE in general, Dragon Esports, they've definitely performed exceptionally well, and they've sort of created a little spot for themselves in my heart. But as we do move on forward and take a look at a couple of stats more that will be popping up in front of our screens, point standings, this will be sort of like an icebreaker for that previous game, and maybe we can try and structure up to the overall standings as well.
Yeah, CS Esports on the top with 22 points, but that lack of finishes is going to allow FS Esports to be taking the second position with the same amount of total points of 22 for themselves, as Dragon Esports are going to be following them up. But in the previous game, I saw till the 7th spot. That's the first game which I casted over here. Till the 7th spot, we had double digits. But here, since several teams were able to dominate on the top, the teams below will not only have very less finishes and also 0 placement points. That's going to be looking very very harsh with the team name next to it.
Exactly, and look at the second page. So many known names over here. Blind Esports, Midwave Esports, Orangutan. You've also got Spy Esports, Acid Esports, the team that was able to play so phenomenal yesterday, but not able to perform that well today itself inside the games. But it's complete fine, right? Just the game of Vikendi, as I mentioned. It's sort of like that twist that really brings inside the schedule. It's like a little mix that you try to throw in, and a little curveball. But with that being said, soon enough, we're also going to be taking a look at the overall standings to find out how exactly the overall picture is looking like. Vikendi in general is a really tough map to play because at the start, all you need to do is prioritize a great position inside the circles. The circle's not going to take any hard shift. Once you're going to find yourself in really good shoes in the center of the circle, then things will be quite good. But the overall standings in front of us, and Team Soul in the top 8.
Yeah. Team Soul have done a phenomenal job of getting 60 plus points, and now they know that their position is already cemented when it comes to the top 32. All they have to do is try to find an average or try to experiment things and see whether they'll be able to do something much more better, which they're failing to do in the other parts of this other tournaments as well. But coming back into what we're able to see now, we can see that Marcos Gaming, Gujarat Tigers growing stronger. All those teams have already played their 5 games, and they're going to be pretty happy with their performance.
I mean, look at the second page. TWOB, the World of Battle, Acid Esports, they deserve to be here. Asla, I mean, it's one of those teams that actually got 3 chicken dinners secured inside the round 2 in total of 6 games. So, in general, these teams have been really performing, or I would say these teams are really performance-oriented. Once they get the momentum inside the lobby, they will keep on performing without even keeping a full stop on themselves. CS Esports, even this team actually managed to get 2 chicken dinners. One of them was secured just in that previous game team of Vikendi. But as we do move on forward and take a look at another page of these overall standings, this is where things will start to spice up in a good fashion.
Yeah, and this is where the point of concern is going to start, and we'll have a vague idea of what the cutoff is going to look like. As of now, Blood Rose Esports have been performing really good, but they're going to be suppressed eventually because 4 matches being played by Midwave, X7 officials, Hub Esports and FS will slowly be able to put some more points. So they're going to be replacing Blood Rose, Dragon Esports and Redemption Crew. But I would say that FS Esports and Hub Esports, in case they get a winner chicken dinner for themselves, they could easily climb up into be in the top 15 as well.
I mean, the top 15 would be a really comfortable spot with a massive cushion to play around with, and I would say every single team would like to be there. But this is the cutoff for the top 32, ladies and gentlemen. Genesis Esports barely on the border, just making it. They're just holding on to the cliff right now. Reckoning Esports too. They played all their 5 games, but they're on the 30 spot. This is not really good. 30th spot. Tough outing for the side of Reckoning Esports. Similar stuff for the likes of Velocity as well, but they've still got one more game to find themselves on the similar level grounds or similar playing fields of Reckoning Esports. Once they play that last game or once they play that 5th game, things will be cleared up a little bit more.
Yep, Reckoning Esports might drop down, depends on which team is right below this. Oh, Lucknow Giants have played 5, so it's not going to be easy for them to pull down the side of Lucknow Giants, but Medal Esports 7 Habit have a great chance over here, right? So Revenge Esports as well, they finished their 5th game. 4 Aggressive Men is one of those teams which I'll never forget, because I still remember when I first saw them play, they were actually living up to their name. They were very aggressive in the lobby. They were taking finishes left, right and center. But it seems like lately they're not able to do so, and they're concentrating on those placement points more than those finishes.
Speak about the placement points, right? I mean, I feel like Warmania Esports, this is one of those teams that sort of really likes to go guns blazing inside the game. But so far, inside these lobbies, they're not able to perform. And even that's a big question and a big surprising factor for me. Even Team Tamila is not able to perform, all the way on the 45th spot. So many points of concern as we move on forward inside the overall standings. Things are just getting way too interesting. Galactic Gamers too actually finding themselves on the 41st spot. 41st spot. I mean, I don't know what's going on, man. A lot of the names that I had so many expectations from, including WSB, not able to perform.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see all these teams, because until here, I feel, until the 48th position, we'll be able to see that teams have a fighting chance. But from here on, from the 50 and below, I don't think so it's going to be easy for these players. I know they've all played only 4 matches, but 18 points for 4 matches seems to be very low for a team like Revenant as well.
I mean, look at 56. You've got Skulltz Esports. Oh, man, it's just crazy. It hurts to see so many of these teams that I've had so many expectations from, to look at them on such the bottom overall standings. It really just hurts. And these guys are pretty much at the bottom because they've played their 5 games. Intrepid Esports, Center Esports, Skulltz Esports, they've played their 5 games and still all the way at the bottom. Godlike, they've played 4 games so far, but still they've only managed to accumulate 5 points in total. This hurts because Godlike in 4 games, the total is only 5 points. I don't understand what's going on. Same thing can be said for the likes of G Phoenix as well, with only 3 points they've gotten. Spy Esports, at least they've got 10 points with 5 games, but even that's not enough.
Hopefully we'll be able to see some difference in the table, because the next match is going to be very crucial. And by the end of today, I think the D-Day would have already started, right? So all of these teams in the bottom will have to do something phenomenal, pull that magic rabbit out of their hat, because that is the only thing. They need a miracle to be on the top of the table right now, because they need 30 to 40 points in the rest of the games they play. And I believe with 3 to 4 games left out, 30 to 40 points will be like 10 points in every single game. So consistency is the only key they have to walk through the doors of heaven.
Speak about the consistency. I mean, the upcoming game is going to be starting soon enough. But before we move on forward, we also need to find out which are those 2 teams or which are those 2 groups that are going to be duking it out in the upcoming game. It's going to be Group 3 right now in front of our screens. AUTOBOTZ, Hyderabad Hydras, Skulltz Esports once again back inside the fray. Signify 2, Raw Official, Lucknow Giants. All these teams, we have been taking a look at them. Now, this is where things are going to get even interesting, because Godlike, they're going to play their 3rd game today, and this is why I am really having massive expectations from the likes of Velocity Gaming, Godlike, and Medal Esports.
Now, this is going to be the last game as well for the side of Godlike, right? Tomorrow, probably they'll have another game left out by the looks of the point standings, which I saw now. Each of these teams, if I'm not wrong, is playing 7 games each. So, correct me if I'm wrong, because you know I've come in late to join you guys. So, if 7 games is what they have in hand, and if they have the last game to be played today, they'll actually need a winner chicken dinner or at least 20 points in this game just to make sure that they have a fighting chance to be in the top 32 of the overall standings.
To be honest, they just need a nuclear game. Let's be honest. They need at least one massive game over here, and then the second one should be a consistent finish to get themselves back inside the fray and the competition. With that being said, the map of Sanhok is in front of us as well. The playing flat path starting all the way from Camp Alpha towards Mongnai, and it's heavily tilted to the northern side of the map. Now, this is where maybe for the first time we'll see teams struggle it out when they're going to try to make it all the way down south towards Camp Charlie or Sami or Docks, because that's the places where teams like to accumulate meds on to go for the med strat.
Now, Cave is also one of those places I've seen few teams go to. So hopefully they'll be able to somehow reach there. As we all know, there are few teams who get down towards the ruin area. And in case they get those guns and they're ready to come in and challenge these teams who are going in for the response as well, are going to have a very, very tough time. ABCs are heading towards the boot camp area. And I can see that Orzi will be going in for a split right to the center of the map. Will that be a wise decision to take, as GE is not far away? Even they have a very, very wide split. Medley Esports will be having the first, probably the first point of contact or the first skirmish to be taking place over here. And look at where Godlike S-Power is right now, way too deep on the eastern side of the map, where the rest of his teammates have gone all towards Camp Charlie area. What is actually happening right now?
I mean, Godlike, they usually like to drop inside the Painan area, but they're usually getting contested by a lot of teams, and this time it's going to be in the name of Team Tribal Esports. Last time, they were getting challenged by CS Esports, and Godlike, they got completely wiped off the bat instantly. So this time, hopefully it's not going to happen the same way, because Godlike knows the opponent is right on the opposite side of Painan, but actually they're going to try to leave this entire vicinity. They do not want to fight up against the players of Godlike, so this is a really good news for them. They can try and press on the charges even better and loot up for a better factor, for a better aspect inside the upcoming game. Spider Esports, one of the knockouts did happen instantly, but at least Goku's back upon his feet once again.
Necro, do you remember the conversation we were having just before this match regarding Shadow and the way Shadow is not able to perform for the side of Godlike? And I believe that, you know, Shadow is not playing this game. Because when I saw all 4 men standing, I saw Jonathan, S-Power, and probably I saw Z-Guard coming in. So I have a strong feeling that Shadow is not playing this game and Neo is playing in the place of Shadow. And this different lineup of Godlike, suddenly some glimmer of hope or some kind of an expectation is starting to build up in my heart for the side of Godlike.
Yeah, definitely. This will be interesting to see now how this team's going to function, because IGL not inside the game anymore, and
a new
now
IGL.
someone else needs to fill up the shoes. Let's see who's going to be the IGL actually. Now, to be honest, it makes a lot of sense, considering we know that a lot of people in general inside Godlike, they've got so much firepower. And if you remember, I told you this as well, Arca, that Jonathan will probably be the IGL as well. And I think so. We've also got a call out from the producer saying that Jonathan is actually going to be IGLing the likes of Godlike. So let's see how he's going to try to fill up Shadow's shoes.
Oh my goodness. For the first time, it's going to be like a lion leading the pack of wolves. And I really want to see whether they'll be able to live up to the aggression and, you know, make themselves known as the Lions as well. The evolution, the transformation is going to be phenomenal. And from the get-go, Jonathan gives a complete independence to one of his teammates. S-Power says, you know, you're going to be the Freeman. You go play however you want in this game.
Yeah.
And remember, every time I feel that Godlike is stepping back from a fight, I'll believe that it's the Tiger taking 2 steps behind, because we know it's going to be going in for the leap and probably going in for that lethal damage which is going to pull off after that.
I mean, speak of that lethal damage, and right next to the players of Godlike are the Team Tribal Esports. And it seems like they're not exactly in the Pinat City, but somewhere in the outskirts. Somewhere in the falling compound, somewhere in the close compounds, that's where they are. And I really want to see now how Jonathan's actually going to be leading the pack as well. It's crazy that I predicted this coming. I was just sitting down. I was just trying to make a structure for Godlike. And I was like, okay, if Shadow's not really able to do the IGL role that well, then I feel like Jonathan should step up and try and fill the roles a little bit better. And we literally had this conversation. And right in the next game, I guess this somehow hurt us. And they were like, okay, you know what? We're going to give it a shot. Let's let Jonathan be the IGL inside the game. And, well, things are going to go south instantly. Godlike losing out on 2 of the players. This is not a great start.
I don't know how come he told his teammates to rotate. I understand the strategy, right? If I'm reading this right, Jonathan told his teammates, you know what, you guys take a rotation, come in through those bridges, try to backstab the opponents, and I'll try to grab all the attention up front. But it seems like things have not gone accordingly. And I don't understand this. How can you take a bike to traverse around a map like Sanhok when you know it's going to be one of the most vulnerable vehicles to be using over here? And I don't know how they did not expect somebody to be waiting them towards the other side of the map.
Yeah, big blunder. Big blunder, that's for sure. And because of that, now once again, Godlike just starting things off in a massive handicap manner inside this game too. Velocity Gaming against the likes of G Phoenix, and actually a really solid knockout from Sriju to kick things off inside this fight. Now already the man advantage is sort of stacked in the favor of G Phoenix. They can try to strike down another player in the front lines. He's got the Tommy gun, actually. What a spray transfer from Sriju. Straight up blocks onto the opponent and now takes him down as well. A massive man advantage stacked with the players of G Phoenix, and now they can try to keep on applying that pressure and take down the last 2 men that are alive in the front lines. G Phoenix looking to press on the charges once again. Velocity Gaming, they look quite lost. Nades are tossed in the front lines, but G Phoenix knows that they've won the 50% of the battle already. All they need to do is tame the 2 players that are still standing in anonymous factors.
Now, I can't believe that VLT are running away from a team like GE right now, because the execution from their side was so perfect. Now the patience is also starting to pay off. One more shot against the person might have put him down, but aimbot misses, and that's not the kind of gameplay you need to show over here, as Immortal, the last man standing, will be trying to save his teammates and probably will be trying to come in from a different angle. Or is he running back to play for that position points, as he's already done the damage against the side of GE, who's going to be recovering? They need to strike when the Phoenix is down, because if it raises from his ashes, I don't think so he can stop them easily. As Sriju, almost down to 1 HP, immediately falls back over here. But Immortal says otherwise. He's got to be pushing in. He knows everybody.
Oh my God, what?
But eventually, what a strike coming in from the side of Sriju. It was just 1 bullet which was required by the side of Immortal to put her down. But I would say that Phoenix is now going to rise from their ashes, and let's see what they can pull off in this game.
Way too close for comfort. Way too close for comfort. I thought G Phoenix, that could have been it for them, but in the end, somehow they managed to close their fists and get things back in their hands once again. G Phoenix, that could have been so bad for them, but somehow they managed to claim that entire fight back once again in their hands. That last single man from BLT had the potential to spoil everything, but look at this lock-in from Sriju. Straight up just snaps onto the target, takes him down, and already just kicking things off in a massive advantage inside this fight, but still somewhere down the line in the end, things were messed up massively. Immortal been able to make the run for his life. He was able to do so successfully. Then he tried to strike back once again against the opponents, but things were a little bit too tough for them. And still, with this 1 HP, he was able to make so much happen on the board against G Phoenix. That was so concerning for a second.
Yep, but did she do a 1v4 is what I would wait and watch. I want to see whether the confirmation will be coming through that, you know, she's done a 1v4 over here against a team like VLT. And if she has done something like that, that has to be phenomenal. And guess what? Spy Esports will be able to land a grenade to perfection to send another team home. And that, I believe, was the side of... Oh no, I speak too fast, I believe. Signify will be losing one of their players, as 3 others are having that high ground advantage at Lakawi. Will be now looking forward to take revenge against the other players.
Not just that, I mean, Spider Esports right now losing out on 2 of their players. This is not a great start. And look at how they lost out on those 2 players too in the replay. Nicely done. They had a little crossfire setup, and Spider Esports straight up, they just walked in that trap and they got tripped over. two of the players instantly getting devoured, and now these last two men alive inside the Lakavi area. It's going to be tough to make it out alive. Let's be honest. Only these two players, and they're also surrounded on all the high ground across them. Next to impossible.
Completely agreed. The trap which was set over there, but Jonathan seems to be alive. Jonathan seems to be breathing at the Painan area, even though he's in a deadlock where all four players are surrounding him. Probably he'll be waiting for, godlike S-Power to somehow come and, regroup with him. And those two people are also equivalent to foam and firepower. I have to say you that. If both of them step up, bring in their A game, they could sweep the floor. They could make sure that they finish off all the other squads. But what they need right now is a little bit of confidence and a little bit of favor from the BGMI gods, so that nobody puts them down and they can find each other in the rotations.
Godlike still taking things slow and cautious. Jonathan in the clotheslines before Team Tribal Esports. It's a feast that's being served on a silver platter. And that silver platter right now is sort of missing, at least for a while. They will need to find that, claim that feast, and take over this entire Painan city for themselves, and also a little bit of extra loot the players of Godlike managed to find for themselves. But Team Tribal Esports taking things a little slow and sound for now, at least inside the lobby, because they don't exactly know where Godlike are positioned. They want to find the exact positioning and then maybe try and go aggressive against the players and assault them down inside the lobby. But speak about the big dogs, we've got Marcos Gaming on our screens, and another one of those teams that is actually doing so phenomenal inside the firefights at the same time. Good rotations.
I completely agree with you on that, because we are able to see that Spraygard was the MVP of the previous game where Marcus Gaming played. And also Vexy is very, very good with his DBS and his close range battles. So when you have somebody who's experienced and somebody who's talented, that team is obviously going to perform well. But you know what? I've heard a saying that, when you have somebody very, very aggressive in a family, they usually tell them to put some responsibilities on their head so that they understand how a family functions. It seems like Godlike has done the same with that of Jonathan. They made him get the responsibility so that he understands how the team is actually functioning right now. Probably he'll be able to step up and bring his A game in this game.
I mean, to be honest, what I think the only reason why Jonathan is going to be the IGL as well is because it's mainly to sort of tell his team on how to exactly function. Now, let me elaborate on this factor a little bit more. So Jonathan, he's been inside the competitive scene for a really long time. He's one of the most old players out there inside the competitive scene. He's seen a lot of ups and downs. He knows how to perform through those ups and downs, and probably he's the only player that knows how to get his team out of the dirt when they've actually found themselves in that. And I would say this is actually a really good decision to bring in a little bit of change in the IGL as well, because this is definitely a stage where you can try and adapt and try and experiment a little bit more, because inside the main BGIS tournament, if you're going to try to do something like this, you're just going to dig your own grave.
But just in case everything goes fine and Johnny's callouts come out perfect, I believe in the BGIS we can expect some different Godlike altogether. But that call out in the beginning of telling Spraygard to split away from the team and try to come in from a different place altogether seems to have worked out for the side of Godlike, at least so far.
I mean, with only a two-man squad, I don't know what's worked out, what's not. But I would still say I would not like to judge Jonathan just on that one single bad move. It's just his first game as an IGL inside BGI's The Grind. So I would say let him have a little bit of more breathing space. Let him know how things are going to look like in the future lines too. And considering we know how things are really looking like too. And still being pinned behind this little box, Jonathan is. This is going to be a little bit of a tough part for them. Getting out of this spot indeed will be tough. But speak of that, now we've got AUTOBOTZ Esports on our screens, and in the opposing lines, we've got a couple of foes just lying around. All the four players in that same compound. Things are looking quite interesting. AUTOBOTZ, they've got all the information they need to try and pounce on top of the opponents, but all they're looking for is that first sweet knockout, and then the confirmation will be made.
Look at the southern eastern side of the map. Most of these teams thought that the circle might be happening there, and that's why they were all stacked up towards the Kampong area. Now, since they've all been betrayed, now I would like to see the rotation of the teams from the bottom, especially Marcus Gaming and LGs, because both of these teams will have does have a small space actually right now in between the side of GE as well as the teams on the right, where they can go towards the Paradise Resort. But the only man who's got the perfect rotation planned out has to be the side of Godlike Espower, who will be going in all the way towards the Paradise Resort, where nobody's going to be backstabbing him, and slowly make it from the northern side of the map.
I mean, for now, Maverick Esports, they're in a deadlock. Cannot even move around that well. And in that compound, they don't even know how things are going to look like. So for AUTOBOTZ, you can say this is sort of like a date with destiny. Looking pretty good, solid. And considering it feels like all the players are actually watching every single piece of angle, every single piece of cover too, so no chances of them actually getting third party too, or maybe backstabbed. So I really love that overall setup coming in from that side. But speaking about Godlike, once again, Jonathan is trying to keep his position anonymous because he knows at this point in time, it's time for me to play for the positioning. It's better if I try to go for a little bit more mids and make sure that I'm getting out of this spot harms-free.
I don't know how come both these teams are so persistent. If I was there for the side of Team 70 IE, I would have thought that, you know what, I think that, nobody is around in this vicinity. Let's fall back. Even the blue has already touched us. But it seems like both of them are just waiting out there. Now, Johnny's fear, I can understand that it's a 1v4, which is going to be hard for him to pull out. But for the opponents, how come they're still in those compounds waiting for one man to make a mistake?
Well, I guess that's really not going to happen. The mistake's really not going to be made. And he also had a decent amount of first aid, so yeah, he can try and go for the med strat if he does want to keep on going. Speaking about the teams that are really not making a lot of mistakes inside the lobby, one of them has to be Marcos Gaming. I like how they take their time in scouting out the compounds. I like how they try to stop on a spot, then gain the information, and then try to make their future pathing. And I feel like that is what's something that really makes Marcos Gaming stand out. Now, I've seen a lot of the teams rotate inside the lobby, but trust me when I say this, Marcos Gaming's rotation pathway is completely different. They rotate in a different and a unique manner. They rely on so much information. They stop somewhere on a temporary spot. They gain information. They move again. Then they stop once again, gain information, move again. It's like these little buffers, these little stops that they make in between while making that rotation. That sort of makes them stand out for me, at least.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is something phenomenal from their side, because knowledge is power, and they do remember wherever they move from. So once they get to know that there is a team in their rotation, they just don't go forward just like that. They keep a watch on their backs as well as they make it inside the circle. But it seems like Lucknow Giants have somehow detected that Marcus Gaming is right in front of them. They're just going to wait for the players to come out in the open and get into those vehicles. Circle yet again betraying all these teams, and nobody is there on the northern side of the map. They all chose to come down from the southern side, but it seems like Jonathan is in deep trouble, as Lucknow Giants do have a vague idea. There's some slithering snake moving around, but in case they don't have an idea, Jonathan can actually strike, but he's going to be healing. Will that sound cue be enough for the side of LGs to find out that there's a person close by?
Think so. It's a little far away for LG to actually know if there's still someone close by. But speak of this, and Hyderabad Hydras in a desperate way to try and make it inside the safe zone and also try and take down the players to Signify. They know Fraction's the only man in the close line, so it's better if we try and press on the Chargers right now and get him out of the game right here. And that's what they were trying to do, but the man's already moved out from that spot and also got a little bit of third-person perspective advantage inside the entire fight. The entire team of Signify gonna disengage and try to move inside the circle in a better spot, and I like this decision that they've made, because they know if they would have collided in that fight, things could have went down for both of them. But as they try to make it away, still with the high ground that the players of Hyderabad Hydras had, it sort of worked out in a little bit of an opposite way that they didn't really want it to. The utility's utilized, and it's gonna find its mark.
I mean, that was perfect, right? They didn't cook it too much. They knew that all they had to do is pitch it over that big rock which is in front of them. And once they did it, they got that knock completely secured. Whereas on the other side, Signify with the last man standing, Tansy will be, somehow trying to survive for the longest time possible. But least does he realize that HH are really persistent on getting that final finish against the team of Signify. Actually, he can make you advantage of it. He can take a great advantage of it. Try to lure them out one player at a time and put them out. All of this thing said and done, it's going to be the side of Psych going against the side of Skills. Let's see where this time,
oh my God,
this
what?
fight is turning out as they get the first knock. Sirvi has already done the damage.
What was that from Sirvi? Straight up just waltzing inside that window, going for that fight head on. I don't even know exactly what was that move from him, but it was so uncountable. It was so unpredictable that he actually came out on top of that fight as well. But look at Phoenix, tries to do the same thing as well, trying to go aggressive in that fight, and this is what the Skulltz Esports squad likes to do. They like to be pretty aggressive inside the lobbies, and that's what they're trying to do so far, but not really able to find that success that they really wanted. Phoenix still now going to try to patch himself back up inside the fight. He wants to go ahead and challenge the fight in general against the likes of Psych, but it's not going to be that easy of an affair, considering Phoenix is the only man who's currently up close and personal, and eventually he gets spotted and taken down as well. Now it's the players of Psych trying to mow down the lawns.
I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them, this 2v2 battle where the blue has already started to give them so much of damage on the opposite side. They're going to be welcome with the DBS shots. Atlas was able to strike clear, push the players back over here. Beast has also made the same mistake, having a DBS and not coming to the corners of the edges of at least the buildings has done a major damage for them. And from here on, Sirvi will have to do something phenomenal to pull this out. If he's able to put down the players out here and then go to revive his teammate, that's going to be a great advantage for the side of Psych.
Don't exactly know who's going to be stacked up for the advantages for now, but Skulltz Esports, they're definitely in a world of hurt. Only that one of the last player was alive, and now also both of these players actually going for the resurrection onto their fallen comrades. And Bichlu, he's got the DBS primed in his hands. He's just waiting for one single man to pop up in front of him, and probably the DBS right down the opponent. What a perfect shot that was, but even he gets knocked out eventually. Now, the last man alive in the name of Beast, but let's be, is he actually going to be the Beast inside the fight? And eventually they both get eliminated from the lobby. It's going to be AUTOBOTZ, the third party, the entire frame from the back lines.
Oh, it was not AUTOBOTZ, but S-Power from one side has already started to fight against the side of BB. I don't know why he alone wants to take a 1v4 over here, but he seems to be a little bit successful with the assault already. He's got one finish for himself, and it seems like the second one might be coming through as well, as he's trying to third-party an event over here, and that's a very wise thing to do for a person who's standing alone for a team, at least at this corner of the map. Whereas far away with the next circle forming in, Stage 5 has already come in. He's just got 3 first stage for himself. He's waiting for one of the teammates of BB to come in and try to revive his teammate, and probably that is when he's got to be rushing in to get another finish for himself.
His power's the only last glimmer of hope alive for Godlike inside this game, and the only thing he can try to do right now inside the lobby is try and play it safe. And Sound Kyoya somehow made it, but not for long enough. It instantly just takes an exit from the lobby. Raw official, Abi was knocked out, but Puritosh as well is way too low for comfort. Utilities tossed in that direction, but Puritosh no issues whatsoever. AUTOBOTZ still on that high ground they've gun, and they're just going to try to mow down the lawns once again. Puritosh, all it's going to need is one single bullet, and they find that connection.
S-Power still bringing his team on the top over here, but he's doing a lot of shots, a lot of commotions, and that was a big mistake from his side. He could have been one with the nature and tried to make it inside the circle and probably brought his team into the top 2 or the top 3 itself. But ultimately, we all know that we can just sit here and speculate, as the person inside the game will be under a lot of pressure, as AUTOBOTZ, having 9 finishes for themselves, still wants to put up some more, as they're going to continue to spray down the side of BB, not allowing to make it inside the circle. Uzumaki has already made it in, and Orlo knows his location very well. So in case he'll be able to strike another one knock, another one finish for the team, that will be double digit for this team alone.
Phoenix losing out of players left, right, and center, but the shots taken from them are definitely going to be quite hurtful. Eventually, Phoenix, they wipe out the existence of Team Tribal Esports that was in the front lines, but then even AUTOBOTZ themselves, they find themselves in a massive disadvantage because they were in a sandwich. The team in the front was also taking a lot of shots against them, and then the team in the back, Lucknow Giants, too, pressed on the charges instantly. Now Lucknow Giants, they're in one of the most prime positions that they can ask for, and all of the players are also quite healthy, but the problem is in the final few moments of the game, Lucknow Giants, they've got a little disadvantage to play around with, and that is the man number.
Now, I would say that this Phoenix has risen from its ashes and now will be looking forward to strike and make sure they get this winner chicken dinner. They worked so hard for it, especially Sriju, who's got 4 finishes for herself. And also, we can see that Takurayan Whitey has also got 3 finishes for herself, right? They're going to be deploying smokes to get control of the circle which is in front of them. That is going to be the top priority for both these teams. And Sriju, as well as her teammate, are going to be falling back, slowly trying to gain control, slowly trying to gain as much knowledge as possible against the opponents. But Vixen gets taken down by John. Now equating equal, it's going to be Lucknow Giants 3 versus the side of GE Phoenix 3.
GE Phoenix, Vixen was knocked out and dusted from the game. Let's see who's going to bite the dust this time. Players of GE Phoenix, they're way too softened up. They're trying to play for their lives at this point in time, but at least they barely made it inside the circle on the edges. And look at Takurayan YT trying to form an off angle. I like the thinking from her, but is that going to come true successful? That's what I'm here to find out. Crawling on the right sides of the map, and I told you, remember Arca? I told you GE Phoenix is one of those teams that likes to take their time, slow and steadily inside the lobby, and that's how they like to do. But eventually, Takurayan YT, she gets spotted and mowed down. Instantly, the knockout's going to be found, and Lucknow Giants, they know. Now it's time for us to press the charges and put on a little bit more pressure against the likes of GE Phoenix, but that nade from Sergio was perfect. Knockout was found, but now the last man standing from the side of GE Phoenix is being pinned in the front lines. But look at Ravina, she's also forming an off angle against the entirety of Lucknow Giants. 2 of the players are standing, but Ravina, eventually, I think her position was compromised as well. Dawn's position known. Ravina, she knows exactly where the last 2 men of Lucknow Giant are standing as well, but Sergio gets found, and now it's all down to Ravina from GE Phoenix.
Oh, she doesn't have any kind of throwables. All she has to do is get a bit more closer and get that knock and finish immediately. She's making it way too late with that Thompson in her hand. Now she sits to an M41. Now, she's one with the nature. We need to understand this. Lucknow Giants, they can't lose this game. They're going to spread around and make sure they find the last player. Rage God doesn't have any kind of idea. He's just pushing in blank. One knock and finish could be something which she can take, but ultimately it was way too late for her. But GE had set up that fight very, very well is what I would like to say. 3 different players were in 3 different directions, and they had to start the assault with all of them at a time, but they chose to do it 1 player at a time, due to which it became a big issue. Lucknow, when they were going for that revival behind the rock as well, that is when she could have striked and got a knock and then made it 1v1. But yet again, all of these speculations might not come in through. They barely made it into the final circle as we saw the fight between VLT and themselves. But you know what? I'm just going to say that that was a good game for them.
To be honest, I mean, I told you, man, GE Phoenix is one of those teams that waits for their right time, that likes to take things a little bit slow. And once they start riling up inside the lobbies, that's where they really start to feel out the feel and the lay of the land. And that's where it seems like GE Phoenix sort of found their sweet and the comfort zone as well. But ladies and gentlemen, as you guys know, it's time for us to push to a short break because that previous game came to an end. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a couple of seconds.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक करेंगे। साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने। सेंटर स्लैम। स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कनें और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
सिपाहियों हमला
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने खत्म कर दो
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back after a very short break. Of course, Arka needed to have a little bit of a break, and that means that I get to be on the desk once again. Necro, what's up? How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic as always, man. And to be honest, I'm just enjoying today's day because we know it's the second last day of the round 3 and things are heating up in such a great fashion. Do you know what? It's not even heating up. It's already heated up to the maximum.
Well, for the audience, of course, let's just spice things up a little bit more, of course. You know, as a matter of fact, an Indian faction is getting added to Road to Valor. And this is exciting news for all of y'all because you get the opportunity of winning some great rewards. All you've got to do is go to their social media handles, follow it first of all, and in the event which is called Guess the Guardian, try and guess the name of the Indian faction which is getting added to the game. Also, do not forget to mention your IDs. And if you are amongst the lucky 5 who give the right answers, then you might get some crazy rewards. There are chests which are worth 2,500 gems, and that you can use to redeem mythic awards. So what are you waiting for? Just go down there and try and guess the name of the Indian faction. But of course, with that out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, let's dive deep into the map of Sanhok. Necro, I want to know your thoughts. What do you think of the whole game? What do you think of the performance of the team which actually stood out the most?
Lucknow Giants. Now, this team was trying to stay under the radar. They did not really get a lot of limelight initially, but in the final moments of the game, they were actually in full force. They had 3 players. G Phoenix had the man advantage, but unfortunately, that one player from G Phoenix overextended, and he got knocked out. But this is how things really started to heat up in that previous game off that Battlegrounds. And as we did see Godlike making that move, I don't exactly know what the call was made in this situation, but somewhere down the line, the presence of mind wasn't really there. They had no clue that the opponents are going to be in that shack. But I would still say that a valiant effort.
Valiant effort for sure, right? And we always know, as a matter of fact, map awareness is the most effective piece of information which you could possibly have. This fight for Velocity Gaming was absolutely brilliant, and Immortal almost pulled off a crazy clutch, but then there was Shriju, of course, from GE Phoenix. She knows how to stand up tall in crazy situations and revive her team back from the dead, and that is exactly what she did. It's fantastic to see these female lineups coming up and performing so good, Necro.
Exactly, and you know, Arca was sort of concerned if G Phoenix is going to be able to perform or not, and I told him, Arca, just relax. This is how G Phoenix likes to play. They sort of take things a little bit calm and in a controlled manner in the upcoming, or at least in the first few days, and then in the final moments, this is where they really start getting that wake-up call, and they sort of wake up too inside the lobbies. And I don't exactly know how they make that happen, but somehow they find themselves in those final few moments of the game, and they sort of managed to seal the deal, or at least get away with a decent placement points. And as I've always been mentioning, for me, nuclear performances don't matter. For me, what matters is if you're going to be able to keep yourself consistent throughout the entire tournament, then you won't really need to rely on those mega blaster of the performances.
Exactly, consistency is the key, to be honest. And just like you mentioned, if you are capable of putting up that average scoreline every single time you're playing in the Battlegrounds, then you don't need those Giga Banger maps. But of course, there are certain teams right now whose backs are against the wall, Necro, and they need those big chicken dinners, especially the teams who are beyond 50th position onwards right now. That race to the top 32 is certainly heating up, and options, or rather opportunities, are going to diminish as we proceed further in the tournament. We only have 2 more maps to go, of course, Erangel and Miramar, and then just one final day before we get to see which are the teams, of course, who are proceeding to round 3 of the BGIS. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the stakes are absolutely high, and I am pumped.
I'm pumped too. I mean, considering how things are being really looking like, as you mentioned, the stakes are definitely high. But now my eyes are going to be on a couple of more underdog teams that really have not been able to perform so far inside the lobby. And I want them to perform as well. We have seen those teams so far on the latter half of the board as well. But in general, Revenge Esports, inside round 1, round 2, phenomenal performance, but not able to perform. LOC Esports too, phenomenal performance, but inside the round 3, sort of in the mid pack, but I know what LOC is capable of. I know they can try and keep themselves somewhere in the top 5.
Exactly right. And this has been the problem with a lot of these teams, the underdogs who kind of showed up what their true potential is when met against the top dogs in a very stacked lobby like this, and more so in a round robin format. That is when troubles generally arise. And this is sort of the test, the trial by fire for all of these teams. If they can come out of this situation, I feel like they will be the true deserving of that round 3 of the BGIS, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, as we proceed further, we have to discuss what actually went by and what actually happened in the last game. First of all, we'll start off with the MVP of the game in the map of Sanhok, and it was Orlo from AUTOBOTZ Esports. And I want to know from you, Necro, what do you think of this lad's performance? Because AUTOBOTZ, they have been extremely consistent, but Orlo, as well as a couple of other players, they have been standing out every single time.
I mean, AUTOBOTZ, like, they were not really able to survive for that long inside the lobby, but they've been able to rack up those early game finishes is what's kept them somewhere on the top 5 players list. But then you've got Lucknow Giants too, Don Pridgewell making it on the top 5 players list too, and GE Phoenix. Riju is going to be there too with 4 finishes. Now, as we do move on forward and take a look at the point standings, I feel like that's where things can be cleared up in a better fashion. AUTOBOTZ in general, this team is doing it in a really comfortable fashion inside the top 32. They were on the 18th spot when we started the day off, but I don't exactly know what's going to be their position. But in general, this team is doing pretty comfortable whatsoever.
Exactly, with consistent performances, the way they have put things up, I think they're stacking up numbers, especially today so far. I mean, look at this, right? Lucknow Giants at the top with 27 points. GE Phoenix closely falling by with 20 points, and then there you have it, AUTOBOTZ with 18 points as well. So I think that this particular team, they definitely are taking big strides towards that top 32. Just like you mentioned, they were already there. They're just solidifying their position inside of that finish line that we were talking about. Now, some big names on the second page, of course, which has been the usual theme of BGIS The Grind. You've got Godlike, you've got Medley Esports, you've got Marcus Gaming, and Velocity Gaming. Necro, I want to know, like, I mean, we know as a matter of fact that a lot of things for the big teams haven't really been working out. For Team Godlike, for Team Medley Esports as well. For Medley Esports, they've been inconsistent, right? Some games, they perform excellent. The other games, they just completely slack off. That consistency part, which we always stress on, has been missing.
I mean, sometimes the consistency can be missing too. And to be honest, you know what I look at this entire round 3 as? Because teams have already known. They've somewhere down the line qualified inside the BGIS whatsoever. Now, a lot of the teams in general are utilizing the round 3 as sort of like the experimental grounds, trying to make a little bit squads. We don't exactly know how things are looking like amongst the playing for itself, but maybe the strategies are being changed. Maybe the rotation pathways are being changed too. But this is what I'm taking a look at the round 3 as, where you can try and experiment because you already know they've qualified inside the main tournament whatsoever. But as we do take a look at the matchup of the upcoming game, we've got Group 4 in front of us. Some of the deadly teams already inside this group. You've got Asla, Team BST, WSB Gaming, Do or Die. These 4 teams, they have been on the top of the charts for a long time now.
Yeah, and on Group 6, of course, you've got Gladiator Esports, Hindustan Gaming, growing strong, who has been fantastic throughout this tournament. And then, of course, there are teams who can definitely make an impact. Warmania, Blood Rose, of course, not to forget OR Esports as well. Now, this entire matchup is going to have some of my favorite teams, be it Asla, be it Growing Strong. These underdog teams who are inside that top 10, they have personified consistency. The ticks, the check marks, which we always pointed out, they've always managed to find that right balance. And it seems like this Miramar is going to be extremely stacked. I'm expecting a sort of a rather passive start to this game because, of course, when you have teams who are so disciplined, it seems like there's going to be a proper end game, and the initial phase of the game is going to be a little calm, a little cool.
Speak about calm and cool things, right? And I feel like at this point in time, for OR that we just saw a while ago inside this upcoming group, that's going to be playing in the upcoming map too. And for them, they like to play it calm and cool. But now at this point in time, if they really do want to find themselves in the top 32, it's not the time to play it calm and cool. They need to press on.
Yeah.
They need to apply a little bit more pressure on the opponents, because for OR Esports, they need to realize their main playing pattern isn't really going to work, especially against the teams that don't even know how they're going to be performing or playing inside the lobby. And when you don't know their set pattern, when you don't know their set structure, that's when you need to start going a little aggressive on the lobbies and try and chime inside those firefights. And I think so that's the only thing that's sort of missing from the side of OR.
Exactly, and this should be a competitive advantage for the top tier teams, because they've been playing for a long time. They've got resources and facilities which sort of overshadow what the underdog teams have, right? I mean, think about this, right? Going in a 4v4 fight, in terms of the amount of facilities and the team bonding which the top tier teams have with bootcamp facilities and something else, I feel like they will have that competitive edge, and OR Esports should definitely utilize that to their advantage instead of trying to go in for the late game. Maybe getting those early points on board is going to be extremely crucial for them. I've been constantly mentioning this, the fact that getting yourself that early morale boost is so important for the late game, because once you know your hands are warm and you're hitting your shots, there's nothing that is going to stop you.
I mean, in general, these players are going to be good inside the lobby whatsoever when it comes to the mechanical skills, right? But I just feel like OR at this point in time, they're not really designed to go for that aggressive plays, because they have been playing like passive, defensive, not passive exactly, but their main brain,
Defensive.
the way it functions, it's defense. They like to play it really defensive, but then they also need to understand that inside these type of lobby, for defense, you need to have all the information on the opponent's move. And that's why defense will actually work out in a T1 lobby, but inside these type of lobbies, defense is not going to work out, because the underdog teams, they're not going to have a set pattern of playing the game whatsoever. They will try and experiment.
Exactly.
They will try and use new things every single game, because at the point in time, they do not really have a perfect analyst. They do not have a coach whatsoever. So these guys will not have a set pattern anyway. So you will need to try and adapt on that play style, and you will need to try and go on aggressive inside the lobbies too. But the upcoming map of Miramar is on the way.
It certainly is on the way, and the flight path is in front of the screens, of course. It starts from Torre Ahmada and ends towards Valle del Mar. A flight path which is a little skewed towards the left-hand side of the map. Teams would love to go towards La Cabrera and El Pozo, which certainly are hot drop locations. But if somebody actually fancies the southern shore or the eastern shore of the map, maybe towards Impala or Los Leones, then there might be a little bit of a glide which gets involved. And also, we've seen, Necro, the fight for intermediate vehicles. You might still remember that the monster truck fight which Hector and some other team had, right? Hector was the first one to embark on the monster truck, and then he was just running players over with it. So those are the initial skirmishes and the awkward moments which definitely make it more interesting, and I am looking out for those moments so far.
I mean, everyone's going to be looking out for those moments, right? And to be honest, the circle, urban warfare, I'm down to see it, man. I just really want to see a Los Leones circle right now that can throw every single player inside the lobby off guard, and we will see an absolute war. All the teams just trying to go all guns blazing, but I guess, well, my dream's not going to come true anyways. The circle's going to be a pretty standard circle, just tilted a little bit on the northern side and also shifted on the right side. But X7 Bitter, once again, this guy is the winning condition for X7, but unfortunately, man's got no guns.
I mean, man's got no guns, no teammates, no support whatsoever, and he gets picked off with the VSS Omega. I mean, luckily enough, LOC Esports, they were the first ones to actually drop into the compound. They got themselves those initial weaponry to work with. And, I mean, this is not the first time, Necro, we have seen a drop being mismanaged from a side. X7 Wolves, especially Winter, has been the secret source of success. But him being taken down means that a lot of those hopes for that big chicken dinner, that has been drained out.
I mean, for a lot of the teams, man, in general, the hope for the chicken dinner is not there. Because they know all we need to do is just make it inside the top 32, Salty. And for top 32, you do not even need a chicken dinner. All you need is consistent points, like 5 or 6 points every game. I don't think so. It's going to be that tough to keep yourself in the top 32. It really wouldn't be. And unless now is where you're sort of getting the wake-up call, and now is where you know that, okay, I really do need to be inside the top 32. For example, if you're the teams on the last page, then
Yeah.
maybe you will need to try and do something, or you will need to try and make a nuclear game inside the game. But other than that, if you're one of those teams that is in the mid pack and you just want to try and breach inside the top 32, or just try and keep your spot pinned down, 5 or 6 each game, or 5 or 6 points each game will be good to go.
Definitely, and I'm not exactly sure where does X7 Wolves actually stand, but I think they are somewhere close to the top 16. They've had good performances last day, and they've been rather consistent in getting those 10, 12 points a game so far in this particular round. Of course, you're the one with the stat sheet. Of course, you might be able to confirm this whole aspect of it, but 100% agreed with the fact that the teams who are definitely in top 32 right now, they just don't need to do something extraordinary at this moment. Just probably hold your cards, keep your aces up your sleeve, so that when it is actually time, for BGIS, the main event that is there, you can actually deploy those plans into action. But so far, it's all about hiding those special plays and just keeping them secret, so that nobody else gets to know. And that is the competitive edge these underdog teams have, because nobody knows a lot about them.
Team VST, though, it's another one of those underdog teams. And inside round 2, trust me when I say this, Salty, they were just wrecking havoc inside the lobby.
Yep.
One of the biggest name to be feared inside the round 2. But now in the round 3, it seems like the beast is awake. Or at least right now it's awake inside the lobby. But still not that big of a performance that we saw if we compare how they're playing inside the round 3 that we saw in the round 2. So I really want to see the beast in their primes, because that's what they're capable of. That's their fullest limit.
Yep. Seems like the beast has been caught napping. Another beast, of course, would be in the form of Team Tamilas. I mean, this is one of the teams which comes in with a lot of fan following, which comes in with a lot of expectations on their shoulders. And definitely performances have been there here and there, but the kind of consistency and the authority which we expect from them inside of the lobby is definitely not seen. To expect Team Tamilas, or rather other teams, to fear Team Tamilas and be scared to take those fights, because that is the reputation that they've had over the past. That is the reputation of these players that they've had over the past. But this time, it seems like the underdogs, they're definitely not scared of them, and that is because of the fact that their 4v4 battles haven't been that tight. They were caught napping in certain scenarios, because of which they've had to pay the price, and seems like it's been a tough job for them to get those consistent points on board.
Not just that. I feel like another team that should be in the talking fray has to be Team Tamilas, right? And for them, even things are not looking that good. Another one of those teams that is sort of in the red zone. Team Tamilas, they need to get a wake-up call right now. And if you remember how they performed inside round 1 and round 2 was they barely clutched their spot inside the top 8 in both the rounds.
Yep, I do remember.
Luckily, I don't exactly know how they clutched it, but they barely clutched it on the last game, and they somehow moved on forward to this round 3. But I really feel like Team Tamilas, somewhere down the line, you cannot always rely on those clutch performances. You need to be consistent inside the lobby. I don't exactly know when that's going to happen, but I hope it's going to happen soon enough.
Soon enough, for sure. I mean, I still remember that map. It was Sanhok, and that is where they did manage to find themselves those crucial 6 or 7 finishes, and also entered the top 5 by a whisker. The circle was boot camp, and I very clearly remember that they were fighting against Team Seoul, and we were shouting, we were screaming on top of our lungs that Team Tamilas, they're trying to make that last-ditch attempt of qualifying. And of course, that was probably one bit of brilliance that we got to see, the sign of life from that particular team, after which, of course, that did die down. But one thing, of course, Necro, I think Team LOC Esports, they need to give back their driving license to the... Yeah, they need to give back their driving license, because these guys, they definitely are not good parkers.
Yeah, it's better if they do not try to mess around with that buggy, because it might blow up if you try to fidget around it a little bit too much. So it's better just let that buggy be there. She's happy in their own lane. And GS on our screens, growing strong. Another one of those teams that is actually going strong as the time keeps them passing by. I feel like there are quite less teams that are progressing and doing actually good inside the game, and that are also able to improve as the days keep on passing by. And I feel like Growing Strong is one of those teams. As the days are keeping on passing by, this team keeps on improving better and better.
You know, you remember you said a line right on the first day of round 1 where you mentioned that, you know, we don't want to judge a team on the basis of their first performance or the first game. And Growing Strong, they haven't been exceptional in round 1 or round 2. But look at this, right? The amount of adaptation and the amount of hard work that this team has done behind the scenes, it's so visible right now that their rotations are so beautiful, their fights are so beautiful, they're not afraid of anybody else. And it seems like this team is such a well-knit, cohesive unit that they're performing so good. Just look at the stats right now. I believe this team is somewhere near that top 5 region, and it's not easy to be the top 5, especially when so many top-tier teams are struggling, reeling at the very bottom of the 64 overall standings that we have. So for Growing Strong and another one, Arsla Esports, it's been a monumental journey for them so far. I just hope that they continue the run of form even in the BGIS, you know?
But I don't know about the run of form right now. The circle, though, it's going to shift once again on the left side. So somewhere down line, Hacienda del Patron is going to be in contention too. So if the teams do want to go ahead and stick inside the Hacienda del Patron, that is definitely going to be a pretty good spot. Now, they can also try and go for the upcoming or high grounds right next to Power Grid. Even that's going to be in contention. But soon enough, that spot being involved inside the upcoming circle, that's not going to be guaranteed. So if you are going to try to play with the high ground, you also need to understand that you might be engaging yourself in an upcoming disadvantage if you're not going to have a good rotation pathway already figured out with all the vital information that you're going to get.
I think the biggest trade-off with high grounds is the fact that when the circle shifts out of that particular region, you have a massive disadvantage of coming down from that high ground. And if you don't have, just like you mentioned, if you don't have adequate vehicles and you don't have that exit path absolutely cleared out, then it becomes a high-risk, high-reward strategy. The risk, of course, comes in the fact that while coming downslope, you might get taken down in a flash. People, or rather enemies, won't even think twice before trying to shoot you down, trying to blast your vehicle. So having that much information is good. When you are in the high turf, you get such beautiful lines of sight. But of course, the contrary is there, the trade-off is there. You have to be extremely careful about it, just like OR Esports have to be extremely careful about this other team. Blood Rose Esports just sneaked behind Jelly, but did manage to escape, Necro.
Oh yeah, they barely try to make that great escape. But Blood Rose, trust me, it's not a team you want to mess around with. At the start, they might take a couple of fire onto themselves, but trust me when I say this, they pack a massive punch. And when they sting, it's going to hurt you pretty bad. So for OR Esports, they've already been looking quite shaky in their firefights. And if they actually do try to take a fight against Blood Rose, you will need to be at your peak to try and take this team down. Once again, the only thing that sort of really makes Blood Rose stand out from all the other teams is that they're an unorthodox approach inside the fights. Now, usually teams have their playing stance, right? That one of the players will be in the back lines, then the rest of the players maybe in the front to try and provide that support fire or that cover fire. But Blood Rose Esports, that's not the playing stance for them. All the 4 players will try to surround you, and then maybe they'll think how to work around that.
They're like a venomous snake, just like you mentioned. When they sting, it actually hurts. Their sting is venomous. And the fact that you also mentioned that they started wrapping around the opposition from all different angles, it's so good to watch, right? It means that this team knows they have proper information of where the flanks of the opposition is stationed. They take out the flanks first, and then they start wrapping around the infantry. Oh, no. It's crazy how beautifully they execute that. But of course, look at this, Team BST taking pot shots. I mean, no great danger, of course. A couple of players might or possibly could have been knocked out, but again, we know as a matter of fact the great distance which separates these two teams, no massive harm would have been done to either one of them. It's just a little bit of a friendly banter which is happening, and which again might just be extinguished pretty soon.
Gladiator Esports on our screens, another team that is actually really good inside the lobby. To be honest, I'm impressed with the amount of firepower Gladiator Esports has. And right now, they're taking their sweet time to make it inside the circle, too. Looting out the compounds, going for that extra bit of loot, just trying to topple themselves up in that looting factor. I mean, they've got a decent amount of loot already, but still, maybe if they find some valuable utilities, a couple of more meds that can back him up a little bit more in trying to get those late-game rotations down. And Gladiator Esports, it is one of those teams, because in the map of Erangel, they like to drop all the way down south towards the military island. And in general, they're just accustomed to taking those late-game rotations inside the circle.
Yeah, playing from the edge of the circle, trying to clean things up from the edge and then toward the center is what Gladiator Esports love to do. And just like you mentioned, I mean, they've been extremely fab inside the lobby, of course, just completely clean sweeping teams with ease without really breaking any sweat. But look at this, though. Team Tamilas, it seems like they are under fire right now, and it is coming from Team LOC Esports. One of the players has actually been knocked out, and even the player who was on the rooftop providing reconnaissance, he has been forced off the roof as well. Elsewhere, Team Do or Die, they are under fire, and it's Team Blood Rose, the team you were looking out for, Necro. They are attacking heavily against Do or Die.
Yeah, not just that, even they're getting third party from the backs of Do or Die in a massive sandwich situation, and now it's going to be all down to the last glimmer of hope alive for them. He's trying to keep himself alive, but these last two players from Do or Die soon enough might get pounced on by the entirety of Blood Rose. Utilities are being tossed on even from the opposition, but a JYT, that Molotov, it's not going to find its mark. And once again, from the backlines, it's the players of Hindustan Gaming who are just applying so much pressure back and forth. And MJ managing to find out another knockout. Do or Die. This is such a bad situation they found themselves in, and also missing out on all those shots. And Balu, he gets taken down, turns around, and slaps him in the face.
Blood Rose Esports would be so frustrated at this point. I mean, a lot of these players from Team Do or Die were their victims, but all of those were actually snatched in from them by Hindustan Gaming. Elsewhere, Team OR Esports, they are actually taking shots against Gladiator Esports, and the team which we were talking about, them taking fights without breaking a sweat, they have been absolutely finished off in a flash. This was nasty.
Yeah, but the problem is, OR Esports, they lost out on their IGL, a main key factor, a main key aspect for the victory in the future. But maybe he can try to guide his teammates while spectating. But Gladiator Esports, yeah, as I mentioned, they like to rotate late inside the circle. Now, I've also mentioned a lot of key factors about rotating late and rotating early inside the circle. But once again, I'm going to touch upon that, saying that rotating late usually can give you a little bit of advantage, but mostly gives you disadvantage, because you're probably not going to have a lot of information on how the teams are positioned inside the circle. And when you try to walk in, you might just step inside an enemy territory. And usually the teams that likes to play late are the teams that are pretty confident in their firepower.
Yeah, again the replay, of course, MJ from the backlines with the backs completely wide open. Easy pickings for Hindustan Gaming, and even for the other team that was there, Blood Rose Esports. Wasn't really all that much difficult for them. Gladiator, in a matter of a flash, I don't understand, right? Destro was in the backlines, he was trying to provide cover fire, but the front line, the three players who were up top, they just got completely wiped off by OR Esports. One snap, it was over.
Look at LOC's rotation in the smack center. Actually, Red X is way too far away, so they're sort of having this 3-1 split going on. And I think so Red X is like an insurance policy in the front. The only reason why it's so separated out from the back is because if the circle is going to be shifting him up north, the Red Ox already has a position secured for his team to move up forward. So, yeah, no problems for them that right there. I like the thinking, but hopefully Red Ox is not going to end up giving his position away, because if he gets knocked out in that position, there's no coming back.
I think he is going to be challenged by Hindustan Gaming. We just witnessed that they are trying to go in for a long rotation, trying to enter the circle from the northern parts of it. So if that actually happens, then I believe that LOC's Red Ox as well as OR Esports will be under fire. And it seems like OR Esports also having an eye on a similar compound, which Hindustan Gaming are looking out for. This means that there is going to be a battle, and Mac already has sensed the presence. Both the teams would decide to disengage. Hindustan Gaming trying to escape the situation so far. No shots being fired. They know that OR Esports have it secured, but as soon as they disengage, shots from Avi does damage Mac quite a bit. But I think like there is going to be a fight brewing up extremely soon, Necro.
Yeah, and OR Esports, Max patching himself up. Even Mac is in the clotheslines too, but HG, Hindustan Gaming, this is a name to be feared. This team is so good in playing defensive at the same time aggressive. It's up to them what type of a play style they want to choose. It's like before the lobby, they've got 2 buttons inside the game. Aggressive or defensive. They choose that, and then once they choose aggressive, they'll just start aggressing down all the teams. Or once they choose defensive, they'll play defensive. It's up to them how they want to play and adapt. But right now we've got LQD, Liquid, just straight up pouncing on top of the players of VST, and Krish actually cannot do a lot, because straight up it's going to be a massive pounce on top of it. Krish, he gets eaten alive.
What an overwhelming slam coming in from Liquid. It was absolutely brilliant. Completely eats up that player, Krish and VST. Luckily for them, all of their players are not in a single compound. Team Liquid, they've got complete control over this entire vicinity because 2 of the players of VST are already down. It's down to 2 players, Copper as well as Su. Try and turn things around, but Team Liquid, they're taking things slow. They're not going in an all-out ambush. They're trying to get control over this entire complex little by little, and I believe they will start proceeding towards the warehouses. Blood goes elsewhere. They are injured. They're trying to patch themselves up, but they are under fire from Team WSB, and that's lights out for them. WSB, 9 finishes for this team already, Necro.
Exactly. WSB, this is the classic WSB that I know. The underdogs at the same time who pack a massive punch. You got to be careful from that name too, but VST is not an easy name to take down, but still the players of Liquid, they want to make it happen whatsoever, but that peek from Beast, what's so lightning fast? He finds the knockout, instantly goes back in the cover as well, but Liquid eventually to get the revenge happens, but now it's still a 2-on-2 scenario, in which VST, they lose out another player, and it's all going to be down to cover now. He's tossing in, or at least he's priming a nade, and soon enough, if that nade's going to find the communication or that connection that Cupper really needs, VST might just be able to bounce back inside the entire fray. But now, VST, they're being pressed down because they've already got so much pressure to deal with.
Yeah, exactly, and Cupper decides to disengage, fall back a little, give himself the breathing room so that he can patch himself up. But that means Liquid also come back with full strength. I love the fact that Liquid were wide swinging left, right, and center. Once again, a wide swing. They are not afraid to take the fight to the opposition. And VST have completely been eaten up alive, but it seems like problems are not over. It's no rules extreme. And look at the way Dawn is getting surrounded from all directions. Where does he possibly go? Utilities being flooded into that particular room and then shots being fired. Quagmire has actually been knocked out. Dan is doing such good stuff. One person get taken down means that he still has the opportunity of pulling off that impossible 1v4 clutch. Necro, what do you think is going to happen?
Oh my god, that nade was so close, but a really good off angle being created from one of the players from the side of Warmania, and eventually they claim that beast. But WSB, even they are in a massive world of hurt. But that run over from the back by Shub, he was not really able to show his teammate alive, but at least he got that knockout confirmed. And LOC, as I mentioned, that man who was separated out, I like the thinking, but if he's not going to be able to keep his position anonymous, then problems will be there. There's no coming back from that spot anymore, but still Clown White 24 is trying to seal the deal and close on up a little bit more in that spot, but eventually, even they get third party from the back. It's the likes of Liquid. What's going on? Liquid, they're on a tear.
This is the chaos of an underdog lobby from every single direction, third parties after third parties, and there are so many teams lurking around in the background. You try and go in for a rotation, you will get shot down in a flash. Look at this, Team Liquid. They want to wrap themselves around. Mafia, of course, does have the Scarrel and the 4x scope. Beautiful spray down, of course, but as soon as he ducks under that vehicle, he gets shot down from the back lines. It's B-Shot who was in the close lines, but of course, that has been neutralized. Threat is still not over as GLitchGod tries to close in, and Team LOC, they have been completely wiped off. But Team Liquid, they also suffered casualties in the process, and now they are a 2-man team.
It's complete fine though. Still 8 elimination points wrapped up. I would say that's a consistent finish whatsoever. Liquid Esports also on a great outing. Asla, usually this team is able to stay alive in a 3-man squad or a 4-man squad in the late game situation, and this time they've got all the players alive for the late game. WSB, Raiden is the only man who's currently in the smack center off the circle too, so that's a really good point to add on. And considering Raiden, if he's going to be managing to keep himself position or keep his position anonymous, things will be even better. X7 Evil, a little bit on the receiving line against the players of HG, and HG so far, this team has been looking like the demons inside the lobby.
Look at MJ. This man decided that I'm going to go and finish him off, of course, trying to go towards the back lines. And of course, he now has the nade, which if landed properly, Evil is going to get down and dusted, of course. But wait, Evil actually tries to go in for the great escape, and he managed to escape from the clutches of death. MJ is going to feel so frustrated about this. Not sure where did exactly Evil find a hiding ground, but is he even still alive?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
X7, they had two players, Pain and Evil. And these two players actually reunited with that move on the board. XNOR Esports somehow, now they're going to find themselves in one of the most prime spots inside the circle, but all they need to care about is Raiden, who has managed to keep himself anonymous inside this little dip that is found. Nade's going to be tossed in, and the nade's actually cooked to perfection as well. Going to blow up the vehicle at least close to them, but still no damage dished out just yet. Now going to toss another Molotov too to try and get a little bit more lay of the land, and also deny that land control from the side of XNOR. But XNOR, they've got the man advantage, and they can try and press the charges against Raiden if they want to.
Exactly, I mean, press the charges for sure. Team XNOR Esports, they should not be unsettled. They have got this massive ridge in front of them, which is going to cover them from all the frontline battles. All they have to care about is going to be Raiden from the side of WSB, and with so much utility being thrown their way, they know the exact positioning of that man, of course. But I think one of the teams who are in the prime position is going to be Team Hindustan Gaming. They've got that lovely little ridge to play across. They've got the high ground advantage, and they have such good lines of sight over every single opposition. Team Growing Strong, of course, trying to breach force their way inside the circle, taking down one of the teams. But do they know that War Mania is waiting for them? And here it comes, the onslaught. Nades being tossed in from Hindustan Gaming as well, but it's not going to connect. It's way far off. But for Faith, the job is so difficult. First take down Enigma Rohinjod, and then possibly go in for the revive onto Eclipse. But with the Blue Zone eclipsing, I think for Faith, the only plan of action would be to try and proceed forward.
Yeah. And War Mania Esports, they're on the verge of collapsing down too. Growing Strong. This time they're sort of growing weak inside the lobby because they do not really have a good spot to back them up. But still, it's not like it's impossible to win this game as well. But eventually that last man named Faith is not going to have any faith anymore because his position's compromised, and all it's going to take a couple of bullets in the dome to seal the deal. Growing Strong, that's the last glimmer of hope alive inside the lobby. And once Faith gets dealt with, nothing's going to be left alive from Growing Strong. But still going for that mid strat. This is the last first aid that he's going to try to utilize. But eventually the nade sailed in, and it's going to be the players of XNOR to put that final nail in the coffin.
Put that final nail in the coffin. Team XNOR and Hindustan Gaming are the only two teams with 4 men standing. And it seems like it's going to be an absolute war inside the final circle. Did not spot Rohinjod. This is an absolute get back kill. Team XNOR, this was not expected. War Mania Esports managed to hide their presence of the last remaining survivor, and that did hurt Team XNOR. For sure, he was dealt with, but that massive debacle with one player getting taken down. This means that XNOR will be facing an uphill battle against Team HG, and HG definitely having that high ground advantage is going to work so much in their favor, Necro. It seems like they've got the chicken dinner on their platter.
Speak about the platter, and Hindustan Gaming just peppering down the shots in the front with the 4X, and Hindustan Gaming Nick OB in the clotheslines. It's got a barrel in the hand, but still not able to find that connection on the player that's up close and personal. But XNOR, these shots are taken from both the sides, but eventually it's going to be the likes of Liquid who are starting to press on the charges even better. Applying so much pressure now against the players of HG, and now the knockouts are starting to happen back and forth from both the sides. XNOR too, try Tiger, he's going to move up close and personal, but eventually Liquid, they're just causing so much hurt against HG. GlitchGod, he finds 2 knockouts all by himself, and Hindustan Gaming, it seems like they're going to come collapsing down.
They certainly are going to come collapsing down. They were struck when their guard was off, and GlitchGod found that right timing. And now he has so much visual confirmation. Sign has been taken down as well. This team, Liquid Esports, out of nowhere, is putting hurt on the teams who were supposed to win this particular game. Man advantage has been neutralized. And now GlitchGod, he also has the opportunity of trying to get more finish points to himself. I mean, leader 25, all he was trying to do was deter his move. And now it's a 1v1v1. This is absolutely crazy, Necro. Nobody is confirmed for getting that winner chicken dinner.
Wait, hold on. If WSP do actually play this to perfection, things can be changed in their direction. They can have the win condition in their hands. Let GlitchGod fight it out against the two teams that are in the front, Nick OP and Asla Zero. And then Raiden strikes from the back from WSP and claims that chicken dinner. It's time to use a little bit of brain, and also some patience should be showcased inside the lobby to claim this chicken dinner in the hands. But GlitchGod is still utilizing the smokes to sort of smoke out his left lines because he's not sure if it's clear or not. But Nick Opie's still in the front, even he's taking things quite patiently.
Quite patiently, for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, how many times do you get to see a circle where there are 4 teams and 4 players are alive? Every single player, all for their own good. Everyone looking for that big chicken. And for every single one of these plays, it would have been a miracle. Just think of the storylines. GlitchGod coming in from the back lines. This man has 8 finishes to his name, completely took down the side of Hindustan Gaming and snatched away the chicken dinner from them. Asla Esports as well. Consistency has been there. Same thing for Raiden, who is trying to approach GlitchGod, but I'm not sure if this is the right idea. Damage being dished out. Switches over to the AKM. Shot being fired, but Raiden, this man is taking down GlitchGod. The Titan has fallen, and now he's taking down Nick OP as well. This is a 1v1 Necro in Asla Zero versus Raiden. Who is going to get the big win for them? Raiden is full of his confidence, has the DBs as well, but will he manage to strike? Shots being fired, but Asla managed to land the final nail in the coffin. It was almost over for every single one. But at the end of it all, it was Asla who snatched the chicken dinner away from Raiden. What a topsy-turvy game we have had, Necro. This is one for the highlights, of course.
This was an intense game, but in the end, it really came down to that solo action. The two Titans in the final moments, they try to strike, and I told you, Raiden can have the winning potential as well. I predicted this a while ago. If he would have played it a little bit more patiently, maybe he could have got things under control, but in the end, he tried to make that place happen. He tried to make that push happen against that player from Liquid. He took him down as well because he had the DBS and also the closed range advantage. But then in the end, he got demolished by the final player standing in the front lines.
Exactly. I mean, this was probably a Mexican standoff on steroids, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, it's not every day you get to see 4 players from 4 different teams trying to duke it out. But of course, a lot more analysis is going to happen on the other sides of this very short break. Of course, me and Necro, we're going to catch a little bit of a breather. You guys also stack up on your popcorns. We'll see you right back.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं। साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने। Center slam. स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो, शक्ति खत्म कर दो।
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to BGIS, the grind. Of course, a slight change on the panel as well. Mr. Super Johnny is back on the desk. But of course, it's my job to remind you guys that there is an exciting event which is happening in Road to Valor. An Indian faction is getting added. And you guys have to go to the comment section of Guess the Garden event and try and guess the names of the Indian faction which is getting added. You have some crazy rewards on the back of it. So if you're lucky, if you think you have the luck on your favor, then why not go and take the chance, get some mythic items on the back of it as well. But coming back to the day, of course, Mr. Super Johnny, this was probably the best Miramar map that I've witnessed so far in this round. I mean, four teams, 4 players surviving, Liquid Esports, Hindustan Gaming, Asla, as well as WSB. All of these teams had a potential chicken dinner in their bag. And we almost thought that Raiden, from the point where he was supposed to be eliminated in probably the top 10 position, he was about to snatch the chicken dinner from the grasp of so many different teams.
Yeah, and it wasn't just you guys. Me sitting in the sides watching the game, I also thought I was so impressed with how he did manage to survive, in fact. And running towards that last 1v1 against the players from Asla, I thought he had that chicken dinner in the bag. I thought WSB, they would just pop off and start celebrating wherever they are. But unfortunately, the moment got denied, although it was still a pretty great game coming from their side.
Definitely, it was a fantastic game, of course, even for this team, right? Blood Rose Esports constantly putting pressure on so many different teams. And this was a fight which I particularly find extremely frustrating. I believe it was frustrating for Blood Rose because they were trying to take down the likes of Do or Die. They knew they had advantage on their side, but Hindustan Gaming constantly from the backlines were stealing those finish points from of course, the tip of their fingers. This was another fight which Team Liquid really recovered from, right? Their constant wide swings and the sprays which were coming were absolutely precise, and no team could actually stand on the back of it. Nobody could actually resist it by any means.
Yeah, but as we move forward, I mean, the chaos of the game ensued to take control of every single fight. And as we were talking about it, as soon as we came on, Salty mentioned it, at the end there was just 4 teams remaining with hardly any number advantage on either of the sides. Liquid were actually extremely impressive in this match, but Liquid have been stepping things up. Their games recently, specifically in round 3 of BGIS, the grind, have been quite incredible. And I'm happy to see this young team perform so well, so consistently. Growing strong, they have been strong contenders in this particular round of BGIS, the grind, and they continue to showcase what they're exactly made of. But I think from this particular game, WSB, they have to be the most impressive team.
Absolutely right. I mean, we just got to see that bird's eye view where Raiden was the only one and Asla had 4 different players right up front in front of him. And to be honest, in the situation, it's very easy to predict that, of course, Raiden is going to get picked off. He's going to get eliminated at the 10th spot. But then the fact that he managed to survive, and then this moment, of course, Liquid Esports. To be honest, I did not even take them into consideration when we were talking about potential chicken dinners. It was always Hindustan Gaming and Asla Esports for me. But then this guy called Glitch God came in from the backlines, got 8 finishes to his name, and just completely even things out. You even saw the confidence on Raiden. The man was emoting inside the final circle. How many times do you get to see that on a platform like this?
I don't think that was confidence. I think he almost gave up in that position because he was on a slope completely exposed, and all the other teams, all the other lads had the high ground. But all thanks to Asla, they were able to grab all that attention upon themselves, and Raiden just had a free climb, and he made sure that he thanked Asla for that by eliminating the rest of the competition. In the end, that 1v1, I have to say, Zero got extremely lucky because he just blindly sprayed on that buggy, hoping that one shot would connect on Raiden and he would get eliminated. Exactly what happened in the end.
Exactly. But of course, I mean, this was definitely a game for the ages. But the job is not done, ladies and gentlemen. We still have one more map to go and one more attempt for all of these teams to kind of put themselves in a better spot in the overall standings. But just like usual, we're not going to show you the overall standings. Just keep on guessing who is where. But for now, though, we are going to crunch down some numbers. First of all, we are going to have a look at who is the MVP. Without any surprises, I'm going to think it's going to be Glitch God, of course, from Liquid Esports. When a man has 8 finishes to his name, you know he's the Grim Reaper. You know he's the Muhammad Ali of that particular lobby, and he is going to be the MVP. No questions asked.
Oh yeah, he has been pretty incredible in this match. As you mentioned, 8 eliminations. And he made sure that everyone was glitched out of their existence. Then we have Raiden from the side of WSB with 5 eliminations. Shub is there with 4 to his name. So WSB, just on these 2 players, they have 9 eliminations combined. Kasar from Liquid is there as well with 3 eliminations to his name. And then Hindustan Gaming. I'm glad that Hindustan Gaming, at least in this game, did manage to retain their old form, or sort of bring it back, if you will, because their days have not really gone the same way they expected. But in this match, they were able to finish in the top 3 with 8 eliminations. So, I mean, along with them, I'm also going to be a happy man.
Exactly. Of course, happy will be the teams at the very top. WSB with 24 points total. Out of nowhere, this team actually managed to put up such a beautiful performance for themselves. Arsla Esports consistency has been at its peak for this team. I think Arsla Esports probably has managed the highest number of chicken dinner in this particular round of this BGIS The Grind. I'm not sure if anybody else has had 3 chicken dinners to their name. 20 points for them, 20 points for Liquid Esports, and 18 points for Hindustan Gaming. Every single one of those teams inside the top 4, they benefited from that game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they were racking up so many eliminations in those late stages. But as we move towards the next page of the ranking, a little bit of a heartbreak as you look at the Team WSD, Revenant Esports, and Team Tamilas. Gladiators, I'm not really going to include them in this list because we know it's Gladiators. They've had a pretty decent day so far. And in the previous game, I think they were basically just caught chilling off guard because they have that 1 elimination to their name, but no placement points at all. Blood Rose Esports, I mean, it looked like they had the momentum going strong because they were having a decent day before this match, but this match wasn't really theirs.
Yeah, I mean, Blood Rose Esports and Team VST has probably been one of those underdog teams from whom we were expecting, but performance has been topsy-turvy. I mean, they certainly are performing in certain games, but it comes down to glimpses of brilliance, right? Certain fights, they perform so well that we think that, oh, well, this team is going to go and win the trophy, of course. But then in situations, of course, they do tend to slack off as we have a look at the other teams who are going to play the final game of the day. It's going to be Group 1, and we know for a matter of fact, Blind Esports and GUJARAT Tigers, these 2 teams, whenever they step onto the battlegrounds, it starts to tremble a little.
Yeah, it does, but I mean, hopefully this last match of the day they are able to convert, but let's see how the game is going to go for them. As we look at the next group, though, Team Mayavi is returning back to the battleground along with Reckoning Esports, Seven Hills, Error, Mayhem, Kemin. And this group is also stacked, but in this group in particular, I think Team Mayavi is that one team that everyone is keeping their eyes pinned on, because everyone wants to see the development of these young players. I mean, we all know, we talked about this yesterday, we've been talking about this ever since this team started playing their matches in round 1. The fact that a couple of years ago, the man called Mayavi set out on a mission to build the most aggressive team in the BGMI scene, and he has still continued his search for the most aggressive players. So the objective for this set of 4 players is quite simple: secure those elimination points no matter what. And I think that is why we do see this team go all in, full aggression in those team fights. But that we know that strategy can backfire, and Team Ivy, as of now, they are looking quite stable, but I want to see, will any of the other teams in their particular group rise up to the challenge and face them head on?
Team Miami for sure, right? I mean, their start to the tournament was extremely aggressive. I think they were the first ones to sort of set a record for 6 games and the total number of points acquired. I think they were close to 100 points in the second round itself. But just like you mentioned, I mean, Mayavi setting out on a mission, I think he's been extremely successful because you look at the lineups, right? Blind Esports was his curation, right? These lads were brought in by him, and look at this team right now. I mean, just like I said, whenever they set out inside the lobby, it starts to tremble. The recent Global Esports squad is also under his mentorship, and then of course Team Mayavi, and every single team is sort of performing. So definitely one of the most aggressive coaches, one of the best coaches, but Will that actually turn into performance? Will we actually get to see numbers from the side of Team Mayavi? That is going to be the question, ladies and gentlemen, as we move towards a map of Erangel. It's going to be a sunny day on the lush green fields of this particular land. And this flight path, of course, pretty interesting as we start off from Zarki and probably end towards Lipovka. All right, towards Milta.
Yeah, this is one of the longest flight paths you could ask for. It's a diagonal, as you mentioned, starting from Zarki and going towards that Milta power plant. And we all know Milta power plant for the last few days has been the battleground for the early stage drop clashes. But in this game, I think things might change just a little bit, as we do see the players, I believe that's Reckoning Esports, dropping towards northern Georgia Pole City. But it looks like a change in decision, a change in call out, as the team has switched direction towards Zarki. It should be a good starting point for them from the early stages of the game, but they have to be extremely careful. Look at the massive cluster of teams that have dropped towards the western side of the map. A lot of them looking to head towards that Georgia Pole area, but that is also where Blind Esports are.
Yeah. And it seems like a lot of teams have actually ejected toward the Georgia Pole and Gatka region. Now, I want to find out if there are going to be those initial skirmishes, because I mean, so far, Erangel for sure has had those awkward moments where teams battle for that off vehicle that is out there in the open. But apart from that, we haven't really seen a full-blown war up until in the very first moments of the game so far. So it'll be interesting to find out if something of that sort happens. But the circle, Johnny, this is interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it is going to be quite interesting and intense as the game moves forward. I mean, we were talking about Milta Power at the starting stages of the game, and this circle is not too far away from that location. In fact, I believe the center of the zone is going to be that Milta City, which is where we did see two teams drop towards as well. But we talk about that a little bit later, as ladies and gentlemen, this might be an interesting drop clash now. Mayhem up against one individual from the side of Blind Esports. Two players from Redemption Crew, but I believe the rest of the lads from Redemption Crew are also going to be there. And Blind Manya is here all alone.
Team Mayhem also quite comfortable in the sights of Yasnaya Polyana. I mean, we know as a matter of fact that this region, this city in fact, is extremely huge. So it can house 3 teams without any trouble whatsoever. I mean, if they do decide to engage, then that is a different ball game altogether. But definitely there will be exit strategies, especially for the side of Team Mayhem, because they are close to the garage where the vehicle is parked. For the other teams, they will have to find vehicles elsewhere, and that becomes a whole different challenge for them. But look at this Team Blind. This is a weird, extremely weird split. Joker is all by himself, and I'm not sure why.
I think that's just like Blind Esports these days. I think at the start of the game, what is happening is they're trying to go for those 4-man split drops and trying to test themselves as to their individual capabilities. What exactly are those? I think that is the answer that they're looking for at this point. But apart from that, I don't see a reason for this 4-man wide split drop from this team. I think, and the reason they are able to do all of this, take this amount of risk this early in the game, is because of the fact that they already have the points that they need to qualify. Look at this, Joker taking a few shots with the Uzi. He's going to run upstairs, secures the opening knock for his team, and is going to instantly convert it into a finish. The reload is going to be there. He's trying to bait the players onto the stairs. And, well, lobs out a stun just as a little bit of distraction. But that was the first pick of the game, and it was secured in a 1v4.
Yeah, Joker still trying to resist them. And of course, players from Team Dragon Esports will climb up. Joker trying to be a little cheeky, but that's not going to work out. And Max with the shotgun, of course, is going to clean him up. And Blind Esports, they're the ones to take the first casualty. Of course, Dragon Esports were also hurt in the process, but I believe that their revenge has been taken.
Well, revenge, I mean, you can call it a sort of revenge, but still it was a 1v4 and they did lose out on one of their players. Not really a position Dragon Esports were hoping to find themselves in. From here on out, things are not going to get any easier. As we do see on the radar, you guys see that brown circle towards the left-hand corner of that radar. That is another team that's waiting for Dragon Esports to step out in the open, hoping for an advantageous engagement. But one after the other, ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to shift focus all over the map, wherever the players of Blind Esports are, because Joker being taken out. Let's see how Knuckle reacts to this. I mean, Knuckle, I think, is an uncomfortable spot because there is no one else close to him. And even though Joker might have been able to secure this finish, Knuckle, he's going to have to look for the competition first. But you have to give props to this man, a valiant effort. And he had an AR instead of that M16. Maybe would have seen him just finish off the entire team. Or maybe a DBS would have been even better.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, for close quarter combat, he had the Uzi, of course, which he used to perfection. The fire rate, we just got to see, right? He, with the slow-mo, of course, props to production for showing his slow-mo replays over there. The fire rate was the winning clue in that particular fight. I mean, he did not accurately aim it at the head. It was below the belt, but still the fire rate did the job. And the secondary weapon, of course, that just like you mentioned, in place of the M16, possibly a shotgun, would have ensured that second frag as well. I mean, his movement was pretty cheeky. He was trying to dodge the first player and tried to take down the second player. But, of course, just numbers advantage working against him. He couldn't really have done anything in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you get for dropping 1v4s. And as we have been talking about it, I don't think Blind Esports, they're going to be too upset about that. I think the only thing that might upset Manya is like, why did you not get more finishes? Why did you get taken out with just one finish to your name? I think that's the only thing that he might be telling Joker right now. Apart from that, he's not going to be upset that Joker is outside back in the lobby just waiting for his teammates. And I think we saw Blind's players basically in all four corners of the map at the same time. Again, another interesting development because Knuckle, I believe, is all the way in northern Georgopol City. Manya is in Yasna, and Ronnie was holding his position towards Milta City. So this is something we have never actually seen before, not just from Blind Esports, but from any other team, in fact. And I mean, yeah, it's kind of freaky with how much ease Blind Esports has been able to execute these off-strats that should theoretically never work. But then again, it's Blind Esports. As of now, in the recent days, I mean, they're one of the best teams in the region. And for a reason as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the kind of stats which they have pulled, they will have to be the best team in the region, of course. But this is one of the teams from whom I had a lot of expectations, Revenge Esports. Right? I mean, they certainly have players who are so capable of pulling off fights. At this point, definitely have sort of underperformed in ways where we did not really expect. They're somewhere in the mid-pack, and just like we always talked about, the days are just going by. They only have one more day to kind of make an impact. It's crazy to kind of think that this team will not actually be proceeding towards the round 3 of the BGIS.
Quite unfortunate, I mean. But if not round 3, they will head to round 2. At least they're making it to the BGIS. I think that was the goal for almost every single team that came to BGIS The Grind, and every single team, every single individual that registered to play in the open qualifiers. It is a big platform, the biggest opportunity yet for not just the professional athletes, but specifically put in place for the upcomers, for the aspiring professional players, for the undergods. And they have shown up and delivered on the expectations that were set out from them as well. I mean, if we're talking about the upcoming names from this particular BGIS The Grind, I think TF5 7 Hills, I mean, round 2 run was quite brilliant. Still hoping to see them pop off at the same level on round 3, but I mean, I guess we know a few teams are going to take things lightly. Growing Strong is one of the stronger teams, stronger newcomers that we've seen in the recent days. Along with them, I think today's not really been the day for Dragon Esports. I mean, we saw them on Vikendi a few moments ago. They did have the opportunity to secure the win, but it was kind of snatched away from them. And all of these new names are just like pulling off brilliant moves and kind of performing beyond expectations, to be honest.
That's just big strides for the community, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
We all were expecting for new teams to show up what they're made up of, and it seems like they've sort of overshadowed the top dogs. But it seems like a couple of the top dogs are about to engage in a battle right now. It's BGMI Esports and Reckoning, and both of them have tried to take control of the shelter region. It seems like Reckoning Esports, they are inside the tunnels, if I'm not mistaken, and BGMI Esports, they've just gotten themselves the edge of the tunnels. No, wait,
Yeah.
Reckoning is actually outside, are they?
Yes, they are. Well, it's Gujarat Tigers right now against Revenge Esports, and Sonic Fox is not really going to be quick enough to dodge the shots that were fired upon him by the lads from Gujarat Tigers. But the Tigers, they are injured, as well as one of their lads has been knocked out, I believe, in the distance. But AJ, no room to back off, no room for air as well, finds himself under heavy fire and heavy pressure being put upon him by the lads from Revenge. Oh, almost dropping that second lad as well, but now will be forced to deal with Fruit Juice, cooking up a nade. AJ, if this connects, this is going to be a brilliant conversion from him, and it does! The knock is secured yet again, and Fruit Juice is extremely low. Can secure the finish.
AJ on top, still trying to use the verticality to his advantage. But doesn't really know exactly where Final Boss is, who is dishing out so much damage from the backlines. It's just about taking down Aman and another player, Fruit Juice, in the process. Sonic Fox is still knocked down, but the revival has been completed, and it's because Gujarat Tigers give them enough breathing room to actually do that. And this nade being cooked in can be lethal, Johnny.
Yeah, it can be, but it wasn't. AJ now has his turn. The reset that was there has converted the advantage in the favor of Revenge. The next nade locked by AJ is not going to be able to secure the knock, but with the DBS, he converts it. And both the players from the side of Revenge did not anticipate this man just destroying them with the shotgun and nothing else. AJ securing two eliminations, but while putting the first nade, it's going to be Aman's nade that secures the revenge for Revenge Esports. And now they are down to their last two players. Aman and Final Boss all left standing between the early exit and Revenge Esports.
It's such an anticlimactic end. I mean, we got to see that crazy 1v2 with the DBS. We thought that he's going to heal up, re-engage into the battle, and for Revenge Esports, maybe things could have been difficult, but then all of a sudden, all that hopes came down the drain because of that one nade which landed perfectly. But of course, tough times aren't over for the side of Team Revenge. They've lost two players in the process and are extremely close to Team TF5. This close warfare might actually hurt them, but it seems like Team TF5, they have bigger objectives in mind. That is to try and secure that safe spot inside of the circle. They will take control of this quad house, but it's still quite at the edges. It seems like they're playing in from the edges, maybe because this is such an open circle. Anybody would try and get towards the center. They might not get appropriate covers for themselves.
Oh, massive cluster of teams already inside the zone. Means only one thing. Dante's Inferno is waiting for everyone. Not in the blue, but in the actual so-called safe haven. That's the circle. In fact, just the stage 3 of this match. Right now, BGMI Esports on our screens. Out in the open, looking to survive, looking to stay alive, and looking for the opposition as well. But looking back at this fight, ladies and gentlemen, Gujarat Tigers, it was an impressive move from AJ with how he handled himself. He knew there was no backup available for him as the players from Gujarat Tigers were busy dealing with the opposition that they had to face, unexpected opposition that they had to face. But AJ, before he went out, made sure that his team was not returning empty-handed. But let's talk about this. Galactic Gamers against Team Mayavi, and Blacks is down. Wow.
Black certainly is down, one of the most influential players in the team, and Galactic Gamers, they certainly are hurt, but are willing to put on the hurt for the opposition as well. Beautiful nade from Karan, actually takes down Legit as well, and Blind from the backlines. It seems like they are also in for a third party. This is so difficult for Galactic Gamers, the only player who is still surviving with third-party teams in the vicinity. Another one, I'm not sure if Team Mayavi is completely eliminated. Wait, one random nade takes down Manya?
Exactly, that was just a random nade lobbed by Karan from the first floor, and Manya just ran face first towards it. But the
And the
problem
finish-
is that Galactic Gamers do not get the finish. The finish gets taken away by the other lads. And well, after Team Mayavi, I think Galactic Gamers, their target has now just shifted to the Blind Esports as well. And this is not good. Pro getting blacks inside the game. It's not going to be good for both Nakul and Karan. And I think the lads will stand a chance against these two individuals. But Karan, he has the DBS on him. Although he's run out of utility now.
I mean, if he starts flushing those nades and molotovs every single direction, I think, of course, you are going to run out of utility. But look at this. Cypher just bled to his demise, succumbing to the injuries. Of course, Galactic Gamers, they have secured 2 finishes to their name, and the wall of death starts encroaching. This is when majority of the players will get flushed out from their individual strongholds. Team Mayavi still want to take down Galactic Gamers in the process, and Blind just waiting patiently in the backlines because they know that if they press their pedal on the aggressive foot, I feel like they will get done and dusted, just like Mania got absolutely shattered. Blacks, no healing utility whatsoever. Barely a sliver of HP on this man, but still he is capable of taking this fight, just not shying away from taking the DBS to the action. Team Blind should just focus on getting out of this situation, getting out of this triple threat that there is. Probably play for a couple of placement points.
What are you talking about? It's Blind Esports.
I was about to say that knowing it's Blind Esports, they're not going to do that. I just hope they win. But look at this. Karan has taken down Team Mayavi as well. First knock with the M4, the second knock with the DBS. It's been a comedy of errors, and Karan out of nowhere. I think he's been blessed by the BGMI gods. I mean, random nades knocking Mania out, dropping down from the first floor, spraying down on players. Of course, it's credit where credit is due, but look at this man. I mean, he has been active, and it seems like he's got 4 hands and he's throwing utilities left, right, and center.
Yeah. He took down 3 players from the side of Team Mayavi and 1 from the side of Blind Esports. Karan has managed to secure 4 eliminations all to himself, and this was an incredible moment of individual brilliance, I have to say, because to be honest, his teammates weren't really there, remaining there to help him, lending him a hand. But what is happening over here? Spy Esports, they aren't even reacting, and Intrepid, it's just free points for them lying out in the open. They're just looking to secure these finishes now.
Yeah, Intrepid Esports trying to chase down GYROGOD. Of course, need not chase down. They've been shooting them down. Of course, Ronnie was the one who actually got that particular finish. But Zeus, of course, with the buggy is going to run him over. Easy free finish for Intrepid. But they still have their 4 players surviving. And with Ruling Since 80 is in extremely close proximity, they should be aware of their surroundings at this point right now.
Well, let's see. 4 teams eliminated from this matchup already as we are in stage 4 of this game. But the blue zone closing in. We are transitioning. We are about to transition, in fact, to the late game stages of this match. Blind Esports down to their last player. Gujarat Tigers, Spy, Galactic Gamers, and Team Mayavi having taken an early exit. And I think we're going to see the next squad wipe quite soon because there were 4 teams extremely close to each other. Fight inevitable in a situation like that.
Look at Nakul. This man only has a ridge to play across, 1 buggy and then a cloud of smoke. I'm pretty sure this is not the kind of position he wants to be in. Look at this, Team TWOB just absolutely slamming onto Dragon Esports. A little bit of casualties here and there, but of course they will clean them up. Get a couple of finishes. 1 last player from Dragon Esports still survive in the world of battle. Of course, Evil Surya is going to get resurrected, and they have a good corner of the map for themselves. Love the split coming in from Mr. IGL as well. He knows that there is that little bit of an extra real estate which they control. A little bit of extra map control is always good. Just needs to clean up Blind Nakul, and then the entire northern part of the circle will be all his to dominate. Team TWOB, they certainly are looking strong right now.
They are looking strong for a few moments, but watch what is about to happen to Mr. IGL. He's quite close to that individual from the side of Blind Esports, but I don't think he's aware of his position. He's only worried about the front lines, the compounds across the open field. And if that is the case, Knuckle can completely ruin the game for TWOB, but finally spotted out, and Mr. IGL switching over to the nade. Now this will be the end of Blind Esports right here. And it's not. The nade falls a bit short.
Yeah, I mean, it did fall a little bit of short, but Mr. IGL, the kind of position he got himself in, of course, not ideal in terms of fighting again. Just like you mentioned, the compounds across the open fields, definitely risky in that regard. If he's managing to survive and if he manages to take down Knuckle, then that great dip that they will get for themselves, that could actually prove vital for Team TWOB. Look at this, Max09. He has a nade for himself cooked, but it did not do any damage whatsoever. Team TWOB, they know that there is a man inside the shack. A Molotov is going to go in. Oh wait, before the Molotov, there is the LMG that completely sprays him down. And Team TWOB, they have a little bit of a hard cover. But I'm not really sure if I'm going to call this shack a lot of hard cover to work with.
I mean, they can turn out to be important positions when you're looking for just a small little pit stop while rotating, but to execute an entire fight all through a small little shack like that is going to be extremely difficult because there's just one exit. It's very easy to mark, and clip after clip is just going to be emptied on the players of TWB if they decide to stick inside that shack. So I think this is quite a textbook play. Whenever teams are hiding or playing around from a shack like that, they're going to smoke all around it to create a little bit of a breathing room. But while the distraction was there from the two individuals of TWOB who were hiding in that awkward spot, the other two lads decide to go for a push. And Reckoning Esports, they are taking a hit in this fight as two individuals are knocked out. Yuba and Ace Black down on their knees. Fox is all that is standing between the early exit and Reckoning Esports. And Hell from the side of TWOB, I think, is looking to wrap up this fight just with the nades themselves. As TWOB, they go for the push, they lose a few of their players as well, but Hell's nade is going to be good, and Reckoning Esports, they are down to their last player.
The great invasion from Team TWOB has been successful. This was a compound which they wanted to contest because it was a central compound, and this fight was so crucial for Team TWOB's success. And now the fact that they have successfully flushed out Reckoning Esports, it means that they have complete control over the circle. But of course, it threw them a little bit of a curveball because now with the hard shift, Team TWOB are once again in the edges. They do not hold that bit of compound at the central part of it. But of course, they can push forth. At least they move from cover to cover. Elsewhere, Team TF5 are still trying to hold back Team Redemption Crew, and a lot of spray down coming in from Ninja OP. Baymax was quite low in terms of HP, but then the return fire is going to force Ninja OP to patch himself up, take control of the trigger, and take control of this particular ridge is what Team TF5 would possibly want. A lot of smoke clouds being deployed by Team Redemption Crew to try and give themselves a little bit of a breathing room to work with. But so far, it seems like no targets are being hit. It's just vehicles and explosions happening left, right, and center.
Explosions everywhere as Chaos is about to consume this map. 7th zone will be revealed in front of us in about a minute and a half, but TF5 7 Hells, will they be alive to see where the next zone is going to be, as Redemption Crew is just hunting down the individuals from the side of 7 Hills. But over here, what is happening? TWOB, they found the last surviving player from the side of Reckoning Esports, and they want to make sure that they are the ones that eliminate the entirety of Reckoning. Beard Baba, no HP to work with, is desperately trying to survive. A sliver, a pixel there remains, and he runs into the molly out of all things. That was a valiant effort,
fire trail.
but just a little bit of a slip of foot, and well, down the hill he goes.
Down the hill for sure. The fire trail was there and it just completely burnt him up alive. But look at this, Team Redemption Crew trying to fight an uphill battle. And up top, we've got Canon Esports. Ace and ADs have also been spotted out in the open, and Shantanu is the one who is under fire. Probably is the only one who is still surviving for his team. Of course, we don't have the team status as of yet, but would have loved to have it. 5 teams and 15 players. It seems that Redemption Crew have been caught off guard with Team TWOB coming in from the edges. We talked about how this team can actually provide so much problems against a team towards the center. I feel like this is exactly what is happening. Hell with 5 finishes, This man certainly is going strong, looking to secure the finishes so far. But of course, when the circle shifts, it's going to be such a hard task for them to come out in the open and secure that space inside the circle.
Well, let's see who's going to be able to secure the circle all for themselves, as Kevin Esports right now remains the only team with all 4 of their players alive. Well, TWOB is there as well, but they are outside the zone, and I think the extra additional pressure that's going to be put upon them with Redemption Crew and Kemen taking shots at them in tandem should be able to deny TWOB the entry in the zone, but they have been quite phenomenal so far. 11 eliminations secured by this team. Look at that.
Oh, no. That is not a good idea. He's trying to tank the blue zone damage to retrieve a vehicle, but I think it's way too far for them.
Yeah.
They only have one buggy to utilize right now. And of course, if they try and retrieve the vehicle, they won't have enough meds for the final battle, of course. Revenge Esports just barely inside that blue zone, of course, just avoiding that blue zone damage. But will they be able to fight the rest of the crew? That is going to be a question. I love this spot which Kemen is holding, but even they are just a tad bit outside the circle. And here it comes, the smoke path and Team TWOB. The cavalry arrives, and Striker and Hell are the first ones to move. Desperately under fire, trying to make a move for themselves with no cover. They are being shot down one by one, Johnny, and this is not good news.
It is definitely not good news. Absolutely brutal for the lads of TWOB. And look at that, it's not just Kemen. The players from Redemption Esports are capitalizing on the opportunity as well. The wipeout secured in a matter of seconds. But now Kemen Esports, they are being pushed upon from the flank, and Revenge might just get their revenge as Afu is knocked out. Committing into the blue is going to be a little too risky, and Redemption Crew, they are just holding on to their position, but this nade is going to be good. Toothless taking a lot of damage. The shotgun, the DBS doing its charm, and Spy OP secures the knock. But what just happened? Is it down to a final 1v1 between Redemption Crew and Kemen Esports? No! There was a man from the side of Kemen named Shadow who was holding the flank, and from the Shadow he appears to secure the chicken dinner for his team. An incredible and an important win for Kemen Esports.
For sure. I mean, this team would love to solidify that place in the top #1 spot. And I think with this victory and the fact that Blind could not capitalize, maybe Kemen Esports is actually pushing for that #1 spot in the overall rankings. But just like you mentioned, it could have gone either way. It could have gone south, especially after the first 2 players fell down on their knees. I almost thought that Kemen Esports almost threw this entire game, but thankfully, of course, they did not. There was a player in the back lines who could provide the cover fire. But this was such a great game, especially from the side of Team TWOB. Especially the maneuvers were absolutely brilliant, cleaning up several teams in the process. But of course, a lot of this analysis is going to happen, Johnny. I want to know your last thoughts of this particular game.
Yeah, there was Knuckle from Blind says he's offended by you suggesting that he play for placement points. But, I mean, we are going to see exactly how many points Blind Esports got, and also Kemen Esports. But all of that after this very short break.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार, अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं, साइड।
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने। Center slam. स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कनें और जोश हैं हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो. चकने.
खत्म कर दो.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to BGIS The Grind, and we are back with the report cards. Just think of it like a virtual report card. We're going to show all the stats, of course. But before we actually proceed towards it, there is an exciting news which I always give to you guys after every single break. There is an exciting addition to Road to Valor. An Indian faction is getting added, and for all of you guys, there is a fantastic event which has been organized. Guess the Guardian is what it is called. Go to their social media handles in the comment section. Try and guess the name of the Indian faction, and you might win some amazing rewards. Chests which are worth 2,500 gems, and also you can use them to redeem mythic items. Just don't forget to mention your IDs in the comment section. That is where you will retrieve all the rewards. But coming back into the results discussion, it's going to be a little spicy because this is where we see all the numbers crunching down. Of course, last game, Johnny, was pretty topsy-turvy. That open circle, shelter circle, we got to witness that after a very long time, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, in the recent days, there haven't been that many eastern zones that we've gotten to witness. Majority of the times, the circle just shift or stick, in fact, towards the western side. But we do have the highlights of the previous game in front of us. And I think, again, the talk in the early stages of the game was all about Blind Esports and the 4-man split drop.
Yeah, the 4-man split drop, which did not really work out. I'm not really sure what they were planning, or was it miscommunication, but something definitely did not work out. Even Gujarat Tigers kind of got caught out. I mean, AJ was there. He was almost pulling off a monstrous clutch, but he was shut down by the other team. Here, look at this, right? Karan actually got a moment of brilliance, and this man probably took down 3 players from Team Mayavi, 1 player from Team Blind. It was chaotic, it was comic, but it was absolutely genius as well.
It was genius and it was beautiful to witness. And again, I mean, he was all alone in that situation. So imagine the amount of mental pressure that he had to deal with and the information and the calculations he had to make all alone. But then again, I mean, there were a lot of interesting moments like that inside of this game. Specifically, I think I was very impressed with how the World of Battle played this time. Absolutely phenomenal, flawless performance. The chicken dinner might not have been theirs, but they definitely had a brilliant and one of their best games so far.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, the circle in BGMI, it's way too cruel. And I feel like Team TWOB, they constantly try to challenge it. But you know, as a matter of fact, when the BGMI gods are not with you, there is nothing which can help you get the winner chicken dinner. Of course, they did try a lot, trying to clean up. Look at this, right? This entire smoke cloud was theirs. They managed to exit that bit of compound towards that free space, but it was completely out in the open. And as soon as they stepped out, there were sprays coming in from Redemption Crew, there were sprays coming in from Kemin, and there's nothing which you can do about it. We also talked about the fact that they only had 1 vehicle to use. And I mean, with no cover whatsoever, how can you survive out in the open?
Exactly. I mean, even without vehicles, it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a tougher challenge. With vehicles, it is going to be a challenge. But as far as this game is considered, I think now all that remains to be seen is the rankings and the points from this match. Because I want to see Blind Esports, when we started our day today, I believe they were on that first position of the overall rankings. And today they have been just messing around with the rest of the competition. First game was the initial game of theirs was quite decent, but from there on out, I think it'll be extremely critical to see what the end results is going to look like. And now I think overall rankings, there is going to be a stark differences that will be quite visible between the top 32 and the bottom 32 team. It will be that last few pages of the top 32 and the first few pages of the bottom 32 where we will see those swaps. Other than that, top 16 and bottom 16, I don't think they're going to move around much.
I mean, I kind of think like the bottom 16 is still volatile because the mid pack essentially does not really have a lot of points. One chicken dinner can still flip a lot of things around. But just like you mentioned, the top 16 is probably solidified. And blind, I mean, as a matter of fact, they do have the allowance to just chill around, after having amassed so many points over the entire tournament, at this point, they don't even need to show anything to us. We know, as a matter of fact, that if this team lands with 4 players in one spot, then it's game over for practically everybody. So they decide to land all separately, maybe try challenge themselves a little bit more. But, one thing is for sure, right? There is no extra brownie points for being at the tippity top. You won't get any extra point for being number 1. You just have to be inside the top 32. And I feel like, just like you mentioned, from position 25 onwards till probably up until 55 is where a lot of competition would be in. And tomorrow being the last day, and with 7 games yet to play, I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of teams who are desperate for that, to catch that train towards round 3 of the BGIS.
Quite true. And the bracket that you were talking about in terms of the overall ranking, let's start calling it the stress bracket, because that is where teams are going to be extremely exhausted just thinking about where are they going. Are they going to round 3 or are they going to end up in round 2? And again, as we have been mentioning since day 1 of BGIS, the grind round 3, which is this stage over here, going into round 3 means quite a lot. You won't have to face the difficulties of going up against 512 teams in round 2, out of which I think, again, as we did discuss, going up against these undergods comes with like a completely different challenge that the pro teams are not used to. It is always taking uncharted territories, fighting against teams you know nothing about, fighting against players you don't know their tendencies. Do they like to be aggressive? Are they gonna force you into a trap, make you follow them into a trap where the rest of his teammates are going to be waiting for you and stuff like that? You don't know anything about them. And that is one thing, that element of surprise that has been working out for all of these teams, like Revenge Esports, like TWOB is a comparatively newer lineup as well. But again, the element of surprise coming into fruition. And in this game, I think they have themselves figured out. But moving forward, I think the challenges are going to get tougher and tougher, because every single day, as we started the day off with the same conversation yesterday, the young bloods have stepped up quite a notch. It's not just a slight improvement, it's a massive improvement that they brought in themselves, in their gameplay from round 2 to round 3 of BGIS the grind. And I can't even think or fathom what is going to happen to them once they actually reach BGIS.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of the teams, they've had their upward curve graph, of course. Certain teams have also taken a dip in terms of form, but definitely there has been an upward curve for this team, the world of battle, and now they are starting to show their true colors. What brilliant display it was. Hell with 6 particular finishes, absolutely popping off in this game. Evil Surya with 4 finishes. These 2 alone give 10 finish points to the side of Team TWOB. I mean, of course, you don't need to speak much about Esports. Karlan has been the man to watch out for in several tournaments, which is going left, right, and center. 5 finishes for this man. Spy OP as well, being that sly little fragger who just lies behind and always gets those finishes for himself. Karan also, as a matter of fact, did an absolutely brilliant job. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the point standings for the last game of the day is in front of our screens right now, and Esports definitely were the ones who profited the most out of it.
Well, Esports, as you mentioned, they did in fact make a massive profit from this game, finishing it off with 28 points to their name. World of Battle, as we talked about them, extremely impressive in this matchup. 19 points is the total tally. Redemption Crew and Revenge Esports tied with 15. But these are the teams that had a brilliant performance. Let's move on to the next page of the ranking and see the teams that did not do so well. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Spy Esports not having a great day today, along with Team Mayhem, Era Esports, Gujarat Tigers. I'm actually surprised looking Gujarat Tigers, Team Mayavi, and Blind Esports, seeing them this low in the rankings.
Yeah, it definitely is surprising. But, I mean, we know as a matter of fact, Blind Esports are comfortable. Team Mayavi, not so much. Gujarat Tigers is also in that dicey spot. I mean, they've had great games, but the fact that they've had inconsistencies over the past period of games, that is something which is a little dicey. But ladies and gentlemen, I feel like it is time right now to reveal that final report card. Johnny, what do you say? Let us give them a taste of what is it to be inside the top 64 of the country. Here we have it. XNOR Esports, just like I said, eyeing that #1 spot. They are at the table top with 108 points. Osla, Blind, LOC, growing strong, as well as the World of Battle. This is so close.
Yeah, this is extremely close, but look at this. I mean, special mention of Asla Esports needs to be there, because apparently they are on the 2nd position and they are the only team in the top 8 with just 5 matches played, 79 points secured. This team has been impressive, and 3 chicken dinners as well. And also LOC is, again, special mention, because no chicken dinner, and they are on the 4th position in the rankings.
Absolutely. But of course, as we move further, you've got a crazy close battle. AUTOBOTZ in the 9th spot, pretty much safe and sound. They've got 68 points for themselves, but look at this, right? This is where things start to heat up, right? 14th spot, 15th spot, and 16th spot. Lucknow Giants, Acid Esports, as well as Team Mayavi on 55 points. If this is where we start to tie things up, Johnny, I'm not sure what's going to happen at the 32nd and the regions nearby, because there's going to be a lot of tiebreakers. I'm not prepared for it.
Yeah, and as you were mentioning a few moments ago, that just one chicken dinner can propel you quite a lot of distance in the overall ranking. I think that is true for basically every single team right now, just because of the sheer number of teams that are here in these overall rankings. 64 teams, and all of them are playing different set of matches every single day. So we are going to see these shifts in ranking, but as of now, ladies and gentlemen, moving to the last page of, well, the second last page of top 32. It's going to be in front of us right about now. Here we are. That's the last page of the top 32, and Reckoning Esports is there on the 32nd position with 35 points. And if you count the difference between them and Seven Hill Esports, it's just a mere 7 point that can turn into a safety cushion for Reckoning Esports.
I mean, it's like none of these teams from 25th to 32nd onwards, I feel like none of these teams are safe and sound. For sure, if you are within top 24, maybe your qualification is secured. But these teams, they still have to watch their backs, especially the teams for whom 6 games have been played already. For X7 Officials, Hub and FS, they've only played 4 games, and they will have the opportunity of stack up in the following games, of course. Team VST as well, they've just played 5 games, and they are tied up with 34 points. Oh my god, look at this. Mayhem on 34 points, ruling since 80s, and Warmania and OR Esports on 33 points. So there's 3 teams who are tied at 33 points. Velocity Gaming on 30 points. A lot of number crunching, ladies and gentlemen, but it's extremely close at this point.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of tiebreakers that we're going to have to go through, it feels like, and the competition is extremely intense till the last day, but that is what we were expecting, and that is what we were hoping for as well. I mean, think about this, Salty. There is no pressure on anyone to go all in or anything in these matches. All of these 64 teams, I mean, there is pressure because, as we talked about, this top 32 will give you an added edge, but it's not a bad thing even if you qualify for the BGIS in the bottom 32 as well, because at least you made it to the other side, and you're not going to be playing round 1. It's round 2 for the bottom 32 and round 3 for the top 32 teams that qualify from here on out. But moving forward in the ranking, we have Galactic Gamers, and they have been quite decent, I have to say, but look at that. 21 finishes, just 7 placement points.
I mean, we've seen this happen. A lot of the teams up top as well, they did not have the right balance of placement and finish points, because of which a lot of these teams were suffering. But look at this, right? This is where trouble really starts. Now, what I still remember is that the cutoff was approximately about 35-36. And which practically means that Team Tamilas, a team who is almost in the 50th spot, they're just barely 16-17 points away from making it. And we know, as a matter of fact, that 16-17 points is nothing. One good game can still turn things around. For Orangutan, for Team Godlike, this is definitely a tough job. I mean, Orangutan, they've played 4 games. XNOR, they've played 4 games. Godsreign and Team Rebel have also played 4 games. 3 more matches left to go. and there might be a possibility of a comeback. But just like I said, a lot of points to be secured, and the team who is consistent tomorrow might just make a last-ditch entry inside the top 32.
True. Salty, like watching this last page of the ranking has me thinking about one thing. You know how in the pro circuit there's always the conversation about hiding your strats? You think that's what's happening? With Godsreign, with Godlike, with Team Rebel, XNOR all being there on the last page, do you think they're protecting themselves for BGIS?
Possibly, I mean, there is always a chance that these teams, they have a lot of secret sauce under their sleeves. They don't want to kind of show it to the audience and to the underdog specifically so that they cannot guess what is coming. But it seems like the kind of performance that we've seen, especially from two teams, Orangutan and Godlike, I feel like it's definitely not a case of hiding strats. It's mostly a case of not being able to perform in the games that they have played so far, because if you see their performance, if you see their games, they've been beaten down. They've been beaten down in the 4v4 battles. They've been beaten down in the drop collisions, and that means that it's not the rotations or the secret sauce which they're hiding, because of which they're getting eliminated. They are getting eliminated on the back of sheer genius of the underdogs, and it's good to watch. It's good to watch that top teams are getting hammered down. I'm not sure if that's the best way to put it, but it is what it is.
I mean, the most basic concept about improving at anything is learning from the best, going up against the best if it is a competitive circuit that you're a part of. And I think all of these undergods, as we introduce them in this BGIS, the grind, have in fact utilized the opportunity of competing against some of the best teams of the country quite perfectly and improved to a whole another level. But that opportunity has not run out for them. And I think that is something that all of them are focused on right now.
Exactly. But with that being said, there's still one more day to go, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm so excited, honestly, Johnny, because like I said, a lot of the teams at the bottom of the table, they still have games to go. There is Orangutan with 3 more games to go, Godsreign with 3 more games to go, and so many underdog teams who are vying for that last-ditch attempt to make it inside the top 32. I might sound like a broken record, but it does not change the stakes. Everybody wants to be inside the top 256 teams inside of the BGIS, ladies and gentlemen. But with that being said, I think it is time's up for us right now, because of course it's been a crazy day so far, Johnny. I love the fact that so many underdog teams are performing, but of course we'll come back with more action tomorrow, same place, same time. See you soon.